Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League, Season 9. I'm Vaughn, and I'm recovering from some illness, so I'm a little bit reclined today, and I'm joined by three wonderful people. Their names are Floppers A and Tempo Melon. Had to think about that one for a
Thing
little
with that
bit.
one.
And today we're going to set the stage because, guys, you may or may not know this, but it's almost playoffs time and we don't know who's going to be in playoffs. So let's talk a little bit about it so we can figure it out together. All right? Who's excited? Say yay.
Yay.
Yay!
Hey.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
what
that
I'm talking.
enthusiasm.
Gonna need to farm enthusiasm for my co-hosts. So obviously the most important thing of the day already happened, which was Quest Esports won their nasty match today against Flowers team. And I'd like to congratulate Hamster Quest because if he had lost today, he would have been the first and probably only player in history to go 0-9 in nasl, 0-9 in NASA, and 0-9 in nasty. He has officially avoided this. He went 1-8. And everyone, let's give him a nice clap. I was locked in the whole time. That is a fucking legacy. Oops, that is a legacy. That's okay. We can curse on this. So now that we've gotten the important game out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about just general things. Okay. First, Parker, Tema, let's get it out of the way. The top of the league. All right. At the top, it's there's no chaos going down. All right. Everyone's in control. And let's just talk about it really quickly. Rats versus HMG decides the first seed. If the Sad Boys want first seed, they're going to need some help with an HMG upset. So there's only really two outcomes for first seed. And Tempo, can you talk to me about how in your rookie nasl season that you are about to potentially set the best regular season record of any new team ever? Talk to me about that a little bit.
Um, yeah, it's been crazy. When I saw our record going into it, it was like all like the top hitting teams for the first like 5 or 6 weeks. And I really thought we'd be lucky to get like one or two series wins out of that. And like find ourselves at 7-1 now with one series, that really is like insane that we were able to just like I don't know. It hasn't even felt like I don't know, it's crazy. Like it's awesome. I'm really happy to go 8-1 today.
W. Okay, well, I was going to ask you how you think your series goes, but I think that answer speaks for itself. W going for 8-1. I also think I'm going to go 8-1 today. We got our loss out of the way in the regular season. I always know I can feel in my bones when the loss is coming, and I don't think it's going to be today. So first and second feel pretty locked, which means my playoff my playoff fates are really out of my control. There's nothing I can do. I'll play whoever I play. Now, let's talk about that kind of middle of the pack, upper middle of the pack for positioning. Now, these people are qualified for playoffs, and it doesn't, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't super matter for them, but depending on Bomba and time wins, it can shape up the bottom. So let's just go over those really quickly as well. So if Bomba wins, or if time loses, they're in third. Now, does that really matter? Not exactly, because let's be honest, they're playing Rats every time. They're pretty much guaranteed to play Rats because Rats is gonna pick them, and then we're gonna play against Demon Time. But if Demon Time wins today and the Bozo Bunch wins today, they get third. Again, doesn't really matter, but it's nice to be like, yeah, we got third. Waha. There's two teams here. There's one spot for third. It doesn't super matter, but in case you're a fan of either of those teams, I just wanted to clear that out of the way before we get into the motherfucking chaos. Okay, now this is where the meat and potatoes of today are coming. All right, so we've got three teams: RTF, HMG, and I would imagine nobody would have said this at the start of the season. Polar Cortex. Now, there's three teams, but there's only two spots that they're
There's four
jockeying
teams.
for.
There's 4 teams.
Hey, let me set the fucking narrative,
My
bro. I
bad.
know EK's. You just.
No, you did say Bozo.
Ah.
It wasn't even that one.
Oh, Bozo. Well, I was gonna get there too, man. Bozo was there
Okay.
too, bro. Because here's the thing: all of those, bro.
I didn't say
Fine,
anything.
man.
Go, keep going. Keep going.
Guys, there was a whole script, and I was gonna set all these. There's also Bozo, guys. Awesome song. This is unprofessional. This is why Flop is here. Flop, keep it up. You're doing great, man. Okay, now we have these three teams. They are poised to win because of certain scenarios. Okay, for example, RTF. Win and in. Guaranteed. Okay? No doubt about it. Now, let's just go into some fun scenarios here. Okay? First things first, I'm going to give you guys some outcomes, and I want to talk about a little bit about each one. Okay? First things first. If RTF loses and Bozo wins, things get a little weird. Okay? They get a little strange. And now why do they get strange, you might ask? I have to get out my notes. Guys, I'm be honest, it's a little complicated today. Where is this message? You know what's the worst part about this is that they used emojis for this. Here, where are my notes? Okay. I'm lost. You know, I'm just going down the list. Guys, it's time to put the fries in the bag. Guys, if RTF wins against Polar, they will lock 5th seed. Okay? I lost the narrative. But if Polar beats RTF, then RTF is guaranteed a playoffs unless Bozo beats Bomba and Rats beat RTF. Wait, no, it's lost. Guys, can someone help me? Guys, please.
Something tiebreakers.
Do you got me with this one? Flop, do you know where that message is where it talks about it? Flop, I need your help. Do you got me?
Are you talking about
This is
the?
too hard. This is too hard.
I don't know what message you're talking about. I'm looking at it.
Prediction.
You pinged me. You're like, hey, is this something you'd be interested in?
Yeah. Okay, so you're talking about that. You're
Oh, here it is.
So
I
yeah,
found it.
Polar has to be, or if RTF loses, and then
Yes.
if RTF loses, RTF is. Wait, why is it worded like that?
It's
Wait, this sucks.
Okay, help me.
Okay.
Please.
So let's start with RTF, all right? If RTF wins, they are locked playoffs, and currently
Yes,
RTF is
correct.
locked at least tiebreakers, so they have nothing to fear.
Yes.
Oh, actually, they have some things to fear, but heading into this game, they are not eliminated if they lose it. But if they win, they lock
Yes.
playoffs. If they lose, tiebreakers will probably happen.
Yes.
And then Heavy Metal Gundam. Heavy Metal
So
Gundam.
just to be clear,
Oh.
that's the only team that if they win, they have no tiebreakers and they're in. Every team after this, they have to play tiebreakers to be in, even if they win. That is something I know. That is something I definitely know.
No.
They-
That's actually not the case.
No, it is. You're wrong because HMG, if they lose, they need other teams to win to have a tiebreaker for 6th. If Polar loses, they need other teams to win to be in.
Oh, that's what you mean.
For
Yeah.
tiebreakers.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
But if everything goes right for Heavy Metal Gundam or Polar Cortex or Bozo Bunch, they have a chance to just make it in without tiebreakers. If like a million things go right.
Yes. Yes, correct. But all the teams. Okay, yes, HMG just needs to win, and there's no. If you guys, okay, HMG fans, if HMG wins, you're breathing easy immediately. Okay. Unless, wait, no, they need RTF to beat Polar. No, but they're still in, right?
If they win, they get tiebreakers.
Just win. Yes, just win. Okay.
Win.
But no, I'm reading that it says if they need RTF to beat Polar
Well,
to lock 6th.
Yeah, if RTF beat Polar, then
Because Polar has the head-to-head. Guys, what are we even doing on this show? Let's talk about the Dog Slayers too. Okay, let's.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Guys, if the Dog Slayers 3 win, okay, they get 9th. If Demon Time beats EKC, okay, let's all agree on that. That's awesome. Let's go to the predictions. This is too hard. Okay, go to the predictions. Week 1 is. Oh my god, guys, can you tell I've been sick this week? Jesus. Game 1 is EKC versus Demon Time. Thank God that came up on stream. Okay, so if EKC wins, let me just do this. If EKC wins, they can play in a 2-way tie versus Bozo. If Rats win, Bomba wins, and RTF wins. So if they win and 3 of the other 4 series go the way they need, they may make it to playoffs. So with that being said, they're getting O2'd by Demon Time. That's just what's gonna happen. And Xianzu's back, I think, and I love EKC, but they're going down 2-0. And Aiden, talk to me.
I'm feeling a 2-1 for Demon Time. I think NXT Dion Zentaro lower. He might do something. They'll get a game off for the fellas, but Demon Time back at full strength, kind of looking nice. So
Okay, yeah, I'm down. Sorry, I'm really Parker. Demo, talk to me.
Demon Time 2-0. No further explanation. That's all I got.
Okay, Wop.
EKC's been looking like really nice recently. I'll be honest. I'm a Demon Time
True.
sub, so I shouldn't do this.
Nah,
But
but you gotta.
I've gotta. I think it'll be a close series. I think EKC, whenever Soren is like back against the wall, I think he'll lock in when he needs to. And NXT is gonna do NXT stuff, and Katsuna is Katsuna. EKC will 2-1 it.
I love that of you. Like low key, here's the thing: Demon Time doesn't need this one, but EKC does. You know, and if we're really joy bait maxing, we should be trying to help the fellow. Like, let's get some tiebreakers in. You know, let's just get it going. All right, so the desk is a little split. Let's move on to the next match of the day, which matters quite a bit. It's Polar versus RTF. This is low-key a rematch. Fun fact, A's nasl debut was week 9 versus RTF last season, where he got farmed. So
Yeah.
we need to turn it around this time. Okay, as like, facetiously, you know what, you did all right. You farmed was a little overstatement, but it was a rough one. We'll say that.
It is all good.
Okay, yeah, it was a little bit of farming going on. But like now you've got your NASA win. You've got a full season of NASA on your belt. You've took down some of the best players to ever play the game, right? And you're poised. The destiny is in your hands. Why are you going to win today?
I can't remember when I said it, but it was on a pre-show earlier in the season where I said that I've studied this team to an absolute T. And then this week I've done that except like 10 times more. I've literally sat in front of my computer for way too much, studying everything that I can to actually like get some sort of advantage. So I'm ready to run through a brick wall for my team. It's a 2-0 sweep.
I like that energy. Dude, when everyone says this, I'm ready to run through a brick wall. I don't know why I
You
get
gotta
so
follow.
hype. Dude, every time I'm like, dude, that just goes so hard. I like that. Okay. Can I hear from my other desk mates? Let's take it away.
I think Polar has looked exceptionally lately. So I think they could definitely grant this exceptional 2-1 win over RTF.
Beast. Keep going, everyone.
I could see it going either way, honestly. I'm leaning towards an RTF 2-1, but I would not be shocked if Polar Cortex managed to like squeak it by. But I'll lock it an RTF 2-1.
Okay, we're gonna have the first ever dual vote from me. So I'm gonna vote for both teams. RTF wins if Kazan is left up, and Polar wins if they ban Kazan. It's that simple. I've decided. If Polar wins versus RTF, they need Bomba to win for the best possible playoff situations. However, if Polar loses, I want everyone to know this. If Polar loses, they can still make playoffs. That's the craziest part. I'm gonna let everyone know if Polar loses today, but Rats beat HMG, Bomba beats Bozo, and Time beats EKC, they will still have a tiebreaker. Okay? So even if Polar loses today, there's still a chance. So, with that being said, let's move on to slot 3, where it's Sad Boys versus Handless Dog Slayers 3, whatever their team name is. Maybe the most important nasl game ever, some are saying. This matters quite a bit. It's really, really important for everyone's playoffs, including mine and theirs. I'm just gonna say dogs 2-0. Sorry, everyone says dogs 2-0. Just put dogs on everyone's prediction for a screenshot, and then we can move on to the next one. This one doesn't matter. Let's focus on playoffs. All right, let's go to the next one. Keep on trucking. So next series that we've got is HMG versus Rats. This one matters quite a bit. HMG is kicking themselves because they had such a wonderful like mid-season push, and then they've kind of faltered, and they're in a spot where no one likes to be, which is playing against the number 1 seeded team in the league to get into playoffs. Okay, so let's talk about what happens if they lose, because if you're a betting person, you would think they would lose. They need Bomba to beat Bozo. They need Time to beat EKC. Then they need RTF to beat Polar. And then they would be in a 3-way tie for 6th place against Bozo and Polar, which would be crazy cinema, by the way. So I hope for their sake they win. If they win, they need Polar to lose, and then they're secured 6th place because there's no more tiebreaker. So HMG has multiple paths to win. They can still make it in if they lose, but obviously they would like to win because then they just need 1 series to go their way instead of 3. Now, Rats. Parker, you already said that you were going to win, so I'm going to put your team up for the prediction. But let's talk to Fwop Dwop because Fwop has gotten to watch more nasl games than the average person by proxy of casting them. So let's talk about that match a little bit, Fwop.
Yeah, I think it's again another series where I actually believe it could go either way. Like obviously Rat Pack's really, really comfortable this season and they are like on a roll. And I think, Timpo said earlier, she's feeling the 8-1. But I also asked Fresh today, and he's got a little bit of fear. Snake's got that like his claws into his heart. And Snake's a player that like will kind of just beat you like to death. Like if you're not like really on your A game, if you let him psych you out, I could really see Snake running away with the game as he's done a lot this season. I feel like he's done a lot for HMG, but also Josh has looked really, really, really good, and so is Milkman. So I think it'll be an HMG 2-1. It's going to be a banger series, but HMG 2-1.
Yeah, I know what you mean because I felt like Milkman and Josh were kind of the darlings of the league halfway through the season, and we've lost some of that spark going into the end of the season. I'd like to see them regain some of their form and close out some of these series because they were both getting talked about for All Pro, but they haven't looked super dominant like they had been. I don't know. The stocks are kind of lower right now, so I'd love to see an upset here would be huge for their playoff chances and their All Pro ballots. So I'd really like to see them get a win here. I think, however, that Frightfully Fresh has been playing like a beast recently. So unless he gets the heebie-jeebies in game, which I don't think he will, I think they're gonna win. So I'm gonna bravely vote for the Rats and then turn it over to A for his prediction.
To save myself from any cardiac arrest later tonight, I'm going to go for a 2-1 for the Rat Pack. I think they're just too strong of a team, and I think HMG definitely has like shown that like they could realistically like be at that same level as Rats at a 7-1, like low key. Obviously, like roster stuff aside, but it's kind of just started to falter a little bit. Obviously, yesterday was kind of, or last week rather, was a bit of an off week for them, but I think it'll be a Rats 2-1.
I know what you mean. All right. Last series of the day. It's Rats for me. That one. Last series of the day is the Bo Zizzle Bunch versus Bomba. This is the Soon Dubu breakup rematch. So I'm excited to see what this is gonna be. I lost. Oh no, I lost the notes. Hold on, I'm bringing them back up. Got distracted. Here we go. Bozo Bunch. Where are they? If Bozo Bunch wins today, they will play a 3rd-way tiebreaker, or they can lock playoffs in pretty easy ways. So either way, I think if they win, they're looking decent. If they lose, they could play in a tiebreaker for 6. So again, they're not out if they lose. So pretty much every single team could lose and still make it. It just depends what happens. I also know that there are subs playing in this series. So we'll have to see how that goes down for the Bozo Bunch. I think Bombardiers has Bertram in for today, which is like not a secret. It's been talked about. So don't worry, there's no leaking going on. I know there's some kind of sub going on. I don't know who. So Big Bert coming in with the bye with the Brew Boo. I'm excited to watch Bert play. So if Bert's in, I'm voting for Polar. Or no, I almost pulled a Quinn there or Gravity. I'm voting for Bozo Bunch. If Big Bert is, or no, shoot, I mean Bomba. I mean Bomba. No. I meant Bomba. Oh, I'm sorry, Bert. I'm
Good try.
sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh.
You really set that one up.
Oh, it's a disaster class of a pre-show from me. Just take it away, Aiden. Save me.
I'm gonna go for another saving my heart a little bit, and we're gonna go for Bombardiers 2-1.
W. I like that you're voting against Grimella because he was racist towards bald people. And
Oh
he
yeah,
needs to
wait.
show some
Hashtag feeling like I
respect.
got a head full of hair.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
on
Let's
me
be
right
clear
now.
about that. All right,
Yeah.
Tempo Melon.
I'm gonna give it to Bozo 2-0. Plain and simple.
Is there any reason? Is it just like vibes or what?
It's vibes, yeah. It's vibes. It's all
Okay,
vibes.
W vibes. All right, Fwop Dwop
Bombadier's 2-1.
Beast.
Bertram's him. I have so much faith in Bertram. I don't care. Bertram could stop playing for the next like 3 seasons and come back, and I would put everything on Bertram.
Dude, that we are the
Respect.
same. I feel the exact same way about Big Bert. That guy's a demon. So I think that's all the predictions. Oh, and also I don't know if I mentioned it specifically. EKC can still make it too. Everyone can make it, but dogs. All right. So we'll see what happens today. It's truly a mystery. Some games I don't think will be close. Some games will be very close. My match of the day is Polar versus RTF. Low key, I'm excited for that. So don't go anywhere. We got Demon Time versus EKC for EKC's playoff life. I think they have to win. If they lose, they're done. I think that's the only team, right? Or let me check. Yeah, okay, they have to win. So with that being said, EKC playing for their playoff lives. Don't go anywhere. We'll see if for the first time ever they miss playoffs or they can turn around. And yeah, W. It's week 9. Let's get hype. See you guys later.
Hello, guys. Welcome to the final week of regular season of nasl. 6 teams from here are going to go into playoffs and fight for the best team in North American Strikers. But until that, we have to determine the 6 teams. Right now, we have EKC versus Demon Time going on. Surprisingly, EKC, who is in 9th place right now, or 8th place right now, they have a chance at playoffs. Every team here has a chance at playoffs. They've either locked in or they have a chance to go to tiebreakers depending on other people. This is exciting times. We are on Amy's app. FOF start, Burpo and Deadeye. Click Oak, how do you feel about these 2 teams?
I feel like it was a smart Luna ban from Demon Time, especially on Imy's app. That character is a little disgusting. I mean, she's always been really good by the people who really know how to play her, but like, especially with I feel like she didn't really get nerfed in the patch because the secondary damage buff just kind of makes landing those deadly kill combos even more deadly. The rest of this draft played out exactly as we would expect Imy's app to go for these 2 teams. EKC are playing more or less their classic comp just with Katsuna on that Juno instead of the Luna, seeing as it was banned. And then Demon Time, on the other hand, have opted for Estelle Rune Drakkar, which is kind of just projectile bonanza with Gumi on Rune. I'll be interested to see what Gumi cooks up on this Rune goalie. I haven't actually seen him on this pick in a really, really long time. So I'll be interested to see how he makes it work.
All right. Initially, we are chilling. We are ending the match. Potentially there's an issue in draft or something else going on, but that does give us more time to talk about the situation. If people are unaware, we had a patch semi-recently, I want to say 2 weeks ago, that added cooldowns on strikes back, that reworked some characters. And one of those characters that got heavily touched, I want to say, is Drakkar. They actually lost a lot of their burst killing power because of their special knockback. I think it got basically diced in like by 1/3 or something. How do you feel about Drakkar, Cloak, and on Imy's app at this point?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the threat of Drakkar of chaining, secondary, primary ult to kill is definitely eliminated. But the utility of Drakkar as a character has gone up significantly. So you mentioned like the strike cooldown buff. Drakkar is probably the character that gets the most out of that because he naturally has 2 charges of that shotgun primary built into his kit. And he does get cooldown reduction on both of them. So it interacts differently with him from every other character. He gets a little more benefit there. And the cooldown on his ult was actually lowered as a part of that patch. And the kind of one of the more underrated parts of that ability, I mean, yes, it was nice that it used to deal a lot of knockback, but it is also a massive slow and damage over time that kind of sticks around for a really long time. And so having it on a lower cooldown and meaning that, you get to be a little bit more skill expressive with when you want to apply that debuff does still make him a very interesting character. And he's still absolutely deadly because he will just chip away at the stagger bars over time. So he'll still kill. It's just no longer going to be that burst killing. It's going to be more of that death by 1,000 cuts strategy.
All right, and now we're back in game, folks, and immediately we're seeing on the side of Demon Time as Katsuna and NXCD are managing to take Shianzu and the Joker down low, and NXCD has that siphoning wand as well. Tony's Blade coming out immediately. Shianzu has to defend, not level 2 quite yet. Gumi has to go forward into the midfield, trying to cover the off angles. NXCD using passive already, but the Rune Pillar holds strong. Shianzu is brought down low though. Joker and Shianzu have yet to hit level 2. And it's coming in. Gumi trying to find some damage on NXCD, and it's successful here. And Shianzu trying to get that kill, but as we saw, Drakkar not quite good at pushing people off yet, and the Juno Blobos push the court in the meantime. And that's a great feeling first point here if you're EKC, who need this win if they want to make it to tiebreakers.
Yeah, and EKC have opted for a pretty damage-heavy team here, especially with NXCD going Siphoning Wand, definitely signaling that they are planning to make KOs their primary win strategy. So winning that point through core control shows that, of course, they're bringing the heat today. Even on this more kill-focused team, they're absolutely putting pressure on the enemy goal net as well. Gumi does have this defensive flip to burn, and it is a power play for the side of Demon Time right here. So they might be able to tie up the set off of that 1-point lead. Gumi actually burns the flip here just to keep possession, but Soren doing a fantastic job blinking up and defending that away.
Yeah, absolutely, Joker using the flip and potentially trying to kill NXDD. Brought down low, but he does live, and that's a big difference. You know, Blabo's contesting, but Shianzu is very strong right now. Orb coming back for NXDD, who does survive that onslaught. Now is able to get a kill onto Shianzu, and now it's Joker without an evade and Gumi without an evade, trying to do hold the power play from EKC. Soren blinking in, using the cyber swipe and the glitch pop as well, and now that's a great Blabo redirection from Katsuna, but Joker managed to hold Shianzu's back. Power play is over with NXDD looking low now. Gumi using the pillars and coordinating with the Joker to get the Zentaro off the field, and now it's the power play this time on the side of Demon Time. They want to make it count. Soren burns the turret and coming down. Shianzu taken off the field, knocked off, and Gumi rushing towards the core. Kazuna and NXDD looking to pile on some offense. Shianzu standing in the middle, backing it up. Is Soren having to eject button back for the defense though, and Shianzu brought down low. Power play is over, but at what cost? But no cost, because Joker seals the deal with that piercing shot to the top corner.
Yeah, good defense from Demon Time here. Something I do want to already follow up on is that Drakkar ultimate. I've seen Shianzu use it a few times now, and every time that he's burned it on NXCD, it has spelled death, or at the very least meant that NXCD has to remove himself from the play for a significant chunk of time. So this Drakkar pick is definitely putting in work for the side of Demon Time here, as NXCD finds himself low once more. Shianzu able to just kind of multitask, constantly chipping away at this team. Soren deflects it away from the shotgun there, but it's an imminent power play for Demon Time. Once more, the play's in their favor.
Gumi so aggressively positioned. The pillar comes down. Shianzu holding up the midpoint as well, and now Katsuna having to hold the path between Shianzu. The glitch pop is going to clear it out though, and Katsuna just trying to hold the midline until NX can come back, and they do. And now the Joker's on the back foot with low health. Does have an evade, and it's going to get the orb now, and this is looking really dangerous. Demon Time deals the deal, and they are at a 2-1 lead. And what looked like a promising start for EKC is starting to turn a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of EKC's hopes in this match really lean on Katsuna, who's kind of the only character who can really easily respond to Drakkar and Estelle on that Juno. If Soren is left in a 1v2 situation against Joker and Shianzu, it's really, really bad news, because both that Estelle ultimate as well as the primary, but really it's the Estelle ult and the shotgun that Aimi doesn't really have a response to. Because at close range, she doesn't have anything that can clear against like a massive spread of projectiles. This is not, you know, an anti-stuff goalie we're talking about. It's Aimi. So unless EKC are finding these kills, it spells bad news. And right now, Demon Time are on the prowl. Beautiful series of flips from them will secure the set, and Demon Time are up set 1.
This is looking like a lot of momentum here, as we see Shianzu even with the Drakkar get pick up the litter. And what do we see? What do we see here, Flo? Because we have Sparks back. We have Sparks back in the rotation.
Yeah, they're a popular early pickup, especially in these higher levels, but I have to imagine that this stagger pickup in the form of bulk up on Shianzu is a little bit too much swing to leave on the table. You want to deny size from the enemy if you're already killing them, and getting that extra power to kill them even easier is nice, which actually means that Sparks float all the way to the back of the draft. But that being said, EKC very happy with this draft. I mean, you get Sparks on NXCD all the way at the back. Extra special on Soren is going to do a lot to turn the tempo in the favor of EKC, especially when they're having such trouble keeping possession here. And then Katsuna is also going to be able to take up just a little more space with those Timeless Creator Blobos. So even though EKC lost the set, I don't think they're particularly upset with that draft, and I think that there's still plenty of room for them to tie up this first game.
Yeah, Joker's looking low, but that's all the better for him, as Berserker is going to give him the power to take off NXDD off the field. And now Gumi just playing offense all day with that rune is going to put the first goal in on the set for Demon Time. And Demon Time, you know, they don't need to win this. They're already locked in for playoffs, but they do want to win this.
Yeah, EKC are formidable opponents, and if you don't have to face them in playoffs, it is just making that run slightly easier, which is very nice for them. They do manage to take down the barrier here, so EKC are looking good. Soren also has this flip. A nice evade of Gumi's banish, and the slice and dice will send it up to the top. Well played from EKC.
Yeah, EKC definitely wants to win this. NXCD looks locked in, evading that rune banish and getting the slice and dice off at the angle. And now it's a close game, and we're gonna have to see how the two teams adjust, especially with the new awakenings coming up. The Joker rushing in, using that corner to their advantage, getting it past Soren's Aimi. Gumi, great defense with the pillar, and the glitch pop, unfortunately, slightly off angle for the barrier take. Joker pushing through NXCD, who has to abort, looking low, but that Monumentalist rune is so dangerous. Katsuna and Soren playing double defense, knocking Shianzu almost off the field, but patiently waiting what Shianzu and that Drakkar is putting in work as NXCD is banished off the field, finally taken off into the Aimi's at middle. They go. Katsuna, great play, holding the core for dear life, and Soren as well has a flip to work with, but it's Gumi on the offense, and Joker here with the Rose Warp. Nice call out from Soren, hitting it upwards and away from the Estelle, and now Shianzu and Joker using the flip and finding the one angle down where Katsuna couldn't cover. And Demon Time are looking strong once again, momentum on their side.
Yeah, they're looking strong. There's another awakening that I want to talk about from that last draft, which is Gumi picking up Monumentalist. Now, normally on a rune forward, that's like nothing interesting to see. On a rune goalie, that's a bit of an unconventional pick for two reasons. So first of all, it's a little easier to break those pillars, right? If someone's standing on top of them, which is why I have to think that this was a intentional case-by-case decision that was made by Demon Time. Because if, NXCD were playing someone like Julie or X that really is going to get up into Gumi's face quite frequently, you wouldn't really want Monumentalist, because you can just easily break those rune pillars. But instead, he's able to get a little bit more leeway because Zentaro kind of keeps his distance, right? And also, they're doing a fantastic job of killing NXCD. So if Demon Time can keep these power plays chugging, Gumi is actually going to get a lot of value out of that Monumentalist awakening. And he is taking up a lot of space in the midfield, but NXCD gets up in his face right here.
NXCD has a flip, has to do it right now, but the rune pillar holds Soren. Great angle on the glitch pop, saves the core from the piercing shot. Shianzu there with the rune pillar is able to hold Shianzu. Also has a flip to work with, but is looking a little below, so has to play safe after this. Gumi is playing midfield on behalf of Shianzu while they recover. NXCD also brought down low, but that siphoning wand is going to put in a lot of work. That rune pillar is holding seemingly forever as Soren coming up with the core flip. Unfortunately, the angle wasn't quite there. Has to eject button back. Nakasuna with the flip. Gumi holds even that. The pillars are on point, and now Shianzu's going to get knocked around, potentially taken off the field. Power play for EKC, and this is the point that they need to make happen if they want to have a chance at winning against Demon Time. But the Joker is prevailing with the perfectly timed piercing shot. Seals the deal, seals the set, and we are going to set 3 with Demon Time in a 2-0 set lead.
Yeah, fantastic capitalization from Joker there. Realized that EKC were trying to make that power play happen just a little too quickly and punished them in perfect fashion. There is a second spark up here for NXCD Zentaro, but there's 2 members of Demon Time that have the opportunity to deny them. Joker is going to pick up that spark of focus right off the bat, make sure it doesn't go over to the enemy. There is some stagger here on the table as well in the form of peak performance. NXCD will be taking some of that. Yeah, not at all surprised to see Fire Up go, especially because Catalyst is still on the table. So it's a little bit of extra insurance for the side of Demon Time if somehow these drafts go forward. But it's a fantastic awakening on its own anyways. Gumi can now just burn that flip, either for, defense value or just for the offensive boost. And either way, it's going to get the core onto the enemy side of the field with a 50% speed boost for every single member of Demon Time, which is an absolute staggering amount of pressure for 6 seconds.
Katsuna, though, putting on an offense, jumping through the rune pillar, thanks to aerial pickup, and NXT able to seal the deal there. That was really good. EKC, they have had really good starts into the set. They've had at least 1 point every set so far, but they need to make this momentum continue if they want to get past Demon Time here.
Both of these teams have been getting barriers so quickly, it seems. Like, the barriers really do not stay up longer than 20 seconds. And in this point in particular, they were down in 10. Oh, no! The core flies past all 3 members. Fantastic news for EKC, though. The first time in this match that they've been 2 points up.
Absolutely fantastic news. And Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough moment if you are a Demon Time fan. They are up 2 sets, but EKC is formidable. They got to lock in because EKC will scale given time. Soren, nice defense there, getting it through the narrow angle. NXCD using Oni's play. Katsuna walking around midfield, almost taken off the field, but the Jakar combo once again not quite as potent here. And rotating the core down was Soren, but Katsuna not able to get there because of Gumi. The Blabo is there, but Gumi uses the core flip. Soren has to use it as well, but still Shianzu and the Joker is so strong with that barrier takes every time the turret comes down. NX coming back to help, but the Joker playing that 3v1 almost wins if not for Soren there. NX has to burn the defensive flip, but the piercing shot still, all the resources burned from EKC with nothing to show but a goal from the side of Demon Time.
Yeah, once more, it is a massive game of possession for the side of EKC. If Joker and Shianzu get in front of Soren, it is so hard for them to be able to clear it back out again. And once more, the momentum swings back towards Demon Time. NXCD desperately has to burn those Zentaro abilities to get it off of their side. It's just so hard to relieve that defensive pressure. And of course, you know, if EKC are having to burn abilities just to get the core off of defense, it leaves them with just that few less abilities to get these KOs and power plays that their team is relying on to make things happen. So it puts them in a tough spot, but they're doing quite well right now. Joker's looking worse for wear in the stagger department.
Joker looking staggered, has to run away. NXCD's on the hunt, gets sliced and diced off, but Shianzu does get the core out. And the bandage onto NX means that they're going to be taken low. Has to burn Oni's blade immediately. And the piercing shot aims for Katsuna, instead taking them off the field. And now NX is looking low. Katsuna's gone at the power play here. That makes Soren have to burn the flip and the turret. Turret is out though, and there's still 1 second left for the Juno. Nice dash down, but still the Blabo, what a wonderful core control from Katsuna saves that interaction, but still EKC are on the defensive footing. Gumi is putting down the room pillar, rotating down, getting it to Shianzu, flipping it now up to the Joker. Wars Warp in, strike it at Soren, and we are at match point all of a sudden for Demon Time on game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good defensive sequence from EKC, but Demon Time did such a fantastic job of keeping possession that eventually EKC just didn't have abilities left to address the offense that they were putting up. And now, if they make that mistake just one more time, it's game 1 already heading over to Demon Time that could end right here.
This could be it. The barrier's down, and it's only been about 15 seconds. NXDD playing on the top side, gets a kill, power play. That's exactly what EKC wants, but loses control of the core. Joker's looking low though, and if they can get a 3v1 happening, surely they can put it in the goal. The Joker holds once, and the pillars are down. We're gonna see Shianzu come back. They do get the barrier, but the barrier count is but equalized. NXDD trying to play the game of their lives right now, trying to take Joker off the field, who dodges. Joker's playing the escape, the great escape. And on the other side, Katsuna has the core control, but Gumi trying to get it through to Shianzu. They trade places successfully. The Joker piercing shot misses NXDD, and the passive does not hit Joker, who uses their one evade now. The Blobos come down. Katsuna is there, retreats the core to Blobo play, but Gumi is there, was not mind game. And now the Joker almost taking NXDD off the field, has to run away though. Surely Katsuna finds a primary, and core flip burned on the Crystal Thorns, but still they find a one angle. Soren, EKC stay alive, at least for now, on Imy's app.
A tight set for them, and some fantastic defense from Soren, keeping the core up there, as well as somehow buffering through Joker and Shianzu multiple times that set. Really well done, and he is rewarded with quite a nice array here. Heavy impact and explosive entrance on the board, as well as Spark of Strength. Joker is going to pick up that spark, which means that he gets 2 sparks here. You know, I didn't even notice Rapid Fire, but yeah, Rapid Fire on Soren is a massive boon for the side of EKC, especially because the last person you want having that is Shianzu with 2 charges of that shotgun. They have a pretty nice draft here. Admittedly, though, so does Demon Time. The second spark for Joker is a big problem, and Gumi getting heavy impact does spell a little more damage for these rune pillars, as well as potentially some extra cooldown reduction for him, although generally rune doesn't get too much benefit out of the cooldown reduction from because the pillars generally don't hit 2 things. But yeah, it is still anyone's game, but Demon Time have certainly scaled quite nicely from that draft, so it's looking spooky for EKC here.
looking spooky. NX is looking low, and a piercing shot gets that angle. And every time the Joker uses an ability, it seems to generate so much value here on the side of Demon Time. And I mean, the Warriors here from EKC, they don't seem scared, but they need to pull some magic out of their pockets, and that magic could be killing the Joker here. Double Banish coming out from Gumi. Again. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Fado. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have the power play coming out. Unfortunately, no barrier used. That means Katsuna has to play overtime, trying to get control of that core. But still, it's NX all by their lonesome. Gets the barrier though, and the flip comes out, but the pillar is going to hold, and now NX looking low once again. And that's been the name of the game here. A sequence happens, one of the two cores get low. We see a power play, and now Katsuna jumping in to assist with that strike. That timeless Flavo is actually doing a lot of work here, creating value for EKC, no matter what. NXCD looking low, and finally we get that combo. Shianza coming down. Oh, the snipe from the Blavo, unfortunately not quite there. And Soren unfortunately loses the barrier to that piercing shot speed, and Katsuna and Soren doing that pass play back to each other, but Gumi just tightens all the angles, has the core flip. What do you do there? And now it's match point here for Demon Time.
Yeah, and I gotta give props to Demon Time for doing these clean goalie rotations, putting Shianzu back in the net when he doesn't have abilities, and Gumi does have abilities to contribute on offense, as well as this flip, right? Because again, this is a fire up flip that Gumi's working with. Be such a massive boost of momentum for them, and he actually got to keep it, which is really, really bad for EKC here, because at any point in time that Gumi pops that defensive flip, it is going to immediately spell a massive shift in tempo towards the side of Demon Time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and Gumi has it locked and loaded, hovering just slightly past the goal arc, just waiting for Shianzu and the Joker to be in position. Katsuna uses it. Here's the fire up. We see so much speed from the Estelle and Drakkar. Triple defense on EKC, but they still lose the barrier. Shianzu looking low, though, and that's power play here for EKC to perhaps equalize the barrier count. Gumi and the Joker stinking up. Gumi finding the perfect angle to let the play continue, and now 3 seconds until Shianzu is back on the field, and EKC do take the barrier. Banish is out, NXT has flipped. Joker is looking low. This is all the ingredients for an EKC point, but the Joker still is alive, and NXT even uses the flip there. And nice pillar from Gumi. Joker is still staying alive somehow, some way. And Katsuna there, NXT dashing in, EI Rush not finding a kill, and they're trying to funnel the core into the Joker so they can kill them and get the core in, but still they hold. Demon Time are holding, and Katsuna finds a terrific angle. Finally, the Joker is down. Power play for EKC has started, and Gumi still makes the hold, and they're just finding so many angles. Banishes NXT, but still lives, and the EI Rush is going to make all the difference here as an extra layer, and NX gets the goal in.
Yeah, I mean, it was really tough for them to find it, but eventually the kill onto Joker just cascaded into the perfect layering of setups that let EKC get the job done there. And Joker's stagger bar is immediately eviscerated on kickoff. No evade to his name either. If EKC can keep this guy dead, it could mean that they're able to take us to a set 5.
Joker's looking very, very low, but that does mean that Era has 200 power at some point thanks to Berserker. Just have to respect that though. Katsuna almost taken off the field, but still lives. Dodges the glitch pop, does Joker, and even just trying to find that 2v1 onto Thorin, dodging it, but that means that we see NX taken off the field, evaded so well for so long, but can't evade them all. One pillar coming down and one strike shotgun means that we see the Demon Time take the series lead 1-0.
Yeah, well played from them. The EKC game plan was definitely unfolding really well that last set, but Gumi catching that banish onto NXCD, as well as Katsuna unfortunately getting stuck behind the rune pillars, really meant that they lost all of their momentum in that last point. And Demon Time was just playing super consistent that whole game. There was really only a couple points where they slipped up. For the most part, Joker and Shianzu were putting up an incredibly formidable offense every single time they were able to get possession on the enemy side. And Gumi on this rune did a really lovely job defending, as well as just creating problems for NXCD, consistently using that banish to, if nothing else, get a few extra evades out and make sure that NXCD didn't have energy to address Joker and Shianzu and had to fear for his life as well. So really well played from Demon Time. Game 1 goes to them. What are we headed to for map 2, Pato?
I believe we're gonna be on Demon Days. I think this is the Demon Time map pick. So this might be a little scary if you're EKC right now who want to make it to tiebreakers. They need everything to go perfectly for them, and everything to go wrong for Demon Time if they want to have a chance. But I thought that was a great damage game comp coming out from EKC, but it looks like, stat-wise, we see the kills match toe for toe by Demon Time. That was, Drakar Estelle Rune seems to put up a lot of damage themselves. They're no slackers. So if we go to Demon Time, if we go to Demon Days, I wonder what we're going to see coming out from each of these comps. And it's going to depend heavily. But once again, I think in the situation where everything comes down to the wire, I think it should start showing which team is more desperate to get in. And if there is a desperate team, I think EKC has to be in there. The fact that they're like one of the last place teams, I think they're 2-6 right now, and they're still in the running for a potential tiebreakers into playoffs is kind of huge. And if I'm EKC, I really, really want that spot. I'm really praying for a miracle here, and I'm really, locking in to make sure that everything goes right. I think it was A who said it. I think they're ready to run through a wall for their team.
Yeah, run through the brick wall. And I gotta say, even though this is Demon Time's map pick, I do think that EKC threaten a lot more of the super scary characters on Demon Days. I mean, I'm thinking about Finny, Luna. Obviously, Zentaro is an absolute menace this patch and can definitely be a big problem on Demon Days. I'm thinking about the characters that they are known for playing, and a lot of them do seem to overlap with a lot of the stuff that is normally quite scary on Demon Days. So it's going to be a weird draft, to say the least. I don't know. I could be surprised. It could be a totally conventional draft, but I'm guessing that there's going to be a lot of stuff contested. I'll be interested to see if Gumi plays something normal for DD or if he goes a little bit off the beaten trail again. I don't really know what to expect from Demon Time's side of the draft, because they tend to prefer playing more comfort things than go for meta stuff, which could just leave an absolutely fantastic comp on the table for EKC if they're not careful. So I think a lot rests on how Demon Time decide to approach this draft.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What would be like the most super comfort pick here for Demon Time? Like, what would be their most signature picks that you would want to see from them?
You're probably well. So I don't know that I would say that I would want to see, but like, if they were just going for like super comfort, we're putting Joker on like Asher or Estelle. We're putting Shianzu on now, probably. And then I don't know. Gumi can kind of play anything. I mean, I say he can play anything. He just does what he wants. Gumi doesn't play for comfort. He plays for how he feels in the moment, which I have a great deal of respect for.
for the love of the game, I see how it is. Yeah. Speaking of now, how do you feel about her changes? I mean, she had a minor stagger change. Do you think it's like significant enough that she can perform a little better? Because I know we see her a lot more on the team matches compared to solo queue, which isn't saying much because now it's barely picked in solo queue. But with the stagger buffs, I don't know if she's going to be way more of a potent force, or if she's still going to be just barely relevant.
So when the patch first dropped, I was predicting now to actually be like one of the top 2 midfielders in the game. I don't actually know how that's shaken out, because like you said, I haven't actually gotten to see much of her be played. So I don't know is the answer. My instinct says that now is quite good.
Okay.
I think that healing in a patch that has more cooldowns and therefore is able to prevent healing easier, and damage is really good right now. I think having a character that heals, especially when her own sturdiness and stagger just got buffed a little bit, is something that you can't replace. And she's a haste midfielder. Haste midfielders are meta right now. They're very strong. Like it does seem like she ticks off all of the boxes of a character that should be uniquely quite strong in this patch.
Right.
But I haven't seen enough of her to know if any of those hunches are actually correct. So I'll be interested. I hope someone picks her this game and I get to see that answer.
I mean, we have a. I mean, you're talking cooldowns. We do have a spark of cooldown start along with glass cannon here, so it might be interesting. Do we see how does the spark meta shake out now? Because we only have 3 sparks. Do we see like 2 people on each side take sparks now? Are we going to see like 6 sparks with glass cannon field? How do you feel about that here?
I think it's going to depend on how much each of these teams feel like they're going to be getting hit, right? I think if either team gets Vice, the other team is probably going to go 3 sparks. Because that chain lightning is perhaps the worst enemy of glass cannon users, especially on Demon Days, which is a pretty cramped map. But otherwise, I think that maybe the goalies could run glass, maybe 1 or 2 of the midfielders. I think the brawlers are almost certainly going to be running sparks. And I think the goalies are going to at least be considering it because cooldown is just so valuable, especially for them. So if anybody's going to be eyeing glass, it's probably a midfielder. But I'm expecting the overwhelming majority of these players to opt for spark.
Okay. Yeah, so we see no Vice ban here. So we have EKC taking Drakkar off the field, picking up Finny as their main choice here. And Demon Time, they ban Finny, and we have did I say they pick Finny? They pick Estelle as their main choice. So and then we have Demon Time trying to lock in their picks as well. You did mention that Drakkar is still very strong on the damage department, just not in burst. They just have a more sustained amount of damage, so I assume that's why they took them off the field. But that means Demon Time gets access to Vice, so we'll have to see how that shakes out. Because you did mention the chain lightning on Demon Days. That's gonna be pretty strong.
Yeah, very strong. In my opinion, it makes glass cannon not even worth picking for EKC here. But even outside of that, she's so oppressive for reducing healing. Now that secondary, even though it deals less knockback, the stun is so absurdly long on it now. So it does also mean that if she lands the secondary on you, you are basically guaranteed to get blown up by her ultimate immediately afterward. So Vice, still a very formidable pick. I'm not about to pretend like the recent changes have nerfed her in any way. And of course, we know how oppressive Zentaro is. That being said, this is a very interesting EKC comp. I have to imagine that this is Sorin on Estelle, and then NXCD Aimi Brawler with Katsuna on the signature Luna. So this is fairly comfort for them. The Estelle is really the only thing that's a little bit different here. So I'll be interested to see how exactly that looks. But the Luna and the Aimi are very, very comfy picks for the side of EKC. And there's the now.
No, hey,
there's the now.
You wanted to see her. You are seeing her. Does this mean this is a Vice goalie here for Gumi, or
probably? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense. It could be now goalie as well. He's experimented around with it before, but I think it's not that good. I think he probably should be playing Vice here. Especially when you want your Shianzu on now, because that dude can cook up some seriously spicy dishes on that character.
Yeah, this is the test. This is definitely a pretty big test for now to see if that stagger edition holds up. Because I mean, Aimi Estelle Luna sounds like on paper it can do a lot of damage. I can imagine the nuke coming down and Estelle just kill confirming, Aimi just heavy hitting everything that it sees. So I mean, EKC, I like it. I like that they've kind of picked up their signature picks, right? Katsuna Luna, NX Pums, Aimi, I don't know. But I like it because you don't want to go down, on potentially the last game of nasl 7, of your nasl 7 season, not showing your fans what you can do, and this is definitely a pick that is them.
Yeah, absolutely. I do also want to remind, with the Spark of Focus start here, every single person here is getting on their primary and secondary abilities 1 to 2 seconds shaved off of the cooldown, maybe even a little more, depending on how long those cooldowns are. And on a map like Demon Days, where it's really easy to just hit people with abilities because the core is in some awkward places a lot of the times, floating behind the barrier or just directly in line with another player. The opportunities for anti-heal are prevalent, let's say. They are it is incredibly hard to get that natural regen off, which is why I think that Xianzhu on this now is going to get an absolutely insane amount of value for the side of Demon Time, because they are really going to be the only ones who can stand to heal here. And speaking of unconventional stuff, we have double pummelers picked by the forward duo of EKC, unless we're restarting.
Something
Again?
happened. Yeah, 2 for 2. It's a Joker ping thing. Okay, cool. So we should be we should be seeing the same awakenings, right? The pumps, double pump start versus the double mag start. But I mean, like, how do you feel about, like, I know mags has changed quite a bit over time. We didn't touch the gears this patch, but I know it's been pretty 50-50 in mags and slicks. Is Demon Days more? Is Demon Days definitely more of a mags map? Is that like a map trend thing?
In my opinion, yes. I think so much of Demon Days revolves around controlling the midfield line so that you could keep the core behind the enemy barrier and catch those vertical rotations. That you really want mags, especially because there's like ample opportunity for the enemy to keep the core out of your hands on either their side or your side of the field. So there's a lot of opportunities where you aren't getting to proc those slicks to use that speed to respond to whatever the enemy does, and you really have to go back to the midfield line in order to get that extra speed and respond to what's happening. I do think on most other maps in the game that slick kicks are quite good, but I think mags are absolutely the way to go on Demon Days.
I see. Thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna see more of a I guess consistent speed boost here on the side of Demon Time, whereas EKC, they're gonna have to get some kills to really snowball the points in their favor. But we are loading in once again. I believe we did see 6 sparks of focus here we have 6 sparks of cooldown. So we're gonna see how it goes immediately, starting off with a vice damage situation.
Yeah, as Katsuna goes for that Luna dash punch there, I wanted to say what to me EKC are signaling here is that they intend to get these kills through comboing heavy hit after heavy hit and just getting knockback KOs. We just saw Soren and NXT try to go for another one there with the piercing shot into Aimi kill combo. I expect that's going to be the overwhelming majority of their kill attempts. This is a team that's quite good normally at making those kinds of kills happen, but we'll have to see how consistently they can pump them out, especially since, as we just saw right there, they're getting killed themselves, and it's already 1 point in favor of Demon Time.
Yeah, the damage output from both teams have been absolutely off the charts, and it looked like the Zentaro Vice now combo. Also, they also have their share of heavy hits. They also have their share of kill confirms here, as Katsuna brought down low, and Gumi just having so much angle, so much space with that supernova. The Joker using that flip just to make sure PI Rush confirming the goal, and that was even a power play, as I believe Katsuna was taken off the field. So, case in point, Demon Time are looking so strong right now.
Yeah, it looks like since Katsuna is not even level 2 yet, it doesn't even have access to that ultimate ability. This first set is probably just going to continue to go the way of Demon Time. I mean, look, the barriers already go down right there. Gumi has this flip. He's walking up with it. Might just burn it for damage. Frick it. Just stun the whole enemy team. Soren is staggered here with little to no evade, but the barriers do go down on the other side of the map. NXT and Katsuna making some magic happen.
Yeah, defensive supernova burn from Gumi, who probably didn't want that to happen. Crystal Thorns pushing the core through, but the Joker somehow regained control. Nice dash up, even gets the, but Luna is taken off the field now, and NX has to be careful. They have a flip, but that means he only has one evade. And potentially wants to save that, immediately uses it to stay alive to get the pressure off of their backs, but EKC still on the back foot here. NX is about to get taken off the field. No, dodges the now Dorito, and Katsuna is able to dash in, get that strike off. EKC stay alive for one more point at least.
Yeah, I think similar to game one, Katsuna really is the X factor here for EKC. The fact that this guy has managed to be on Luna means that really the sky is the limit. Like, as long as Katsuna is living, there's always a chance for him to do something insane and completely change the tide of the point. So I do think that that is, you know, potentially the miracle maker for EKC this particular game. But Soren and NXCD are busy making miracles of their own. The barriers are down. They might still stay in this set.
Yeah, double barrier taken and answer back just as quickly from Demon Time. The Luna Nuke coming down and just a lot of heavy hits, forcing Gumi off of that core. And EKC, they tie up this set. And it's looking like a game than the first 2 points would have indicated.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, there's another side of pummelers that oftentimes is not really talked about, which is that just by nature of knocking people back further, you actually stun them for slightly longer as well. And also, of course, you know, you're not just knocking them towards the wall, you're also knocking them out of position wherever they want to be standing, right? And so there are some interesting little benefits that NXCD and Katsuna will get just from having this extra knockback, other than just killing easier.
That makes a lot of sense. Defensive Supernova is burned. NX tries to reclaim the core with the backwards glitch. Papa is taken off the field instead, and it's looking like a power play here from the side of Demon Time. And now Katsuna, though, boosts in and just steals the core out from underneath all three players of Demon Time. And EKC, they win the first set, spread out.
What did I say? The X factor. As long as this guy is alive, EKC have a chance to do something crazy. And this draft, they do lose both of the back draft priorities, unfortunately. Demon Time managed to steal both of those priority positions. Xianzhu actually gets Mani right off the bat on that now, which is absolutely terrifying. And Joker managing to deny this extra special from the Luna. It really doesn't leave much for EKC to get rewarded with here. I mean, Siege Machine on Aimi is really just okay. We picked up Built Different on Luna, for crying out loud. It was really just Soren getting that hot shot that got any sort of reward on EKC's side. Meanwhile, everybody's pretty happy on Demon Time's side. That was a really good draft for them, which is not what you want to see if you're hoping for a Game 3 here. But Demon Time fans are probably eating good off of that draft. It's going to take another round of miracles, another comeback for the side of EKC for them to stay in this one.
Yeah, Katsuna's coming back, Luna Nuke coming in as well. Xianzhu dodging the missile expertly though, and now Gumi Xianzhu double defense while Thorin is being beat down on the other side. Can't even contest the core here, and things are looking scary once again for EKC after that draft. And sometimes it's how, you know, the RNG gods roll, but for EKC, you're feeling a little sad about that one.
Yeah, it's not great. NXT does have a flip here, but it just means that the eyes are going to be immediately turned on him as a potential kill target, and Katsuna is already looking worse for wear. No stagger, little to no evade. He does manage to regen back up. That's surprising. That was the pummeler's difference right there. NXCD's flip giving just enough knockback to take Joker off the field, and suddenly EKC are on a power play, almost get both barriers. Somehow these orbs are finding their way into NXCD's mouth, keeping him alive for the time being. He's staggered for, I think, the third time now, this point. But EKC are holding on here.
Yeah, EKC are holding on, but they're just eking through. Demon Time are eking through just barely, and they also hold on to their second barrier, which is huge. That core gets a disturbing amount of speed. Thorin has to use the flip because they've missed the strike shot. The Joker rushing in with the Thunderstruck now, but Kasuna still gets the barrier as their last gift to EKC. Nice hold from Soren with the Soren angle. NXDD and Soren finding the clears. Shionzu has the core flip though, and a great glitch pop, but still Shionzu and the Joker just lining up their strikes, lining up their abilities, and getting their points 2-0 lead. But they can't sleep quite yet here. EKC have to come back from this deficit before.
Yeah, they've come back before, and a lot rests on every single draft that we go further into this game, because it is ever increasing odds that those sparks show up, and whoever gets first pick gets prio on those sparks. Joker almost gonna get through right there, but a beautiful defense from EKC. It does leave all of them with no evade, no stagger, but the core is still alive for now, almost saved, but unfortunately that angle is just a little too shallow. It goes in. That's a 3-0 set for Demon Time. Shionzu is the set MVP.
That was a scary moment, and we have our second spark. We have Ad Rush. We have Rapid Fire. Oh my gosh, every single one of these awakenings are amazing here, Cloco.
Yeah, this is really spooky. The second spark goes away. You kind of have to take Ad Rush. It's kind of the snowball-y option here. Soren has to take Heavy Impact. You cannot let Gumi get that. And then, of course, we're not going to allow Stagger to float all the way back to second pick. Berserker is still a pretty good awakening here, though. I would say that Katsuna is actually pretty pleased to get that. Those are 3 good awakenings for the side of EKC, but the same can be said about Demon Time's draft. I don't really think that either side necessarily won, but Demon Time was up to start, which means that EKC still have ground to cover here. It's going to take them playing quite exceptionally to stay in this one.
Yeah, Katsuna has 200 power, but is taken off the field. Is going to get the second barrier, though. Soren and NX both looking low, both running through those brick walls that we talked about. Nice piercing shot, gets the core out with the glitch pop as well, and the turret's down. It's making it hard. And NX, amazing cyber swipe, gets it in, gets the redirect, and EKC looking strong there.
You know, I gotta say, I saw Gret in the chat saying that Siege Machine Aimi can win this game. I didn't believe it until I saw that point. That was the Siege Machine difference right there, getting that point for EKC. Unfortunately, Soren is taken out by the Supernova, and there are 2, almost 3 flips for the side of Demon Time here. Joker will just stun Katsuna away from the core, send it in with the Zentaro passive. So Demon Time are still looking clean, and they got to keep all of their energy there, which means that they're essentially 3 flips up moving into this point. Very scary situation for EKC.
Yeah, I think we just saw the Demon Time special there with the Supernova just killing everything and coming in, and now we have a lot of damage on Katsuna. And flip use for Shion to get the first barrier is going to take it themselves, and now their core is on their side, but they do take both barriers of EKC now, and Gumi has a core flip. Gumi has a core flip, just redirecting core down, and they are at a 2-1 lead with still an energy advantage.
Yeah, they are managing to play super efficiently here. And it is definitely still leaving them in a significantly favorable position, especially because Katsuna can't seem to land these Luna abilities. It seems like Demon Time is doing a really good job of evading around those Luna combos. And oh my gosh, another KO for Demon Time, and both barriers shortly thereafter. The flip comes out. Gumi, pass up to Joker. Soren, no stagger in the back of the net here. Staggered by that chain lightning. But
How are they holding?
Joker can't find an opportunity.
Oh my goodness, Thorin's taken off the field though, but they hold still, and oh, NXDD holds even that. Glitch pops it down. Shionzu trying to get to the core, trying to make most of this power play, and they find it, but still the turret holds, and Katsuna finds the second barrier. Oh, but the dash, the cyber swipe slightly off angle. That means that Demon Time takes the set lead 2-1, and they just need one more set to end the series.
Yeah, and they get Spark priority once more. I have to imagine that Joker is just immediately picking up that Spark of Strength. What else are you going to do when there's another Spark holder waiting right behind you on the enemy team? There's also Deadeye in this draft. There's Stagger. Tempo Swing is here for a little bit of healing, possibly. But no, EKC is going all-out damage Leaves Fight or Flight on the board for Xianzhu. Quite a nice pickup for that now, especially because she gets the extra speed boost off of her secondary. Leaves Tempo Swing at the back of the draft for Katsuna, which is not bad, but it's not really what Luna is looking for. Again, I feel like that's a really disappointing draft for EKC. Like, not that they could have done anything better. I just, obviously they're wanting more out of that draft and didn't really get the opportunity to get it. We'll see if they can pull a rabbit out of a hat here. This ad rush on NXCD might be the thing to do it.
Yeah, Luna Nuke coming down, Gumi forced to burn their last evade, and NX gets the orb, comes back looking healthy. Katsuna reaches the orb, but the Joker throwing their EI rush, and unfortunate slip through Gumi Supernova means that there's nowhere to go but into the net of Demon Time. And EKC, they're holding on. They're holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, keep feeding NXCD those ad rush procs, and you have a recipe for victory. It's a hard recipe to cook, but I mean, this NXCD guy is known for this Aimi Brawler. It's one of his signature picks, so if anyone can make it happen, it's EKC with NXCD having this really good Aimi build, all things considered. Like, looking at it now, this is a very clean build, and there's another ad rush proc right there. They do have to sack both of the barriers for it, but they get both barriers in return, almost. Maybe I spoke too soon. No, there's both barriers down. Gumi walks up here. Chain lightning to the center, but it doesn't hit anything. Soren staggered in the back of the net, but he manages to regen up. Katsuna dashes in, and that's the point. Katsuna gets to keep flip, and it's 2 points up for EKC.
EKC looking like they want to go to set 5, and it might well come into fruition. We have Katsuna with full energy. They have to burst, but this does mean that Soren and NX, they don't have an evade, and NX has to tank everything on the chin. Flip burn from Katsuna. NX just being knocked around like the core, doesn't even get the orb, trying to find that orb in the backline. Joker misses the slice and dice, means that NX does live to half stagger, but now Katsuna is the one on target without an evade, and NX taking off the field. Katsuna looking low, the Joker with the Zentaro passive whittles down Katsuna little by little, slice and dice coming out, and now Dorito slightly off angle, but that's okay. Xianzhu is still there to make the core pressure come out. Flip burn with nothing to show. Katsuna looking low, Demon Time looking like it's their point, but Katsuna getting the Luna Nuke. This is a Siege Machine turret coming out. Joker and Xianzhu on double defense, but there is no power play for both teams. Tumbler value not there. That means the Mags get super speed on the midfield here. Gumi is back. Katsuna is back. Immediate boost, but does miss the core. Joker had the core flip. Supernova used. Luna Nuke comes down. All abilities flipped, used, but nothing to show. We do see Xianzhu coming out soon, and a kill confirmed from the Joker. Dashing in was Xianzhu, and now Gumi and Joker racing up the field, rotating the core around. Soren finds the Crystal Thorns. Triple offense now to push through EKC's seemingly impenetrable defense, but the Joker stun into the core flip from Xianzhu, meaning that Demon Time, they're not going to let EKC get away this easily.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, EKC is still in a really good position here, still 1 point up. And Demon Time just had to burn everything, including multiple flips to make that happen. Another kill on to NXCD, another ad rush proc for him here. And the Joker is looking worse for wear. This is essentially a double power play here. EKC take another set. They're showing us that it's possible. The miracle workers are here. EKC take us to set 5.
EKC have been throwing everything they have, and it's paying off, and we have some strong awakenings here. Immediately, we see Aimi hover over the explosive entrance.
Yeah, no, explosive entrance without a doubt. NXCD has already been having some insane kill pressure with no knockback awakenings except for pummelers. Give him just a little bit of knockback. I can't imagine what this guy is about to cook up. Does leave some extra stagger on the board for Xianzhu, but that means Katsuna gets missile prop here as well. And suddenly 3 damage awakenings float over to EKC out of this draft. And even though Joker gets a little extra energy from Catalyst, Gumi gets a bit of extra energy gets a bit of extra core speed from Team Player, EKC just got a massive buff to their win condition. And if they're able to make anything close to last set happen again right here, the game could very easily float their way and send us to game 3.
Yeah, they are looking a little worse for wear, though, with NX looking so low. EI Rush misses, though. That means NX gets a chance. And Katsuna is the one that actually takes the Zentaro off the field. NX is still looking low, but they have Pummeler's value. Luna Nuke coming down, unfortunately. The core isn't in the right place at the right time. And now we have Sentaro coming back. NX does pick up the orb though, so power play is over, but they do look a little healthier. Now Shianzu's looking dangerously low. The secondary heal, not quite enough. Nice angle, but Gumi is able to get there to the core. Supernova coming down. Katsuna has to eat a lot of damage, and now barriers are open for both teams. Shianzu's looking low on the other side, but Joker's covering so much right now with their abilities. Nice dodge from Shianzu from that Cyber Spike. NX uses the glitch pop as well. And coming in is the offense of Demon Time, but DKC, they've been on point with the defense. Soren clears once again, but still Shianzu and the Joker make the game happen, make the points happen for Demon Time.
Yeah, really good strike order there from Joker. Joker's build is like really good. It's a really good Zentaro build, but like interestingly enough, I see mostly just core control plays coming out from him. I think that's just his play style. Is very core control oriented, especially with Shianzu. But he could be murdering, and he is kind of just passively murdering. I mean, he just hit Soren with 3 things, and the dude's at 1/3 HP. So never mind. I take back what I said. Soren is dead at the back of his goal box. Forget everything I said. Joker knows how to murder. Yeah, no. The Demon Time are still absolutely giving us a little bit of a taste of what they were doing in those first couple sets. Still murdering, still pumping out these power plays. There's another one. I mean, wow, they're not allowing more than 2 members of EKC to stay alive at any point in time. The flip comes out, Soren defends it away. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Soren is playing by their lonesome. We have coming back as NXCD, passing it back down, but the Joker was there, and seemingly Demon Time, they're at match point. They seem unbeatable, but EKC, they've been here before. I've been saying that they've been here before. They made stuff happen, and they need it right now. They need this win right here. So we have a point going on. We see Joker with the flip getting the first barrier, immediately gets the second one, and EKC on the back foot of back foots. They have to make something happen. Soren's looking low, no evade, but still the core goes out, getting them some breathing room. Nice dodge, and gets the kill onto Gumi. And Soren with the piercing shot slightly misses. Luna Nuke coming down, forcing evades from both forwards of Demon Time. Katsuna gets the first barrier. Turret's there, gets the second barrier. Barrier count equalized. Gumi is back now, though. The back line is made whole again for Demon Time. Katsuna rushing in, gets another kill. Gumi comes in and goes out at the same time. Katsuna, nice find on the angle. Shianzu holding on for dear life. NX finds the Cyber Flight, finds a strike, and EKC hold on by a thread once again. And oh my goodness, Cloco, things are looking spicy.
This is an incredible match to witness, and EKC managed to come out on the other side of that with an energy advantage as well. A massive boon for them, because they really, really struggle when they get on the losing side of that energy tempo. Another ad rush proc comes out. Beautiful combo between NXCD and Katsuna there. And Gumi actually walks all the way up here to try to keep this pressure going, but Joker now looking worse for as well. Burns the flip in the middle of nowhere and is now left with no evade and no stagger. Shianzu coming in to try to heal, but Joker still staggered, barely getting enough energy from this catalyst value, but somehow Demon Time managed to keep their barriers alive here. No KO found onto the Joker quite yet. Katsuna dashes in here, tries to get that barrier.
Yeah, Gumi's actually slowly charging up their glass cannon on the other side of the field. The barrier does go down, though, and a great pull from Soren and Katsuna. Supernova coming out full charge, but Soren still holds, gets the orb, but no barrier. That was a very dangerous situation for EKC here. We see the slice and dice. We see Katsuna trying to find any disturbance. Flip coming out from Demon Time, and the angle not quite clean enough. And we have the Demon Time victory here. 2-0 over EKC. And
wow.
Oh my gosh, Floco, what a game.
Wow. I mean, I thought that EKC was done for sure, and then they gave us so much hope. They reverse sweeped 2 sets, and then Demon Time reminded us why everyone should be fearing this team in that final set 5 there. Most damage in the lobby going over to Joker, second most going over to Gumi. And even though Shianzu was in last place, it was only by 1,000 damage in terms of damage, and the dude pumped out 238 redirects and 75 shots. I mean, we were talking about how important possession was for Demon Time's game plan, but also for Demon Deas as a map, and specifically for their success in that match, because it meant that EKC couldn't focus on that KO pressure, and Xianzhu was putting in so much work on that front to ensure that possession was constantly shifting in the favor of Demon Time. Really well played from them. The series goes to them, and if I'm not mistaken, that does mean that EKC's playoff hopes are mostly shattered. Is there a chance they can still make playoffs if something weird happens?
I don't think you can make playoffs with 2-7.
They're
Yeah,
out.
it's unfortunate. Yeah, but I mean, again, EKC. I think everybody was kind of thinking, oh yeah, this is a yawn 2-0 Demon Time game, and yeah, it was a 2-0 Demon Time game, but EKC fought hard for every point, and they came and showed us what they wanted to do. They showed us, how their comps would work, and I mean, Katsuna just making so much work on the Luna as well. Soren making the craziest saves, NX doing, pummeler Imi stuff, especially after that Siege Machine. Like you said, Cloak, as the game was over, they showed the teams why they're EKC, why they need to be respected. And I think, those are some, that's something to keep in mind as we go into the next seasons. It's a great game for EKC, and I believe the next game coming up is going to be RTF versus Polar Cortex.
That's
but
correct.
we'll be right back for that, I think.
And we're back, jumping into our second series of the day. It's Polar Cortex versus Return to Form. And I always think both of these teams are quite fun to watch, especially because we're getting classic Polar Cortex in today. Name Chaotic is coming in. I have to imagine that in addition to him just being, comfortable on this team, having played with them for a very, very long time, that it's also nice to have Name Chaotic around so that you have not just the ban, but also the opportunity to pick the Kazan. Because from what I hear, Moff and Kui is formidable as ever on that Kazan goalie pick. And Name Chaotic is, of course, known for the Kazan brawler. So we're already seeing a Finny ban come out for the side of Polar Cortex here. But interestingly enough, they're leaving the Kazan on the table for Moffin in case he wants to take it. I actually don't know. I don't know why I'm looking at this as though it's an in-game draft. We've already seen the we've already seen the draft on stream. Polar Cortex have access to that Kazan, so it will be named Chaotic on the Kazan Brawler.
Yeah, I think that was a good choice, right? Because it also made RTF respect Name Chaotic's X, ban it out. But Name Chaotic, I think, kind of always wanted to play Kazan here, take it away from Moffin. But Moffin also just as good on the Rasmus. We're going to see that. And we had a 1-2 punch start, Cloak. How do you feel about that?
It's okay. Some of these players are going to be happy to have it. Honestly, the Orb Dancer start is more interesting to me.
Okay.
I think that Orb Dancer is one of I think it's continuously a very underrated awakening. I think that it at least deserves to be regarded as high as other speed awakenings, and I think in some regards it might be better than other speed awakenings, especially on like Brawler. So I think Leo Leon is going to get a lot of value out of Orb Dancer this game. Both teams do have both of their barriers down here. Nice mix up there from Name Chaotic, but Moffin's fast on the play to respond to it.
Absolutely. We also see that now pick that you've been talking about. We have a nice throw and angle from Moffin, but unfortunately misses the follow-up strike. Means that Name Chaotic gets the goal there. And that was a fun little interaction there, but it's gonna pan out. We'll have to see, because Leo Leon already has 3 stacks of the orb here. Only 2 more, and he's gonna be boosted every time he picks that green thing up.
Yeah, I think it's especially good on Demon Days to have Orb Dancers, because you kind of want to be denying orbs anyways, because it shifts, KO pressure in your team's favor. You're getting to heal your people, you're getting to deny healing from the enemy team, and you're getting that massive speed boost from it on top of that. Pair that with someone like Zintaro, who's already hypermobile, can easily get to those orbs as they're spawning in. And yeah, I mean, you have a recipe for just really high value packed into one awakening. And it does seem like Return to Form are doing quite a good job of keeping possession for the most part. Leo Leon is actually pretty much allowed free reign to get that last orb stack up and running, and they have 2 flips to work with on their side. Return to Form looking quite comfy here.
Yeah, looking quite comfy indeed. Leo Leon, already level 3 Hungry Boy coming in with Leo Leon, making sure the fool has to burn a resource or just get knocked down to death in order to clear that core. And the barrier, and they do take the barrier with that. Leo Leon threatening a second one. The hook from Moffin just stays alive. The Fool and A both looking low. They have to use that now heal. But now Name Chaotic with the slicks, with the core flip in hand, looking to pressure the bottom side, rotated immediately out to the top side. Leo Leon boosting it through, but the Arenado pushes it right on back. Great offense from the Fool and A. Name Chaotic trying to get the barrier using the core flip, and they do. Moffin Curry does lose strike 4, but A also uses the core flip with nothing to show for it. Leo Leon is looking dangerously low, but Hungry Boy has the Supernova up. The Fool does not find the angle out, and that means that we see a 2-1 lead from RTF.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be quite favored to win this first set. Something that I do want to kind of preempt here, because I'm a little worried for Name Chaotic, because yes, he has this now for healing, but he has opted for slip kicks this draft, and I think that could mean that this Kazan just gets exploded a little too easily. I'll be interested to see if it becomes a problem. I think it will at least be somewhat of a problem. Like, I expect Name Chaotic to have some problems staying alive against this Zen Vice Rasmus, because they have a ton of damage pressure. but it's possible that it could be like not as big of a problem as I'm anticipating it to be. That's an unfortunate flip burn from the Fool. RTF might just close out the set here.
Is looking really low as well. Leon working to push forward, but Name Chaotic is putting a hold to that with the top spin with a pop-up as well. But Leon rotating back to orb, staying alive. This means A is the one getting chunked down now. And it's a lot of pressure on the side of RTF. A taken off the field from the EI rush does save the core once though. Supernova coming out and Leon wins the strike war. And bang, there we go. There's the first set here going to RTF.
Striker against both members of Polar Cortex that were alive there. Name Chaotic also tried to strike that with the extended Kazan strike. This is an interesting draft. There's no one on RTF to deny the Monumentalist, except Leon says, actually, I will take a bullet for you, team. And does take that Awakening so that neither this era nor now get access to it. That being said, there's still plenty of good options for Polar Cortex. We actually get size at the back of the draft for Name Chaotic, and then Explosive Entrance on A is going to be quite nice as well. Mop and Kui getting size is a little spooky. I have to admit, if there's any goalie that you want playing into a Kazan brawler, Rasmus is up there in terms of like goalies that Kazan really struggles with, I would say. So Moffin, like especially with this size, now has the potential to make a lot of problems for Name Chaotic on offense. But for now, I would say that Polar Cortex seem to be handling themselves relatively well, even though both their barriers are gone.
Yeah, both barriers gone, but the pool is looking stronger for that situation. Hungry Boy almost taken off the field, but not enough power, not quite yet. And that Supernova is threatening as ever as A and Name Chaotic scatter. And we see the rush coming out. We have the flip, just, oh my gosh, immediately using it and striking it past A down to the bottom. And Leon immediately giving RTF a lead here on the second set.
And the way that Leon got into position for that play was actually by walking backwards across the field to grab Moffin's orb, and then using the orb speed to run back up, as well as get flip off of it. I mean, Leon really, I can't wait to see what this dude's orb stat is at the end of the game. I have to imagine that he's collecting probably at least 50% more orbs than anyone else in this match, getting super value out of that Orb Dancer Awakening. RTF does have two defensive flips here, but Polar Cortex are looking quite good. Probably going to force them out here. There's the first one. Moffin has to burn. The Kazan core stop in the corner there, but it gets defended away from Name Chaotic's flip.
Hungry Boy also had the flip, using it to seal the deal, but A still with the Now Dorito gets the core back in, and the Maelstrom, that's going to be so hard to clear. And there we go. The Fool all the way from downtown, getting that Era Storm, getting the core in there, and equalizing the point count here.
Yeah, really good stall from the side of Polar Cortex to set up for that Maelstrom. It can be really, really hard to make the Maelstrom plays happen sometimes, especially if the enemy team is anticipating it and just, removes the core from you as fast as possible. But that was a really good play from A and Name Chaotic to set up perfectly for that Era ult. And wow, this orb speed from the Fool actually allows him to run all the way up, send another Maelstrom in there, but that time it does get cleared away by Moffin. No problems there. They do lose a barrier on the other side of it, but Polar Cortex are looking quite a bit more comfortable this set. They're actually a point up at set point here.
Yeah, Polar Cortex, they've been really putting in work. I love the offense here of Hungry Boy and Leon. Hungry Boy just setting up the Supernova, just clearing, making so much space for Leo to just take the barrier there. But unfortunately, that's Visol does take a long time to come back, and we have every advantage in the meantime from A and the Fool, who are having quite a bit of a problem getting out from the corner. Name Chaotic dashing in, but the core does flip out now, but Moffin keeping it in with that size. And now A and the Fool have to clear out using their skills. Name Chaotic loses a strike war against Moffin. The Supernova comes out, no barrier this time though, and Leo's slice and dice isn't going to just make the cut quite yet. Thunderstruck stops the ball, gets it away from the Maelstrom, and Hungry Boy getting chunked down from Name Chaotic. The same can be said for A, who is brought down in power play here from RTF, but they do lose their second barrier, 1-for-1 barrier trade. Not bad at all, and Name Chaotic has the flip as well.
So I'd say this is a very good position for Polar Cortex here. The energy is firmly in their favor, especially because Leo just had to burn that flip and now has no stagger and no evade. Hungry Boy does manage to find that second barrier, but this is a really scary position. Name Chaotic opts to use the hook to keep core control there, so Leo Leon stays alive for now, but he gets the orb here, actually runs up on the full. Nothing found though quite yet. Name Chaotic still has this flip. They can get it to him. Good! Using the hook to get past the Raz primary. Very high value there. Almost manages to slide it in, but Moff and Kui has just enough size to respond.
Yeah, so strong, and even getting it past the Maelstrom, the full have to use the core flip right now. Name Chaotic trying to keep the core in offense, but the Chain Lightning actually confuses the goalie a little bit, and there's the things from A, and that's an unfortunate situation, but at the end of the day, Polar Cortex, they're going to be really happy about that set.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's rapid fire. I mean, there's no awakening that you would rather see your Kazan get here besides, like, maybe tempo swing. But, like, I mean, come on. He gets twice as much benefit from this awakening as everyone else. And it is also the awakening that everyone else in this draft wants. Rapid fire is such high value, but especially on Kazan. That's team player falling to Moppin. Some extra haste on the full, as well as longer range specials, which is nice. Pretty much everyone got what they wanted out of this draft, I would say. A also gets first spark here, which is totally fine. There's a lot more damage on the forward duo of Leo Leon and Hungry Boy, but I mean, Name Chaotic now just has essentially, what, 50% more primaries compared to what he used to have. So that's a very spooky Kazan, and we still have a size awakening on the table. We have tempo swing. There's plenty of stagger to get. There's a lot of room to scale for both of these teams, and whoever takes this next set is going to get their dibs on the next round of it.
Yeah, spooky Kazan, but not if they're off the field, and that's exactly what's happening as power play given, A looking low, immediately Hungry Boy and Leo Leon capitalize on that player count deficit and get the goal in. So, I mean, can we talk a little bit about heavy impact and senior on the side of Hungry Boy and Leo Leon?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to chip away at the side of Polar Cortex very consistently. But, I've never seen anyone do that before.
That
KO right there. He hooked Leo to get the chip damage so that when he popped the pop-up, it was just enough damage to actually stagger him and finish him off. I've never seen a Kazan kill like that before. that was a very cool and niche combo.
Yeah, Name Chaotic picked up 2 kills within like 10 seconds of each other, I believe. I mean, maybe that's the power of that rapid fire Kazan. Moffin has to sacrifice the barrier to get the clear, but not even that. A keeps the core in. And now we're seeing a lot of coordinated core control plays out from Polar Cortex, and they get double barriers. We have Name Chaotic up there. The umbrella is on open for him, though, and they're going to push it through. Unfortunately, not quite into the goal. Misses the strike. Hungry Boy gets the clear out. The full, though, holding it strong in the back line. Gets the pop-up, gets the strike. And Name Chaotic, they are looking absolutely crazy.
Yeah, so comfortable on this Kazan pick. Yeah, any Kazan doubters, feast your eyes. This character absolutely has what it takes to contend with even the incredibly strong brawler pool in this patch. That being said, both barriers do fall here, so Polar Cortex are briefly back in a little bit of a scared position, but this bit of possession might be exactly what they need to get this game back under their control.
Yeah, a great angle here from Hungry Boy. Fine, pushes the core down to Leo Leon, who just only blades it, and what do you do if you're the full? You just kind of die there, and your orb stacks are reset.
Monumentalist Centauro, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, Heavy Impact didn't do anything there. It was all Monumentalist, right?
Yeah, no, Name Chaotic is causing so many problems whenever he's actually able to get the core. But for now, Return to Form are doing a really good job of keeping possession. Hungry Boy does actually take a staggering amount of damage there. I say staggering, but he's still got enough health to not be quite staggered. Leo Leon grabs that second barrier there, and they're looking pretty comfortable here. Return to Form, bringing this one back under their control.
Yeah, that absolutely. And then Chaotic was the one actually staggered the Maelstrom coming out, trying to push through with it, and it works until it doesn't. Leo Leon puts the core back into RTF position. Hungry Boy right there waiting for it. The offense continuing on the top corner, but the Pool trying to rotate it down. Super coming down, and a nice down Dorito. Unfortunately, A is looking low though, and it's staggered. And what an angle from Leo Leon, 500, securing the third set for RTF.
Yeah, that's a big set to win. There is so much scaling potential here. We have both of the big Stagger Awakenings on the table here, as well as Ad Rush. I have to imagine that Leo is probably eyeing Ad Rush, but I think Stagger would also be a reasonable deny. Yeah, no, you can't be passing up Ad Rush. Still though, Stagger and Power on Name Chaotic is a massive boon for the side of Polar Vortex. There's still plenty of other opportunities. I like the timeless pickup on A's now. I think that's really good, especially considering he's already got explosive entrance, so the extra range on the secondary gets some additional value with the hasted now secondaries. Again, that's kind of just a draft where everyone got what they wanted. I would say the Fool is really the one who's the most left out to dry there. Probably didn't particularly want Demolitionist, but you also don't want Demolitionist falling back to Moffin, so it makes sense that he opted for that. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh my goodness.
RTF are 1 point up in this fourth set. I know how to count.
Yeah, I mean, it can get a little hard, but that was a pretty fast point, I gotta say. 24 seconds. We were seeing a lot of damage. A was taken off the field, and this Maelstrom actually was threatening as well, taking the first barrier. And great holds, but unfortunately the Pool does lose their first barrier, and now Name Chaotic being denied the orbs continuously. Leo is just munching on orbs, getting sped up each time, but the barrier does fall on the side of RTF. They have to be a little bit more careful about the defense. Leo and Hungry Boy are poised to take that barrier, but the Pool finds the out angle. Mockingbird primaries it right on back, and Hungry Boy finds the nice little strike positioning. Oh my gosh. And Leo Leon takes advantage of that barrier gate opening and gets it in. And now all of a sudden, Cloak, we're on match point.
Yeah, no. RTF have managed to turn this around. That second set really didn't go their way, but ever since then, they've been on a roll. It seems like they're doing a really good job constantly pressuring everybody with this damage and knockback. I'm actually surprised at the amount of knockback KOs they've been able to find.
Yeah, where did the Fool go? And it's a power play all of a sudden. Hungry Boy chunks down Name Chaotic. They have to defend on their lonesome. The Fool is back though. And but still it's zero barriers to 2. Leo Leon is looking low though, and a nice hook does mean, and Hungry Boy does take the orb. Leo Leon is going to be staying staggered a little while longer. Nice dodge on the Air Beam though, trying to find a way out. But Hungry Boy and Mockingbird playing some defense on their side of the field. Power play now for Polar Vortex. They have to make this point count. Barrier goes away. But there's still a second one. Name Chaotic is looking low though, and the power play is about to be over. Nice Maelstrom pushing Hungry Boy all the way back. 8 is there playing with the now Dorito. The Pool gets defensive core flip up, and the Supernova is going to be held. The Oni's Blade is there, and the Thunderstruck is there. And that means Leo Leon is going to get the court in. And just like that, RTF, a really comfortable final set.
Yeah, no, really well navigated game from them. I have to say, like, the drafts were clean. I like that Leo Leon was willing to deny the Monumentalist there in that early draft. I think that saved RTF a lot of pain, not having to deal with Monu now. Because after all, A was the leader in redirects and was getting so much value out of the healing, especially in those early sets before the damage snowball was really able to come online for RTF. So shutting down A was a really smart play by Leo. And then just winning those couple of extra sets in the middle gave RTF just enough room to get the Stinger online, get the Ad Rush on Leo Leon. And from there, it was game, set, match. I mean, 42,000 damage on Leo, nearly double what almost everyone else in the lobby managed to do, and 6 KOs to their name. Really, really well played by RTF. And of course, Moffin did a fantastic job responding to that Kazan, especially once he got hot shot and that extra bit of size. to make those primaries consistently land and get so much value. Really, really well played from RTF. I'll be interested to see how these teams change things up moving into game 2. What map are we headed to next, Pato?
I'm not quite sure. So I'm relying on the stream to look at it, but it doesn't show yet. But I think I think that we are going into RTF's map pick, which again is always dangerous. You want to. No, we're not. We're going to Polar's map pick, which is actually good. They get a chance to kind of show what they want to do, what they're the best at, and this I want to talk a little bit more about the stakes that are at hand here. RTF has had a 4-4 record, and that puts them in a pretty comfortable spot for playoffs. I think one of their worst case scenarios, they have to play a 3-way tiebreaker, which definitely isn't great for them. You want to avoid tiebreakers if you can, but if they win against Polar, I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed 5th place. They locked in their spot in the playoffs. They're going to be sitting comfy. Maybe not as quite high in the playoff bracket as they want, but hey, it's you still made it. Whereas the Polar Cortex, they want to win here against RTF. They want to, if they win against RTF here, their chances for playoffs, they go pretty high. They don't rely on too many variables. But if they lose here against RTF, they have to start praying to most gods that they know of and hope for something good to happen. So I think the map here we are going into is that
Gates.
Is that Gates?
Gates Obscura. Yeah.
So it's
that's a
fun map.
Polar's map pick.
Yeah,
so good news for them that they're taking this to home territory. I have to say, I'm going to be. I think a lot of what's about to happen is going to rest on the draft. I think Moffin's character pool is interesting for this map. I'm trying to think about how I think this matchup is going to play out on the defensive side for return to form. Because if you have Moffin running either Kazan, Finney, or Rasmus, those are not traditional goalies in for Gates Obscura.
Yeah, you want to see like the Dubu or something like that, and immediately RTF actually bans it out. That's very smart of them. They're not going to use it, so they might as well ban it. I mean, we have Monumentalist Heavy Impact Start. These are 2 super high impact awakenings, and you can see Polar. I think that's a ban targeted towards Moffin, right? You don't want to see Moffin on Finney using the Monumentalist. What are the options here? We have the Asher pickup. I think that's names. That's RTF's Asher.
It could also be Moffin.
That's Leo's.
Moffin has been known to play Asher from time to time. His past experimentations that I've witnessed have not been super successful with the Asher, but it's been a long time since I've seen him play it, so he could have learned some new tricks. He might be more consistent on it than when I last saw him. The Vice Centauro draft from Polar here, though, is really scary with that heavy impact start.
Yeah, both are going to be absolute, best in slots, and it's going to be very scary. I wonder. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be names Asher and Moffin's Rasmus, right? I guess it could be the opposite. I mean, this is Moffin's character pool does make this interesting, as you said, but we'll have to see how this is going to be A's pick. At least we know that. And I think how RTF round, or I think how Polar rounds the last pick out is going to be big because RTF just took their Estelle. Oh, what am I? Okay, my eyesight isn't super amazing here. Okay, so RTF took Estelle. Polar has.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Okay, my bad. I'm a lobster. So this is regular comps from both sides.
This has to be Asher Brawler. Yeah, this has to be named Chaotic on Asher. It doesn't make sense to run Rasmus Estelle forward duo here because you're not going to have anybody who can reliably hold the out clear, especially against an Atlas. You need that Asher to fulfill that role, especially on Gates where that out clear is like kind of the place that every goalie wants to clear the core.
Right.
You need someone who can really hold it down. Oh, and wait, hold on. This is reversed. Okay, this is RTF running the Raz. Yeah, okay, that's what we thought. That's what we thought. Yeah, this is Leo.
Yeah.
This is Leo on the Asher. Moffin is running the Rasmus goalie. Okay, I'm a little worried about the Rasmus goalie on this map. I don't know how much value they're going to get out of that, but it is Moffin. This is one of his signature picks. So we could be about to see some cookery, even though it's a very non-traditional goalie.
Yeah. I mean, I think what worries me most is the Vicen damage coming out. It's going to be quite potent with the heavy impact. And Awakenings, I think we have about what we expected. Except Leo Leon goes for the Monumentalist over heavy impact here on the Asher.
Yeah, we're going Monu. It's those Asher ults are going to be pretty devastating to deal with in the corner if they can get Leo possession with that Asher ult. Of course, he doesn't have it yet because he's still level 1 for the time being, and both barriers have already been taken by Polar Vortex.
Yeah, Moffin's going to have to pull some magic defending this open net. It's going to be a Hungry Boy for now, just double defense. It's level 2, immediately using that ult, the Crystal Thorns here. And Named Chaotic was threatened to take off the field here, holding the Zentaro passive, the dash for and more. And still holding, but of course slips through the full nice strike shot. And Named Chaotic has to use the Zentaro primary, get out of there. And now A controlling some space, passing it to Name. Now Leo Leon looking very, very low. Name looking very low. It's looking like a damage field game here. And a great play from the pool. Moffin does save it with the hook. Great defense off the open net. Name Chaotic, great dribble. Threatening goal here. Trying to kill Leo. Is surviving. Takes about like 75% of their HP for just taking that orb. And A just flipping it through. Moffin does get the angle out. And Leo, great fast splitter now with the flip. Is going to push it through A. And there we go. RTF, we have a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that was a hard pot point for them. It was really scary on multiple fronts, but they managed to pull out the point. Moffin also getting this heavy impact. I mean, we were talking about, you know, the Zentaro and the Vice, but Rasmus, especially on goalie, gets a lot of value out of heavy impact, I would say. Especially because, weirdly enough, so the Rasmus changes. Oh, what a kill from Moffin. The hook into flip.
That was a nasty kill.
I do want to talk about the whiplash changes for Moffin.
Yeah.
Because I feel like for Rasmus Brawler, it was definitely a nerf, right? Because you want to be able to threaten with that speed. But being able to get that massive burst of speed for just a short chunk of time on goalie, when generally you want to be using it quickly anyways for Rasmus goalie, it's actually a bit of a buff.
I see.
We're already seeing Moffin get quite a lot of value out of this whiplash. Unfortunately, not right there, for example. But yeah, that'll be Polar Vortex tying up the set for the time being.
Yeah, I think Hungry Boy had the right idea. Unfortunately, the execution didn't happen. The Rose Warp not quite landing on the core, and we're seeing a lot of damage onto Leo Leon. He's actually being chunked down once again. A just using primary, but turns it on its head. A is the one taken off the field. Now, Named Chaotic trying to make sure the power play isn't too threatening here, but the pass splitter and the core flip more than enough to take the first barrier of the Fools. And A is back, power play is over, but still the Fool is has to use their core flip. Leo Leon has to abort mission. Named Chaotic's on a mission to kill Leo Leon 500. And Hungry Boy is also looking low and staggered. Moffin putting on a great defense. Hungry Boy using the piercing shot, staying relevant as a Stell. But that Thunderstruck coming down from A, Named Chaotic dashing in, EI Rush pops, taking the barrier. Leo having to use the primary in that situation, going towards the portal side, rotating up to Hungry Boy to the non-portal side, but Named Chaotic finds the out. And now, once again, we have the core reset to neutral, the full passing it out to A. Named Chaotic trying to put a lot of damage onto Hungry Boy, has the core flip as well. Hungry Boy is on a fight for their lives, staying still, but still not going to be enough for that Zentaro kill confirm. And now power play for Polar Vortex. They want to win this point. They want to secure the point lead here. Moffin rotating around 4-4, gates open. Named Chaotic did use their EI Rush for this. Nice pass from A. Named Chaotic not able to find the one angle, but the full Great dribble. A is there with the core flip, is burned. Leon pass splittering into nothingness. Unfortunately, the court is out of there. A is all healed up, still has no evade, and we're going to see the core go faster and faster as Leo is there with the flip ready in hand. Still chunked down quite low. Piercing shot not able to make it. Supernova is going to clear the core out. Leon using the flip to keep it in, using the primary as well, and we see barrier counts equalized. Then Chaotic playing 1v1 with Moffin. Great hook from the Rasmus, rotating it through. A is there though, and now the full using the secondary. Nice rotation down from Moffin Curry, aware of this entire passive, and now A strikes it. It misses the full, does use the core flip, but A finding the demon angle. Polar Vortex are on point here, and oh my goodness, that was a really crazy angle from A.
Yeah, no, fantastic rebound off of the Fool's flip, and at that point almost went so bad for them, but good capitalization on an opportunity, and good turn of fate for the side of Polar Vortex. Good strike shots from the Fool as well. Not the first one of those strike shots that has made a difference this game. He's been really on the dot with those strike shots, and the flip gets taken off by Dame Chaotic. A massive power play for the side of Polar Vortex here.
Pushing up is the Fool and A, making sure Name can just do their work, do their Zentaro work on the other side. Name's brought down low though, and the Fool, Hungry Boy is on the hunt for Name. As Leon pass splittering it through the other side, the Fool has to hold using the Celestial Intervention, but Name kind of bullied off of it. Leo is looking very low here. Name wants to kill confirm, but Leo is just waiting at the portal, just taunting them as he makes the great escape into the orb. Moffin is playing the midfielder, and that's gonna be Leo going through potentially a 3v1 here for Moffin using the flip. Unfortunately, Name was a little bit faster on the trigger, and now they have to do a 2v1. Not going to happen. A securing the first set for Polar Vortex, and great start on Gates.
Yeah, and I mean, taking set one here for Polar Vortex just means that their momentum only gets to build further. We have Ad Rush on the field here. I mean, you have to take that. A almost certainly will be taking Ad Rush here. Actually opts for Spark instead. Yeah, I think Ad Rush probably was the right pick, because now Hungry Boy just gets to deny it. I mean, that being said, like, the kill pressure is still very much on Polar Vortex's side, but like, Ad Rush was a big snowball opportunity there potentially. Still plenty left at the back of the draft here. Moffin gets Fire Up. The Fool gets Glass Cannon. Leon getting Timeless is whatever. I don't think it was really necessary. I mean, it does make the Astral that much more threatening, but really what RTF need right now is more consistency of getting these plays started in the first place, right? Not necessarily making them more potent once they actually get moving. They've been doing fine once they can actually get the core in front of the Fool. It's just very inconsistent that they're able to make that happen.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Name Chaotic brought down low though, and that might be something that Polar Vortex needs to worry about here. Is playing around the midfield line. Moffin just casually hooks the Zentaro out of the play, and now Hungry Boy has a piercing shot ready, but the Supernova is going to relieve some of that pressure. Nice passing between the goalie and the midfield, and Leon, give him the ball, he will give you the goal. First point of the second set goes to RTF.
And an immediate nice prophetic resolution to what I was just talking about. It literally took one opportunity of RTF getting on offense, and then they never lost possession and just scored both barriers and then the goal right there after. Yeah, I mean, their offense is looking really strong when they can actually get it moving, which they've managed to acquire possession again right here.
Yeah, I want to see more of Leo's pass splitter. It's just huge and kind of crazy looking. But I think Hungry Boy and Moffin have to do some defense first. Leo's looking low. Hungry just picked up an orb, so that's okay. I mean, great attack on the other side of the field. Leon is making quick work right now of the full flip used from A, trying to kill Leo, but his gate, so it's a little tricky. Does get the kill though with a nice primary from the Bison. Now Moffin has to play some defense. On the other side, Hungry has no evade, and A is keeping the court in that corner for days, winning every strike war. I mean, great strike shot from the Bull, even uses a primary to keep the court in play. Pass letter coming out, just takes up the second side of the map, and Hungry Boy just gets the court and gets it in.
I gotta say, fantastic patience from Moffin there. I feel like a lot of goalies in that situation are going to feel pressured to just use a cooldown and try to get it out as soon as possible. But the fact that he kept his cooldowns up and as a constant threat for A and Name Chaotic to worry about is actually, in my opinion, like what made that defense work so well, because they couldn't just go in on the Rasmus because they knew that he had tools to resolve, and then Hungry Boy did a fantastic job supplementing that defense. But that being said, Name Chaotic, recognizing how much of a problem Moffin is, and actually just says, you know what, you're not going to be able to play the game. No stagger, I'm KOing you. And it's a power play for the side of Polar Vortex.
Yeah, and Name Chaotic has that fight or flight. If he staggers Moffin, he's going to have the second dash. Path Splitter used defensively, and now a Supernova in hand ready. Leo Leon actually great strike and holds from that Supernova, but that does mean that Asher is looking really low. The Bull just setting the Celestial Intervention, but waits it out, does Leo, and gets the kill traded, but that was still a great clear out, great defense from RTF. But not if the Bull gets a double KO. Once again, a power play coming out on the side of Polar Vortex, but Moffin with a great whiplash, a great pendulum swing gets the first barrier, actually. So it's a negative value on that power play, and now it's over. Hungry Boy is back. So they handled that very, very well. Leo Leon trying to hold, but Name Chaotic gets the flip in anyway. A did use that Supernova though, but it's still Polar Vortex having played defense for a little while longer. Great angle found, but Hungry Boy passes back to Moff and Kobe. A backwards pass, but they're trying to get some pressure onto A, but Name Chaotic is there. Zentaro's looking really low. That whiplash almost takes him off the field. Celestial Intervention was there. Name Chaotic heals up at least a little bit. Leo has a flip. Name Chaotic is going to dribble down. Hungry Boy just chaining it in the full, trying to answer with a flip, but that's going to be a 3-0 set for RTF.
Yeah, I mean, there were some really good plays made there by Polar Vortex, but at the end of the day,
there was.
Moffin's defense was just so consistent and so efficient. And then, as we've already pointed out, once you get it up to Hungry Boy and Leo, they make plays. I mean, it is just... honestly, everything about what RTF is doing right now is hyper efficient, which is why these power plays are really the only opportunity that Polar Vortex have to make plays happen. Spark gets denied away by Leo Leon here, but A is not too upset, still gets explosive entrance towards the back of the draft. And Hot Shot on Hungry Boy and Deadeye on Moffin are both fantastic pickups. The Fool manages to secure Catalyst, which is good because you really don't want Moffin to be having Catalyst with the fire up pickup that he already has. It's a lot more damage for the side of Polar Vortex, but there's also like just so much more consistent core control value that was just picked up by Return to Form. So it's tough to say who exactly won that draft. I think that both teams are pretty satisfied.
Absolutely, yeah. Leo is taken off the field by A, and we're going to see a power play on the side of Polar Vortex, and they want to make this one count. Barriers are open. Supernova coming out, pushing Hungry Boy back, and Name Chaotic trying to set up for some kind of proc fight or flight maybe. Hungry Boy does have core flip though, but we're going to see Name Chaotic take that off of them real quick. And we have a core flip, Name Chaotic and A coming in. There's the first one. Oh, but the second one has to be used by Name Chaotic because Leo Leon under so much pressure there. And now that double flip power play, it's kind of gone for naught. And Hungry Boy is back. Name Chaotic looking low. And the Bull does have a defensive flip though, and they're going to use the Astral Protection first, gets it around Leo Leon all day. I mean, the Bull, oh my goodness. Ian Name Chaotic just finds that red core through Moffin's primary. And a great play coming out from RTF. Or not RTF, sorry, Polar Vortex.
Yeah, really good eye from Name Chaotic to recognize that Moffin was going to try to use the Rasmus primary there, right? And you're locked into that animation as soon as you cast it. So he was able to make a play for that goal. It's that kind of creativity that's really the kind of missing component of what Polar Vortex have going on here. They're getting power plays, they're getting barriers at more or less the same rate as RTF. But in this open net, Moffin has just been such a formidable wall. It really does seem kind of insurmountable at times. He's able to just hold for ages and ages and ages, especially with Hungry Boy's help. So it's really tough. It's really, really tough.
Absolutely, yeah. And especially on a map like Gates, where the barrier seems like everything at times. That, oh my goodness, the Fool almost holds that, but Leo dashing in, securing the goal. I mean, like you said, Cloak, Leo Leon, once he gets the core, he makes the plays happen.
Yeah, and they actually managed to hold on to both of their flips there as well. So a slight energy advantage towards the side of RTF. There's the massive path splitter coming out
Oh
again,
my
but Leo's
gosh.
flip is forced out by A. A flips in return. Muffin Kui still has his, though, and even though Hungry Boy is staggered, no KO is found, and the double barrier comes from Leo.
Yeah, double barrier looking really uncomfortable with the open net. Suddenly, Atlas is looking very slow, very vulnerable without that strike shot value. A having to use Thunderstruck defensively. Decor slipping through the portal. Name is on top of it, but Moffin still wins. Moffin has a defensive core flip as well, so this is looking very well defended for RTF as Leo sets up with that massive pass splitter once again. Core slip through portal. Name is waiting, but Moffin also was Rasmus Hook coming out, rotating the core around, and that flip from Hungry Boy, taking it to the top corner. A does clear it though, but Moffin is backing them up expertly. Name has to backwards EI rush defensively, trying to hold Celestial Intervention coming out, saving Name from certain doom and death and gloom. But that pendulum swing is so good. The full rotates up, but there is no way out with Hungry Boy's piercing shot, sealing the deal.
Yeah, good catch from Hungry Boy, who I've also just now realized is running slick kicks on Estelle. Been a while since I've seen someone run slick kicks on Estelle, but I mean, I talked earlier about how this is kind of a sign of the times. Slick kicks is seeing itself favored over mag souls, even on characters like Estelle, who traditionally, essentially only runs mags, to my knowledge. So, sign of the times. The fire up flip comes out from Moffin, no longer has that defensive flip to work with, but they have a power play to work with instead.
Yeah, Hungry Boy's looking a little low though, so it still could be dangerous, but Name Chaotic using a lot of cooldowns trying to save the core from Leo Leon. The Fool has a defensive flip as well. They might need to burn it here, and they get the barrier around Moff and Koei, and A is back. Things are looking up and up for Polar Vortex. They have poke barriers behind them. Name Chaotic gets the core. Hungry Boy wins that strike war though, and Leo Leon trying to save the core, stalling it with the pass splitter. The Fool rotates it out to Hungry, pushing it through with the astral projection. Name Chaotic dashing up, not quite there yet with the dash range. Moffin putting on a show of a defense. Whiplash coming out. Supernova though, putting Leon low, and that's a kill from Name. And now we have the portal rotations coming out. Once again, astral projection coming in, mind gaming Moffin and A little bit actually. Name is the one backwards passing to the Fool, and they're trying to find any opening. And this Thunderstruck, the power core coming out, unfortunately, wasn't enough. Hungry Boy looking low once again, but Leo is back. Power play is over, and now RTF are the ones on the offense. Pass splitter comes out, answering back with the secondary, with the Atlas. Name Chaotic almost has core flip, is ready to kill Hungry Boy off the field. Power play once again, never ending from Polar Vortex. Name Chaotic has to core flip. Leo has to run away, pushing it through the portal, dribbling with A, trying to make some space. Double defense on the side of RTF, buying so much time. Hungry Boy is back, and Polar Vortex, time and time again, they don't find the killing blow, but this could be it with the core flip. Name Chaotic, but not even this, and they start losing a barrier. It's a trickle on the side of RTF, but it can turn into something much worse. A holding on, using the core flip. Name Chaotic holding onto their own, trying to find an angle, slicing and dicing it, trying to get it through Moffin, who does hold once again. Leo is there with the core flip. The Fool holds once. Crystal Thorns keeping the core in play, using the core flip, and now getting it. The Fool wasn't able to hold. Both barriers are open, but now Name Chaotic is going to find another power play here for Polar Vortex. But they didn't make it work the first two times. This is the third time, potentially using the core flip. Unfortunately, hits air. The Fool passing it to A, but the flip from the Fool used offensively, and finally it connects with A. Finally, they find the net, and Polar Vortex, we go to 0.5 here.
0.5, but they had to burn everything to make that happen, leaving two flips on the side of Return to Form that now they have to deal with. And we've already been seeing them have so much trouble breaking through the defense of Muffin Kui and Hungry Boy. With two flips to their name, it's going to be even harder, and this offense is only getting stronger and more momentous, at least until Leo gets taken out.
Yeah, this is a lot of knockback, a lot of punch here coming out from the from everybody, honestly, on the side of Polar Vortex. They find a double power play here. We have them taking turns with each other as RTF trying to stay alive in the game on gates. They lose the first barrier. Password coming out towards that Supernova. But now we have a Leo Leon looking low. Name Chaotic doing the damage. 1-2. A with the power chord. Once again, power play for Polar Vortex. The damage just keeps on coming. Hungry Boy doing a lot of stalling, but it's A and Name Chaotic on the forward side now. The Fool just there, getting the core towards them. Nice rotation using the portals, using that flip offensively, and A almost threads the needle there was Name Chaotic, but is a little below half health now, looking a little scary. But does dodge that pendulum swing, is going to be able to heal up, and the Thunderstruck with the Oni's Blade is going to be just what they need. Polar Vortex take a set lead over RTF.
Yeah, fantastic navigation at that point by Polar Cortex. Just letting RTF group up in the corner there and hitting them with every single ability. As long as the Fool holds, RTF's not going to have the stagger on the other end to survive. And then the snowball of power plays let them close out that set. They're rewarded with rapid fire on the Fool's Atlas. One of the best awakenings that he could possibly ask for here. Of course, it does mean that he has to pass up missile propulsion, but you're not about to let Moffin get rapid fire. That sounds like a bad idea. Moffin's actually going to opt for tempo swing here, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's afraid of dying. I feel like he should have just taken stagger. If you want, that's true. You really don't want Name Chaotic having tempo swing. Yeah, you're right. It is probably a deny. The amount of damage that would be coming out from Name Chaotic would be very disgusting.
Yeah, Name Chaotic does pick up size on the Zentaro, and I guess Leo Leon's just going full creation Asher here now with the Missile Prop as well. Is looking very low, I would say, and even if they do an equal amount of damage, the Fool uses the Celestial Intervention, Name Chaotic is back, and Leo Leon has to run for the orbs, which isn't bad, they're tasty, but you're taken out of the plays, and Hungry Boy has to play Brawler, which he's seemingly quite good at right now at the forefront here. A does clear it with the Supernova. The core is still kept in play. Moffin is there, Path Splitter is there, but we see that offense thwarted by the Fool's core flip, and Hungry Boy loses control to core slightly, but his back is using the piercing shot, and there we go. RTF are back in this. They stop the momentum of Polar Vortex.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not that was a fluke, if they can keep this up, because I will say the builds on A and the Fool are kind of disgusting looking. A has 152 power with heavy impact and explosive entrance. So every single one of those Vice abilities deals a devastating amount of damage. And they do have 2 flips here. But historically, Moffin has been very, very comfortable, regardless of the quantity of flips. And he actually manages to immediately convert this into an offense. A burns 1 flip to get it off. And it's a bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah, back and forth, but we do see the power play start piling up here for Polar Vortex. They have a start. They're bringing Hungry Boy down low. Nice dodge on the EI, just giving the barrier. And that's okay because that stops them from chaining the power plays here. A is actually one looking low offensively, taking the Thunderstruck, but that means Hungry Boy is able to rotate back at the orbs and is getting wailed on by Name Chaotic, and the Fool and A have a great defense going on the bottom, and that Path Splitter is dodged. That stops the momentum here from RTF. Supernova comes out, Leo Leon looking very low, the Fool very wide to pre-use the flip there to make sure the Supernova can be charged up a little more. They do lose the barrier though, the flip is out. Hungry Boy tries to go up, but the Fool is there, and power play for Polar Vortex despite a barrier deficit here. And Hungry Boy Moffin putting on a great defense here. That pendulum swing takes the core very quickly, very far. A great redirect here, core going through the portals, and a very aware of the angles that Moffin is using to find the out clear, but the core is still there with Leo Leon. The Fool avoids that interaction. The Path Splitter coming out so huge, stalls the Fool. Leo Leon gets the goal in, and RTF are looking to take this to a set 5.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I'm surprised that Leo has managed to live. I would have thought that he would have been killed, I don't know, 4 times this set. But instead, I think he's only died once, and they're doing quite a good job of keeping it alive. The fire up flip comes out, but they managed to keep possession through it. Polar Vortex, unfortunately, do lose possession, though, and Moffin gets a double barrier there. Name Chaotic has a flip, but it's a barrier advantage towards the side of RTF.
Yeah, we have to start thinking about what's going to be in the next draft, but Name Chaotic has a flip. The Fool also does have a flip. Hungry Boy and Leo Leon trying to make best work. Double path splitter coming out, catches 2, but unfortunately doesn't work out. The core doesn't touch the barrier of Muffin. There we go. A or Chaotic has to burn a flip there. And now we see Leo get that kill. Celestial Intervention slightly too late. The Fool's focus on other things, like the core going into the net. Oh no. RTF, they are back. They have the momentum. They're going to set 5.
Yeah, well played from them. I mean, the win condition for them is end these points just soon enough that we don't die, which of course was helped out by the extra survivability they picked up in that last draft. That being said, here it's a game of denials. They're feeling like they're up right now, so it's extra special picked up by Hungry Boy. That does mean, though, that A gets second spark. That's strength and spark of focus on that Vice, who, as we already mentioned, has a disgusting kit. That's a very, very solid pickup for the side of Polar Cortex. It's team player on Moffin, which is good if the points go longer. It's, obviously RTF doesn't want the points to go longer, but if they go longer, they have a little bit less of a disadvantage now. And then Name Chaotic gets Berserker, which is whatever. And the Fool getting Orb Dancer might allow them to capitalize a little bit more on these power plays. Possibly he can run up a little more reliably and help take down the absolute beefy defense that has been put out by Return to Form this game.
Yeah, the Fool finding a great out clear away from Leo Leon. If Leo took like one side awakening, I think that would have been a barrier, but still, their gameplay of damaging Leo, taking them off the field is still working. A fully charged Supernova. There was nowhere Leo could run to. And Leo goes out of the field. They have a power play now, does Polar Cortex. Great defense, though, from Muffin and Hungry Boy, who has a flip. Flip is used, and they do take the first barrier, so they do have a lot of value from that power play. Now they have all 3 members of Polar Cortex is going to have a flip. Hungry Boy, nice Rose Warp, getting it to Muffin, rotating it down to A. And now Name Chaotic's flip, unfortunately, hits air. And they still get it through. Nice flip, defensive usage, but now the energy economy kind of turned on their heads. Polar Cortex uses all 3 flips somewhat defensively, and the pressure is still on. Polar Cortex, and Leo Leon gets there into the corner with the Fool, who gets it out to A, hitting the corners out using the secondaries, but still the piercing shot finds their mark, and that passer just covers so much of the map. And A getting it through the portal. Muffin is there waiting. They do make a power play happen, double power play, but Muffin is there with the core flip. Name Chaotic is looking dangerously low, so they're limited in terms of where they can go. Muffin's playing on a lot of space. The Fool has to use the strike shot to save that. Name Chaotic's looking low, and the power play is over now. It might be a reverse power play actually with how low Name is looking. We're seeing RTF put on a lot of pressure here, and they even have a barrier alive. We'll have a core flip there, using the astral projection to get it out. And we have the Oni's Blade stalling Muffin just enough, and Polar Cortex trying to end it here, and they do get it. Pendulum Swing misses, and Power Core connects. A putting up Polar Cortex 1-0.
I mean, props to Muffin for stalling that reverse power play as long as he did when he was the only one on the field. But yeah, eventually this KO pressure is just a little too much. And just by nature of them picking up damage awakenings as they get another kill, Polar Cortex have also gotten a lot of core speed on their team. So they're actually like feeling really comfortable the later that these points go.
I see, yeah, and a power play here from Polar Cortex once again. The Fool using the core flip offensively, but still the defense from RTF is just so good. Name Chaotic has the core flip to work with though, and with the Fool, they're rotating down to the bottom. A is there keeping up the pressure in the top side, but the path splitter coming out, the size is just enormous. Leo Leon still having a healthy amount of HP, is able to stay there in the play. The Fool rotates the core down, away from the Crystal Thorns, away from the piercing shot. A does survive a little longer with the Celestial Intervention. Name Chaotic dribbling it through the portal, dashing in. They have a core flip ready, but the Supernova setup not quite there in time. RTF is able to clear the core out. Leo Leon 1v1 against the Fool, and trying to get it through. The Fool has to use their core flip. Muffin misses the interaction, and now it's the 50-50. Name rotates it down to Muffin, who does react in time. The core is going red as the Fool trying to find an angle to their teammates, using the astral projection through Hungry Boy's Rose War. Pendulum Swing slightly slow, and Name Chaotic puts Polar Cortex at match point.
Yeah, a really good core stall there with the Oni's Blade from Name Chaotic. Gets that Rasmus primary out, and then the 1-2 punch passive to the top side secures that goal. 2 points up and now on match point for Polar Cortex. They're looking quite ready to send us to game 3, especially as they tear through the enemy stagger bars as well as that first barrier.
It's looking really good for Polar Cortex. They have a lot of pressure, and you can tell RTF is feeling it. They're feeling that they might lose. They might lose this game. And if we go to the third match, they have a lot more to think about here. And nice rotation down from Name. Hungry Boy is on point with the defense. They're starting to rail on the barriers of the pool. They take the first one. I think they have a pass splitter in the back pocket as well. Nice clear out from Muffin, not risking taking the interaction against Name Chaotic. And now they want to push it through the portal and get the second barrier. And they do with the piercing shot. Muffin is there ready. And Leo Leon is just charging up, trying to getting ready to get into full space here. And Pendulum swing from Muffin, but Name does read that, stalls it with the Oni's blade, and they have the flip. They're going to use it, and there we go. We have a 3-0 convincing set time for here from Polar Cortex. And both teams, they gotta ready up. You got one more game in the series.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic character draft from the side of Polar Cortex. I didn't talk nearly enough about the Atlas, but I really liked the Atlas goalie that game. The Fool obviously played it fantastically, having second highest redirect count and 123 saves to his name. Yeah, that was really well done by them, and it also, meant that even when Name Chaotic and A got a little low or were getting KO'd, they were the ones that had the res and the heal off of that Atlas ult, which when you're the ones dealing damage, like it just kind of solidified KO as their win condition in a really clean way. And I mean, with 22 kills across their team, it's evident that Polar Cortex did a fantastic job of executing on that win condition. It was really well played by Return to Form. I mean, we talked a lot about both their defense and their offense, but eventually those power plays just became a little too much for even them to hear.
Yeah, I think the positive thing there is even though they had to deal with a lot of 2v3s, 1v3s, Return to Form kept their cool for the most part. They dribbled, they stalled when they needed to. They weren't just clearing it willy-nilly, and that shows why they did so well on the regular season, firmly in the middle of the pack. But the mental load does get to you eventually, and Polar Cortex didn't miss those, I guess, so to speak. And that just
70,000 damage on Vice will also get to you.
It will get to you eventually. I mean, when you see your teammates just on a constant rotating shift basis, one go in, one go out, it takes a toll on you for sure. But that's a different game. They have to put that past them, and both teams have to put that past them, and they have to prepare for a new map, for new starting awakenings, and see what they can do. And yeah, I think it's going to be a fun game no matter where we go, and hopefully it works out, because this was Polar Cortex's map pick. They seem, and the starting awakenings really worked out for that comp. Vice then on heavy impact, Atlas on the Monu. That was a really scary start. And RTF still made it so close.
Yeah, I'm curious what we're headed to for this final map. I neglected to look the last time. I immediately saw Gates and my mind went blank. I went, oh, well, it didn't go blank. Gates. It immediately started lighting up with all of the things that Gates meant. And now we're shifting into a map that I forgot to look at.
With awakenings that we don't know yet.
Yes. In terms of broadly speaking character draft, though, I have to admit, Name Chaotic looked really comfortable on that Zentaro. I think they could easily pull that out again. Okay, this is Inky's Splash Zone that we're headed to. Glass Cannon Demolitionist start. I mean, Moff and Kui feasting here. It kind of doesn't matter what he plays. If he gets one of his main 3 picks, he is comfortable. This is a fantastic start for Kazan, Rasmus, and Finny goalie. So this is at least very favorable for the defensive end of Return to Form.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a defensive end to Inky's, it's definitely good. But I know what you mean.
It's a good map for Moffin's
Yeah,
character
it's,
block. I think this is a very good map for his 3 main
Oh, yeah.
characters.
Yeah, especially I think Finny can be so scary. And Glass Cannon Finny is just gonna charge up a little and it's gonna just launch everything at you. It's definitely a thing to watch out for, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them open up Rasmus Kazan once again. You know, ban out the Finny, take the other one maybe, and see how it goes. But also, I mean, I think this is a. I think Name Chaotic has the potential to go quite crazy because he's been playing. Name Chaotic wants to win, right? Name Chaotic wants to go to the postseason, wants to go to playoffs. Like he's been on fire all series long.
Are my eyes deceiving me, or are the
Did they ban-
teams switched around? Because RTF just banned Finny according to the
Yeah.
stream overlay, and that
No, I think you're right.
seems like a
No.
misplay if that's what they just did.
I mean, yeah, I feel like the Finny threatening Finny was the short play here, but they are
have to
blue
take
team, so they
Rasmus,
can
or
still take.
Kazan now.
Yeah, so I feel like they will take Kazan here. I mean, maybe they wanted to narrow it down to just Kazan. I'm not quite sure. I mean, it's been a long day for these teams, right? And there's a lot on the line. They could have had, an issue. It could have been a misdraft. But no, they're picking Kazan here. And I'm not quite sure. Maybe they always want to take Kazan here from Moffin, and they don't want to give Finny over, so they don't want to open it. That's my best guess. But we see A. I think that's gonna be A's Kai, but also the Kai goalie is just so strong on Inkies as well. So I'm not sure.
I'm gonna be honest. My hopes for Polar Cortex here are not high. I think they've just drafted a comp that Kazan goalie does really well into. Kai less so. Kai can spell some problems for Kazan goalie, but at the very least, Zen Brawler, Moffin's not scared of that, like at all.
I see. Okay, well, they took Kai. That means RTF is open to pick their Estelle, and I believe that's going to be Leo Leon's Asher, and it's the full on the Atlas. So, I mean, I think it's kind of like from Polar Cortex, it's kind of like hey, this worked last time. I mean, it's probably going to work again, right? But if, like you said, I think Kazan into Zen is pretty good in terms of goalie brawler matchups, and Moffin is very, very good on Kazan. On the side start. So this demolitionist up there.
Yeah, I really disagree with letting the Kazan through. I feel like if Polar was going to ban anything, it probably should have been Kazan. It's going to be really, really tough. It's going to be really, really tough, especially because I feel like the Fool on Atlas is going to have a bit of a rough time against Asher Estelle on defense. So I think that, like, just in terms of both offense defense matchups, Return to Form has the winning comp here. I think this is going to be a really uphill battle for Polar Cortex. We'll see if they can prove me wrong.
Yeah, if there's a time to show and prove, now's the time. Both teams have, their, well, more so Polar Cortex. They have playoff spots on their line, and these are games that they want to win. They're taking this seriously. And there's nowhere to go back. If you lose this, it's over. If you lost last game for RTF, that's okay. They have Inkies. If you lost the first set, that's okay. If you lost first map for Polar Cortex, it's okay. They had Gates. But now both teams, if they lose on Inky Splash Zone, it's there's nowhere out. They're at the mercy of the other teams who play. So we have it here. We have 3 demolitionists versus 3 glass cannons.
I don't know how I feel about 3 demos. Obviously, Moffin wants the demo, but I'm a little surprised that Leo and Hungry Boy also opted for it. I would have expected them to be on Glass Cannon. Maybe Leo goes size, but I think speed is a little too valuable to give up. We'll see, though. Okay, I mean, barriers go down for the side of Polar Cortex, so they're making progress here, but Moffin also isn't level 2 yet, so he's not, like, really a real character right now. Now he is level 2.
Now he's a real character. And immediately there's pop-up, pushing Name Chaotic away. Name Chaotic's also level 1, so no Zentaro shenanigans quite yet, and same can be said for everyone actually, except for Muffin and A, who get to play the full game of Omega Strikers. And we see Celestial Intervention coming out immediately. The players are getting unchained. We have Crystal Thorns unlocked. There we go. That's what Estelle can do when they hit level 2. Leo is about to show us what Asher can do when they hit level 2, and that's the Path Splitter ability. And they get the barrier off that. So equalize barrier count. We have a flip both used. The Aqua Cannon is up here for RTF, and a great Giga Blast stalls out Leo's positioning, and they get it through Muffin with the power of the Zentaro dash. So here we are. We have Polar Cortex taking the first point in our final game of the series.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a lucky break there from Polar Cortex, but maybe they'll be able to replicate it again. It is a power play for the side of Return to Form right now. And Muffin and Leo are both quite close to flip here. Name Chaotic does also have a flip, though. Might be able to do something fancy with it here. There we go. There's the flip, but it gets immediately called out by Hungry Boy. Well done there. And they defended away from that corner. Really good defense from Return to Form. Kind of been one of the mainstays of this series.
Yeah, the bottom, or I guess top, depending on where you're looking at it, the corner of Doom here. Waited out. A is looking dangerously low, and the Aqua Cannon is up. A has to give up position here. Rotating upwards is the full Crystal Thorns enough to take out the battered and bruised A, and RTF just have to play around the Zentaro. But the Bulls holding on quite strong, even using the core flip there wins, but Muffin is going to just get the core back there with the crooked leverage, gets it in, does Leo Leon. Points equalized, and both teams are putting up a fight.
Yeah, and that was the size difference there for that goal. Leo Leon having Demolitionist meant that the Asher secondary hit both the full and the core at the same time. Stunned it all the way through. So he's been vindicated for the Demolitionist pickup. I don't know about Hungry Boy having demo, but you know what? RTF are looking comfortable here, even though Hungry Boy did just have to burn that flip.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to become the winning team, be on the right side of history. If you win, everything you did was right. If you did wrong, if you lose, everything you did was wrong. And they take the barrier now. They're going to get the Aqua Cannon, and it's going to be another scary push coming out from Muffin and Co. Leo Leon is there to pull ready with the secondary, but still Hungry Boy gets the court, holding with the Oni Blade, but unfortunately not quite enough. And there we go. We have a more of an Inky's point there, and we have an RTF lead.
What an insane strike war of the Atlas primary from Leo right there. I mean, really nice abuse of the bigger strike hitbox from that Demolitionist to get it past the Fool's primary. It's really tough to strike war the Atlas primary, without a doubt. So a very... And rewarded with the goal immediately after, right? So well done from them. 2 flips to their name as the Aqua Cannon comes up. It's defended away for the time being.
Aqua Cannon played this time on the side of Polar Cortex, and they actually get Celestial Intervention, but unfortunately a little too slow to head back into position for Leo's flip. Now we have first set win from RTF.
Yeah, set MVP falling over to Leo Leon. This is a bit of a tough draft. Rapid Fire goes away pretty quickly. Team Player and Fire Up are both on the board here. Those are kind of the big, heavy-hitting items. Who's going to go Fire Up? Really? Wait, why is Fire Up going this far down?
Probably goes.
Why is Fire Up not getting picked up? We're going Reptile Remedy? Okay. All right. Forget Fire Up. Catalyst stocks out the window. I mean, not out the window. It's still a good awakening, but it's not as good. Now that you don't have that Fire Up awakening. That was not at all how I expected that draft to play out, but we're jumping into set 2 now. All good.
All good. I mean, maybe, since it's Inky's, the points end very quickly, so, not as much orbs. Not sure, these guys are pros. I'm a challenger at best. But A rotating up top side gets the Giga through Muffin. Celestial Intervention coming out, name is healed back up. A unfortunately doesn't follow the core, but we have the Aqua Cannon right there. Unfortunately, no follow-up means that Hungry Boy gets the core down. Back towards pressure for RTF. There we go. There's the dash. There's the Path Splitter. A holds, and the Fool is looking healthy with their cooldown. nice piercing shot means that Name has to make a decision right then and there, and that wasn't the right one, unfortunately. It doesn't work out, but we do have double flips here. Name uses one, piercing shot perfect from Hungry Boy, denies Name Chaotic's goal, and Leo Leon is looking very low, very dangerous, but still has an opportunity to make stuff happen, and it's going to be A's Giga coming out, so we see A trying to get the kill using the flip, taking the Asher flip off the table. Hungry Boy is the only one on RTF now. Okay, there we go. We have Moffin with the flip now, and that was a little scary there from the Fool. Thankfully, the core doesn't connect with his secondary, and Moffin pointing the core out around. We have the pass clear down towards the bottom. This is a very dangerous position, but we still have the out clear from the Fool. Optical cannon push waiting, but it's not going to be happening, and unfortunately, the Fool has to let that opportunity pass. And they're still holding onto their barrier is Polar Cortex, but things are looking very, very heated as overtime comes now.
Yeah, overtime up, core speed up. Team player on Hungry Boy means they can really send this core some prodigious speeds. But Name Chaotic is dribbling around him quite effectively. And the Fool with this Siege Machine is doing a good job of keeping it on the enemy side of the field. Moffin Kui saving this flip. The Fool saving his as well, but not saving the barrier. A manages to get it away with the Giga Blast, but the Aqua Cannon is up, and Leo Leon pushing up. Hungry Boy with the Rose Warp secures it. RTF take another point.
Yeah, I mean, RTF's defense seems very, very strong. There's been like 2-3 Aqua Cannon pushes there from Polar Cortex, and RTF held it on, and they just needed one to seal the deal. Well, we have the Giga. Unfortunately, it means that the barrier is taken, and now we have the Aqua Cannon push. Moffin is waiting. Hooks the core in. Leo has to flip, and the Fool, unfortunately, misses the strike shot. There we go. 2-0 lead just like that.
Yeah, 2-0 lead. RTF is looking comfortable right now. Very, very comfortable. I'm trying to think about what the win conditions are here for the side of Polar Cortex. And I mean, kills are one of them. Yeah, if you're able to kill and get power plays going, that'll work. But I don't know how reliable that will be. They don't have the most damaging comp. You can get, an Atlas ability here and there, a Kai ability here and there, but really, most of the burden is on Name Chaotix and Zentaro to deal damage if they're planning on making that their win con. That being said, they are the ones with the barrier advantage here. It's going to be hard to defend against without that barrier, but Moffin is very comfortable in the open net.
Yeah, I think I see what Polar wants to do. They want to get the barrier first. I mean, they have Kaizen, Atlas. They're going to be advantaged on kickoff, I think, compared to Kazan. And they want to get the Aqua Cannon. They want to get the goal, but the Aqua Cannon into goal part is very... this is the one that's looking a little suspicious. The Fool and Name Chaotic both burn to flip to hold that Aqua Cannon push from RTF, and now both barriers are open. What do you do here if you're Polar Cortex? So Name Chaotic dribbles, waits out piercing shot from Hungry Boy. The Rose Warp is gone too, but Leo Leon is on the other side of the field, and they have a flip, and they're going to use it and get a goal. So RTF are looking very strong in the macro side of things right now.
Yeah, it just seems like they're able to more consistently make plays happen on offense right now. Hungry Boy with this team player and Leo Leon with all of these hit stuns and just taking up so much space as Asher. It's really doing a lot. And it looks like Hungry Boy is so confident in their position right now. He's actually willing to take Chrono Boost here, even over Hot Shot or any of the Speed Awakenings in this draft, just to deny it away from A. A will settle for Spark of Agility, though, instead. We actually have an Among Titans Zentaro at the back of the draft, opting for that instead of Deadeye. I'm a big fan of Among Titans Zentaro.
Yeah.
I don't say I pick it much myself, but I'm a big fan of the idea behind it. And I think that if you're playing the character correctly, he can absolutely make it work. So I'll be interested. I'll be interested to see if that's if Name Chaotic's able to cook stuff up with it.
Yeah, Name's so far is doing good. And now size is also equalized between the other members, but still the Aqua Cannon push into Leo Leon's, loving Asher hands, just always connect with the net. And this is so scary. This is if you're Polar Cortex, right? You don't want to be down 0-2 in sets on the final map of the series here.
Yeah, for sure. I also want to take this time to point out that Mop and Kui has consistently been one of the lowest levels in this lobby now. Some people, including
Oh, you're right.
myself, like a few months ago, might have looked at that and said, oh, that means he must not be doing much. No, that's because this dude is playing a hyper-efficient defense. He is not having to touch the core much at all to do his job as a goalie, which if you're playing goalie right, is exactly what you want to do. You want to clear it out using as few tools as possible and as fast as possible. Now, that being said, A and Name Chaotic got the better of him there, did kill him, and then immediately scored on him when he respawned. But Boffin is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the things that is hard to catch, but you did, and I think that's awesome. And I think Polar Cortex have kind of converted to, okay, we're gonna try killing them now, which kind of worked if they're off position, but I don't know if Muffin will make that same mistake twice. So we see that top corner barrier push coming out, the Muffin very smooth with the clear, just one stroke to Leo Leon, and then there's the offense. It gets past Name Chaotic. There's the offense again. And Name, nice push with the primary piercing shot, assists Leo Leon in clearing it, and the Pool trying to find the way up and out so that they can link it with Name, who uses the EI rush, unfortunately, is held. Crystal Thorns coming out is held by the Fool, who has a defensive flip here, and Leo also has a flip to answer that. So first flip burn, the Fool holds onto their own flip, and they're looking to find an offense. And A, trying to get it through Leo Leon, but has to run away because they're looking very low. Name Chaotic has a core flip to work with, and it's going to dash in, trying to answer Moffin's angle, but it's very clean. Gets it out to Hungry Boy using Crystal Thorns to push it through, but that top corner once again is being attacked by Polar Cortex, and RTF hold on. RTF hold on to that barrier once again, even through Name Chaotic's flip. But there we go. A's Barrage is going to help Name Chaotic get that barrier, and they have a play through the Aqua Cannon, unfortunately unable to get it there. Polar Cortex are playing a little hurried. They want to end these points quickly, but they need to connect with the Aqua Cannon, if they can do it. Name Chaotic gets the core, piercing shot makes him lose his timing once again, has to redirect it to where Moppin could get it. Nice hook from Moppin, and the Pool gets it away from Leo Leon time and time again. A has to flip, waits out everything, but still that gives Leo Leon time to reposition, and Hungry Boy holds onto the flip. Paper Blast coming out, Strike Shot coming in, setting up for Name Chaotic. The core is going so fast in overtime, and Hungry Boy has the team player using the piercing shot, gets the barrier, and now Aqua Cannon chance coming up for Muffin, unless they can find something. Polar Cortex not quite yet, but they do get the core out from Aqua Cannon. Both teams' cannons are out, and the Pool continues on with the flip. A holding the midfield, but the team player proc core is so quick right now. Muffin holds onto the core flip once again. Core going to the lower side. Leo Leon gets it to the Pool, who has the Aqua Cannon chance right now. Using the Centauro passes to get the core to the Aqua Cannon, but Hungry Boy using the piercing shot to thwart that. And now we see Leo Leon just hover over the Fool, stunning him at the right time. And just like that, RTF are on match point.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Moffin and Hungry Boy just take up so much space on defense. So much space. Like, I don't blame Polar Cortex for not finding these opportunities. It really does feel like an indomitable defense. And they have the energy advantage too, and they have the barrier advantage as well. They might just end it here. Leon with the assist from Hungry Boy sends it in, and that's the series falling to return to form. An incredibly convincing victory in that game 3. Put Boff and Kui on this Kazan, and there is nothing that this team can't accomplish. That was a seriously impressive series for them.
Absolutely, and that was just, I mean, they worked so well together. Leo Leon trusting their backline on defense, sitting on top of the Pool, and it was just so hard to get it past that Asher. And as we saw, when A and Name Chaotic got the barrier first, they really struggled to get past the backline. Hungry Boy Muffin played really well together, and if Leo Leon gets the core, if they get the barrier first, they can use that off the cannon to just give it to Leo Leon. And it's so hard to beat that Asher situation 1v1. And I think on Ikis, we talked about the comp. We were asking, why is there no Vinny? At the end of the day, it didn't matter. The Asher kind of stepped on everything. And very, very good game here from RTF. And now I believe they're just squarely locked into 5th place.
Yeah, and a very, very fun team that I look forward to seeing more of. If they're locked into 5th place, I'll be excited to see what they cook up in playoffs next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Polar Cortex, they are down but not out. They can still make playoffs if some things happen. Demon Time had to beat EKC, which they did. Bombardiers need to beat Bozo Bunch. And Rat Pack needs to beat HMG. And both of those games, I think, are going to be pretty close. If those happen, they need to play a tiebreaker. So, like I said, they need to pray to the multiple gods. They need to contact every player that they need. They need to PayPal some things. But Polar Cortex can make it in, and I think that will be really exciting if they can, because I think Polar Cortex played really well today, especially that Gates game. Big fan.
Yeah, that was a very fun series to watch. We'll be back with even more of the North American Strikers League after a break. We're only just getting started for our series for today, so stay tuned. More coming your way after the break.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass is wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everybody, to the basically last week, the final clinchers of the nasl regular season. Here we have the boys versus the dogs. I'm joined here on the desk by Fwop. What do you think about this?
I'm pretty excited. There's not too much for stakes here. However, there's still some. Notably, dogs, they can make 9th, which is better than 10th. So you know what? If they win that, that's big. And also, it always just feels good to, even if you can't make anything, taking game off boys feels nice. I would know, little self-glaze. But also, boys do need to, they can't actually get first seed. So they're probably looking to just close this game out pretty decisively as they have, and then pray that the stars align so that they can claim their first seed and get their, their little benefits package that comes with being first seed in playoffs.
Yeah, I believe that's getting to choose some of the way the teams lay in the bracket there, who they go up against. So great start there. Almost hitting the barrier, but not quite. So boys' barrier will still be standing there. The interesting double midfield here versus double midfield on the side of Dog as well, as we have Juno, Octavia versus Kai Aimi. And Aimi can kind of be brawler, and it is Nikki Middle on that. But even still, a lot of core control on this Inkies, as you might expect. And not too many barriers being taken despite being halfway through that first point.
For sure, and notably, it was a 6-spark game, and that typically leads to games where, everybody takes sparks and prays that they can get online. We've only got 4 this time around. Vaughn and Nikki Minilin have both opted into that Timeless Creator, which makes sense whenever you think about like the Amy turret, the Atlas secondary. Very impactful, especially with that Timeless if they can get it going. However, the Timeless is not going to have an impact this round, I don't think. Oh my.
Yep, it's going to be Kainoob taking the first kill, the first goal. Nicely picked up there, and a lead for boys in the beginning, but was a little bit harder than I think we were initially expecting here. Dogs putting up a pretty good fight, especially for the mirrored position here, the 7-1 boys and the 1-7 dogs. So it is the dogs having their second wind here. They are putting forth a little bit of effort. The core flip used to save the barrier initially. And of course, barrier is all important on Inkies. Vaughn also using the flip there. As we have still the barrier standing, but it is going to be the dogs finding their barrier taken away by the boys. The cosmic expense there from Vaughn a little bit too far behind, not quite in range, but Juno is in range, and Bells gets another goal. Boys 2-0 in the lead here, and boys, I think, getting ready to set themselves apart on the tiebreakers versus the Rats most likely.
For sure, and this is a bit of an interesting game, as we were talking about it earlier, the double midfield on both sides. Momentary break gives me some time to yap about it. Notably, though, the Bruno, something that Bells has been a big advocator for, I think, as of mostly this season. And we've seen it pulled out a couple times by him, but it is a character that is really, really good. I actually do kind of like the idea of it on this map, where you just put Juno on the out clear. And then at any point in time, she just throws a slime, jumps in, drops her ult, and suddenly it's really, really hard for these double range backline to get the ball out without the help of like a big lock it down ability.
Yeah, flipping counter flip there, making one as well. And we can see that it is really difficult, although Bells does whiff the flip there, and that makes it a little easier to clear pass, but I 100% agree. Versus these ranged goalies. What? No, the back pass failed! Twisty, no! Unfortunate on that one. I assume Twisty was trying to go for a back pass there, but not the way you want to see that one go.
That does mean that the first spark's going to fall into Kainoob's hand. The Octavia, while Spark of Focus isn't something too scary. Octavia's got much scarier things on the table. Chrono Boost, Aerials, Peak, a bunch of other stuff. It is still double Spark. It is going to need to be watched out for. And then throughout the rest of this, there's not too much that scares me. I am noticing that Fire Up has gone in the way of Twisty. I really did expect in a draft like this, where there's not anything too impactful. Like, we're not talking about anybody's Biss here. We're kind of just looking at like generically good awakenings. I'm surprised that Fire Up didn't get picked up sooner, but Twisty did pick it up. And if that could get some value, it could be very, very useful with this triple backline, this triple range backline.
Yeah, we do see, though, Vaughn in the backline there with the ultimate, showing the usage of the catalyst there with the Atlas ultimate to get extra power, extra energy there. At first, I was thinking a little bit of why didn't he take Siege Machine on the Atlas, but is very good with the energy gain on the ultimate, and that's Bells on the Bruno. You were talking about it earlier. Just cancels an out clear with a really nice Juno primary there. Did get denied the rapid fire, I do believe, but even still had the slime available.
Sure, going into the second point, kind of just going to see what we see every round where, you know, the entirety of boys run up, throw all their abilities on the kickoff, probably win it, and then they'll try to win it through here with Lawn Flip, if I had to guess. Kind of working towards his as well. No, Mickey Middleton is actually taken off the field. They have ulterior motives.
It was a great strike shot from Weston, but it's not enough. Octavia was there to catch the corner clear there. And Kainoob is, well, he's not going to miss an easy shot like that one. Sometimes you get people that panic in the moment and the shot goes a little wide, but that one is fairly stock standard, just hit it sideways into the goal. Twisty, though, with the flip there, Crystal Thorn's behind, not actually going to be able to get anything with it, unfortunately. So the barrier's still standing. It does go down on the side of the Dogs as the base drop comes out as well. Twisty taking a little bit low, but not out just yet, but Kainoob is keeping up the damage there, and it's going to be Bells getting to the goal in the bottom here. Nicely set up.
It's seeming like boys, I believe this is boys' map. Nope, this is Dogs' map. This is just a map that boys are very comfortable on. We've seen it come out a lot, and that's a triple spark Octavia. It might be the worst possible thing you could ever want to see if you're a Dogs fan. This might be worse than Chrono Boost CTL Octavia in a way. I'm not quite sure. We'll see how the rest of this draft plays out, but I don't see anything that's really like game winning for Dogs here. Like you get Happy Star. Nikki Middleton's probably happy with that Timeless Creator, that turret up more often. You know, the drips drop it on kickoff, which is quite nice. But I'm looking at all this speed that the entirety of boys got, not just the triple spark Octavia, but you know, the fight or flight performance. And I think they're just going to run away with this game.
Yeah, we do have the Among Titans on the Kai and the fire up as well from last points. There's a fair bit of speed on the side of the Dog Slayers, and of course that Timeless extra special Imi turret from Nikki Middleton can actually do a lot of work. So Dogs has a shot here versus boys, but it is a bit of a long one, especially versus the Sparktavia. As the primary comes through, Twisty unfortunately doesn't get the perfect angle, does unfortunately hit the barrier. Base drop is going to secure that. Actually, Bells will, with the last slime through everything, the last strike in the face of the turret to secure the goal. And yeah, it was, you know, it's a little bit longer. Dogs fighting back a little bit, but boys really just in position to run away with this game, literally with all of that speed.
Sure, and with both flips worked out, it's probably a good thing for the Dogs, but, you know, Bells, very consistent on this Juno, it seems. Every time he gets the ball, even on a character that doesn't have a lot of hit stun, which is what you would like normally think brawlers get it done with, Bells just kind of makes it work. He just throws too many slimes at you, and then he covers wherever you like the slimes are, and I mean, that's the power of Juno, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you don't have a wall goalie, then Juno is kind of a death sentence on the offense. She is just so difficult to contend with those slimes. As long as they only need one hit to get it done, they are just everywhere. Core flip is well used, another goal scored, and boys take a very quick game one, 3-0 fashion. I don't believe Dog got any goals there. They get the barrier a couple of times, but it was a stomp for the boys here. Dog, if they want to contend at all, they will need to buck up for game two.
Yeah, it is feels like what might be not quite a record, but, you know, we've had faster in these games, I think, but not by much. 820, very, very fast indeed. And probably not the best feeling game, I gotta be honest. That's a game that, like, it just feels bad. There's no getting around it. Like, games like those feel really bad, especially whenever that's like your map and you pick it. Granted, I did hear a little bit, you know, saw a little bit in the chat earlier. Neither of these teams warmed up, I don't think. I believe I know Twisty didn't. I think Nikki got out of bed right before this game. And I don't know what Weston was up to, but I don't imagine he was warming up either. So maybe they're, you know, late scalers. They'll come in game 2 and be ready, but it seemed brutal, I gotta be honest.
It did not seem brutal. It was brutal on that one. You know, we have some happy slimes on the side of the profile pictures from the dogs there, but those were not happy slimes from Bells. Every single one of those was basically lethal. There was effectively no chance that Weston even had to clear the core when it got to his side, and it was on his side most of the game. So much control from the side of the boys, and just very difficult to contend with. A lot of control all around. When we go to game 2, let's see if Dog has any strategy for getting around that. But otherwise, I mean, boys, one of the best teams for a very long time for a very good reason. They know their game. They're good at playing it. And if you get sucked into that, then there's really no way around it. You will lose. And in the case of this one, it will be quick.
Yeah, I think it's I think there's potential. You know, this is a map that the dogs like. I assume. I'm assuming that based off the fact that they played it to get into nasl against their game in PPL, and they're running it back at what might be the last game of nasl for this season, for them anyways. So this is a map they like. However, this is also a map that I mean, it feels bad because, like, boys like all the maps. They've been around for every season and then some, right? Like, there's not a map they don't like, but I do believe this is one of the maps that, like, Kai Noob's very comfortable on. Vaughn's gonna pick like Atlas or Dubu, and he's gonna hold it down forever. And Bells is gonna do Bells stuff. I don't know what he's gonna pick. He might pick the Bruno. Oh, we got it actually. He's picked the Rasmus. There's no Dubu or Atlas actually. Vaughn's feeling a little happy. Lock the Feeny, I imagine, and we'll probably see probably just the Octavia again. Unless Kai Noob. Oh, I was unbelievably wrong. The Dubu has come out. I don't know who's playing what.
Bell's Dubu lore, perhaps?
Could be. Maybe a little Vaughn Rasmus goalie. Like a mini. I don't know. There's so many things here. The flip side, dogs. Mako Estelle Kazan. I feel like that's a pretty... I feel like I've seen this comp before. Now, I think there's a lot of... it's Estelle only village, right? Like, she's good. She's always been good. It's like her map. But I don't know how Kazan is on it. Like, I know a lot of people like it, but I don't know how Kazan actually does in the meta. I'm not saying it's not playable, but there is a lot of, like, contention right now about whether or not Kazan is up to par as, like, some of the other brawlers. You know, the Julie, the I guess on this map, I can really only think of, like, the Rasmus, the Julie, the Zen. And the Julie's not even that far up there. Like, it's really just, like, Rasmussen, I feel like I see on these days.
I mean, do keep in mind, though, that this isn't just Kazan. This is Size Kazan. So he does get that free Size Awakening on the recovery drone, and that really does enable him a lot better. Lets him cover a lot more area, and especially on Oni Village, the ability to cover an area is pretty nice. However, unfortunately, it is not the Bell's Dubu lore. It is going to be Vaughn on the Dubu playing a wall goalie on Oni Village to match the Mako. As, well, this game might be a little bit longer. It is Oni Village after all, but Vaughn with a roll forward, showing that you can still have a little bit of Dubu forwarding, even if it's in the goalie roll, and Bell's getting the core going up into the corner. Piercing shot, not enough. Gets a double as Bell's kind of bottom here, and the core not quite in the net just yet, but it might only be a matter of time with Bell's, or as the boys are running forward.
Yeah, and with a Speedy ult, level 2, she's gotten it. Not able to find anything off of it quite yet, but they do have both barriers, and that means the dogs are kind of on the back foot here. Managed to find one, but it's not looking too promising. Actually, I lied. They found both. I knew. You'll have a flip to work with soon.
I mean, you don't get the goal, but you do get the goalie, so Bells is still pretty happy with that, and Vaughn is the one to get the goal. Bells was just preparing the way for Vaughn to get a goal there. Maybe that was one of their things, like Vaughn signed in the contract, must get one goal in the regular season, and that was Bells letting that one happen.
I think Vaughn's got a couple more than one goal in the regular season. I haven't really looked, but I have cast in quite a few boys games this season, and I can vaguely remember saying Vaughn scored a couple of times, as Kaiju will find a kill with the flip and Bells with the hook. Weston has nothing left in the tank, and it is just initially, it's looking like it might be, albeit a slower sweep, another boy sweep.
boys playing quite well right now. And even with the size on the Kazan, it's not quite enough to be the difference maker just yet. We will see, of course, how the draft goes, but interesting enough, though, with the size, Kainoob actually took the size as well. Double barriers will go down here. Vaughn playing forward with the core flip. Counter flips Twisty as well. Flip wall. It's a tragedy here for the dogs, as even Twisty got the recovery drone popped, and Kainoob actually will be the one to get the MVP. Again, midfield, Oni Village, pretty important role.
Yeah, and Kainoob will be rewarded with whatever he'd like. I'm actually looking at a OIA. It's actually just going to be the fight or flight. I'm really shocked he doesn't go OIA. I feel like that's such a pretty strong awakening whenever you're not being killed, and I don't think Kainoob's going to get killed this game. The only other really notable things here are the spark options that have fallen to both Dubu and Estelle. And I mean, like, it's kind of just like a whatever draft. Like, people are happy, they got their stuff. But I'm really only looking at the speed on Oni Village because nothing else matters too much.
Yeah, and with that, I think it's actually really nice that Bells takes the aerials, because it's pretty good on Rasmus. Some people disagree with the ultimate range. But Speed Rasmus, Oni Village, pretty good with secondary. But denying it from the Mako is peak, because aerials, Mako, and Oni Village is maybe one of her best ones. So I think that's a really good deny on that one. Death Touch is going to whiff, unfortunately. Pendulum Swing is actually going to send it forward there, passing to the Clarion Corp partner there, as Bells goes down to the corner here and does manage to get it through. Weston holding the second just a little bit too long, and Twisty cleared around, but does get the core back and forth. Nikki Millen up to the top. Crystal Thorns piercing shot, not enough to get the berry.
Yeah, and the cage will come out and lock Bells away for a moment, but is not going to stop the offense as as the VD ultimate comes out on the goal line, and not really much you can do about it. There's nobody there to like reinforce it, even if it is the hard like reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really well executed there by Kainoob with the ultimate there. Somersault comes out as well. Bells and the Tofu Fortress behind. Good defense there from the side of the Dog Slayers to hold this bottom barrier, even in the face of all of this. Now, in the end, Bells does still get it, but it did take a lot more resources. There's an opportunity here for Dog to go back across the map, but Death's Touch Strike is not enough. Actually, good defense there from Weston. But now some of the cooldowns are coming back off cooldown. Triple A countered by a strike, or a core flip there. The Ensnare Drums comes out as well. Kainoob playing the goalie here, as Vaughn is playing a bit of midfield. As the big finish goes out. It's a great pass, but intercepted by a strike shot from Weston. The secondary from Mako as well. Core flip from the Kazan up at the top, countered by Kainoob there. Triple A comes out as well. And the core goes for yet another cycle around the map.
Yeah, and the Kainoob flip, it's actually not going to find the barrier. I thought it was looking really good there. Vaughn's getting involved. He wants to flip. Flip goes wide. Bells still has one more, although being brought low, and, well, with Dogs claiming a barrier, actually, Bells might not get the opportunity, and he's going to be taken off the field for now, because we'll save them for the moment, though.
Yep, and that is some aerial value there, actually, but unfortunately doesn't get the barrier. Kainoob, though, midfield backing up the brawler there. Rose Orb used, strikes as well, but Bells just has so much patience, as Dog just couldn't wait and used everything. Bells sat there and laughed like an evil villain that Rasmus is.
A little shades of named Chaotic there, for those that know. The Beta 5, if you watch. I love that video. That video made my week. Anyways, boys will claim their first barrier. They're working on the second, and they will indeed claim it.
And that's going to be the goal claimed as well. Kainoob getting the credit for that one. The Ensnare Drums not able to put much of a resistance at all. And that is yet another set claimed by the boys. 5 sets in, no goals scored by Dog. Barely barriers taken, as that is a team player to deny from a Mako, potentially.
It is, but it's also a timeless creator if Fini would want, or whatever. It's actually going to be the Among Titans. Kainoob is just speed maxing right now with that Fight or Flight, Mag Souls, and now the Among Titans follow up. Chrono Boost on Rasmus is also really good. The only real other thing I think is notable, maybe a little bit of size on the Mako, but I don't think it matters. I think what really is important here for Dogs is that this team player did get into their hands. Although it is on the Estelle, and I feel like you would have really liked to have seen it on the Mako.
Yeah, I think the Mako wanted to prioritize denying the size of the Rasmus, which is fair. But not having Team Player, not having Chrono Boost on this Mako, just any kind of awakenings for dash speed are good on Mako. So it really felt like a playing not to lose. And at this point, dogs can't just play not to lose. They have to play to win. So I think this might be another slow death here, or maybe even a quick one, as the boys got quite a bit of good stuff in this last draft. Vaughn with 1-2 punch might do some happy gaming here on the sides. That roll into log combo can be brutal. Another barrier goes down to Kainoob's aura flip there, as the pendulum swing secures the goal.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty interesting use of the flip. It looks like an aura flip, but it is kind of an aura flip. But it actually like throws off the timing of Weston because he's expecting like, oh, like the Kainoob's just gonna flip the ball and like red speed it, right? But no, he just like hits it past Nikki, and the flip is used to stun. And so like you're not like, I don't know, you're not mentally awake enough right there. Twisty's taken off the field. The recov means that it doesn't actually mean anything besides, well, you don't have recov drone anymore, but you still have the size, so.
Yeah, imagine if recov drone lost the size as well. It'd be brutal. But barrier is saved by Weston.
I'm kind of down. Buff recov, make it like 40%, and then it loses like 20% whenever it gets disabled. Thoughts? I think this might be what recovery needs to become a fun awakening. Oh, the unfortunate around the world means that dogs are not going to have it. And Nikki middle in. Oh no. Oh, it's just every time it looks good for dogs, the universe intervenes.
That indeed it does, and there is no Atlas for no celestial intervention on this one. So that is Vaughn going to try and get the kill flip on Twisty as well. It just keeps getting worse, and Vaughn is now on the other side of the field, completely given up the defense. He doesn't need to. Even if he loses the barrier, he can run back there. If he loses 2 goals, he's still fine. So it's going to also be a flip in the bottom here. Pendulum swing kills the goalie. The goal is scored, and Boys takes a 18-0 sweep, with Dogs not able to score even one single goal in 2 games.
Yeah, and that is that actually might be contingent for one of the fastest series in general. A total of 17 minutes and some pocket change, like 40 seconds, I think. That's just like head math. I mean, I can't really say we were expecting much else. I don't think there's any like easy way to say it, but boys are boys. They've been dominant this season as they have been. The only other team they've lost to is the other 7-1 team. It's like rite of passage for nasl. You show up as the new kids on the block, and you get rocked by boys time. Rat Pack, I guess. They kind of they're also new kids on the block, but like they're like cooler new kids on the block, I guess. I don't know. It's like rite of passage. I don't know. It's boys doing what boys do. They'll claim the series, and that does mean that they do have a possibility at first seed if Rats lose their game, I believe. But there's not too much to say about it.
Yeah, good job to the boys. Very close now to securing seed 1, depending on how the tiebreakers for that go. Not dropping a single goal, let alone a set, is going to be a pretty good way to achieve that. Unfortunately for the Dogs, this will be the end of their season, but we might see them in the next one. So will be good to see how they improve, because that is the other thing. It's the rite of passage. You get in, you're not necessarily used to the way the game is even played at the highest level, and so it takes some adjustment for that. So seeing how they might emerge next time will be quite nice to see. But for the meantime, we will be cutting to a short break, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back. I'm joined again here with AJ Cannon, and we're going to be going over our second. Well, no, sorry. Whoa, my second series of the game. It's, our fourth one. Rat Pack versus Heavy Metal Gundam. How are you feeling, AJ?
I'm feeling like this is a well, it's a Demon Dice match to start off with, so it's going to be pretty bloody. And also, these teams do actually have a lot of stake in this one. So, of course, Rat Pack, with Boys winning the last game, Rat Pack has to win this one to secure their seed one. They have the head-to-head versus Boys, so they get it guaranteed. But if HMG wins this one, then they also have a chance of getting in. And I believe they have the head-to-head over Bozo Bunch, so Bozo Bunch needs HMG to lose if they want to make it to the playoffs. So a lot of teams, more than 2 teams riding on a game with 2 teams in it. So this one, definitely one to be on the lookout for and see how it goes. Starting off, though, it's Atlas and Dubu goalies, so it's going to be some wall action here. Tempo almost getting taken down. Never mind, it's actually not the Dubu goalie, is it, after all? It is, in fact, a Dubu forward, and I am blind.
Yeah, that is Tempo Melon on the Dubu, as we've seen so many times before. Carmine, with a little heavy impact, will find the initial kill. And Snake will probably be next as Rat Pack work on this first barrier, and they are going to claim it.
Now the sound waves are active. Snake in the middle there, and Josh getting a great kill there on to the Estelle, who is still a few seconds out from respawning. Defensive flip there used by Fresh just in case the Drakkar tried to get a Xenocloak shotgun out. And piercing shot goes a little bit wide. Snake in the corner here, no longer staggered. Frightfully Fresh, frightfully close to death here on this one, but we'll have the Atlas ult there to save. Barrier does go down, though, on the other side of everything. So Carmine potentially positioned to take a goal. Strike shot almost getting it done. Crater Maker, though, kills the Atlas Tofu Fortress. Particle Accelerator comes through, and goalie dead, no problem. Tempo Melon is going to take care of things.
Yeah, it was looking a little scary as Frightfully Fresh took a bit of a trip, but the Dubu Tofu Fortress was on Rat Pack's side this time. Notice that I am specifying this time, because we've all seen how Dubu Tofu Fortress can be. A goodbye, the Milkman, actually alive for now, is Tempo Melon that will be taking the 12-second timeout as HMG get their turn in the power play.
Yeah, good defense there by Fresh as well. Loses one barrier. Rose Rope from Carmine to keep the other one alive. So we'll be fine. Tempo back on the field. Still immediately hit by a rocket and fairly low on health. Log into Astral Protection piercing shot there. All the primaries used. Gets the kill onto Luna there. Tofu Fortress used to lock Milkman out of the play, but unfortunately it also locks Tempo out of the play. But does get one barrier off the rebound. No dull barrier just yet. Great defense there by Snake, winning a last frame strike war there. But unfortunately, Tempo Melon is able to open up the barrier, and the Rats are positioned to take another goal here.
Yeah, Tempo Melon trying to lock it up, and the Tofu or the roll's not going to find anything as Fresh and Carmine dribble it in the back line. They're looking for an opening somewhere, but with both brawlers staggered, it's really, really hard to find an opening. The strike shot looked really good. Unfortunately, it will not be what the Rats were looking for quite yet.
No, the somersault from Tempo Melon into the Crater Maker, and that is an absolutely Luna goal there. Crater Maker, the enemy brawler, into your own goal, dash all the way across the field to strike ward the enemy goalie, who is also on Atlas for the additional sibling rivalry lore, and it might just be a Luna game.
Yeah, this is a really good Luna start. Notably, she does have that Deadeye to pick out. The other can be heavy impact. You don't really care about losing that either on her, so probably very happy to be a Luna start. As the damage piles onto Tempo Melon, Celestial Intervention buys a little bit of time, but it does feel like I think Dubu is just going to get shot this entire game. So is Drakkar, but I think Drakkar's a bit better at doing, shooting back.
Yeah, Drakkar a little bit more slippery and a little smaller, so harder to hit, and that's actually going to be another goal scored here. Drakkar fighting for his life on the bottom side. Luna almost free reign on the top side there. I say free reign as if it wasn't a 1v2, but just beautifully striking it around all the abilities and getting it up to the top side of the goal.
For sure, and with no evade, this Luna nuke is looking massive. Carmine, there comes the Molten Bolt for the stagger, and soon they'll have the kill, I imagine. probably off like a beam shotgun or something, maybe just a shotgun. But Carmine is actually going to fight back for the moment and claim the barrier of their own.
Kill flip out of Milkman there, kills the Estelle, starts the power play once again. Log does a bit of damage to Drakkar, but Snake will live on for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, though, the Luna strikes a little too soon. Barrier does not get taken, but it does in the end. And Atlas will also take a rocket. Passing back and forth between the Drakkar and the Luna is really nice there, just to keep it on the other side of the field. And with the dash as well into the strike, and it's a full team goal there from HMG to take a first set and a quite dominant lead in the series. That is all important for them.
Absolutely, and with Josh being kind of the spear, definitely has options. And I'm looking at it, and I really do think you just deny the reptile. There might be like an argument for like Spark or Focus, but I think somebody on HMG will probably end up taking this reptile. It's going to be Milkman, which makes sense. But Frightfully Fresh did pick up Team Player, which is going to be very, very useful. Just for keeping the ball upfield and getting it to this Dubu who really needs the help, because right now she's just being beat to death.
Yeah, denying that reptile remedy is very important. We do also see the Orb Dancer, helps pick up orbs and get some speed. It is a little unfortunate to not see the aerials pick up on Drakkar, because it is very important on the offense, but I guess if you can live, that's more important than being able to be better while you are alive. Speaking of living, though, the Luna and Tempo Melon, not very close to living. They're actually very close to death. In fact, as the Ash Protection goes a little bit wide, though, Snake actually gets the double barrier there. And the goal is open. The shotgun from the Drakkar is able to go through the Cosmic Expanse. Beautifully played there, as HMG was a little rocky for a second there, but came through in the end.
Yeah, you were talking about that aerials being missed out on by Snake. I do agree, it typically feels bad, but I mean, just look at the way that Snake has been playing this game. This is like, yes, he's scoring, but he's not scoring with shotgun. He's scoring by just like beating your forwards out of position, making your midfielder like choose between life or saving the ball. And then he just kind of strikes and he passes around. So I don't think he's actually that upset about losing aerials.
The Quengle hit by Carmine there on the edge of death, but alive enough to kill as the Air Nado comes out. The shotgun goes around, the Xeno Cloak as well, and it's a 2v3, but it doesn't feel like it has so much core control in the hands of HMG, as they really are just running away. Now Josh is back on the field once again. Tempo Melon low off the court entirely. Cratermaker comes out, does a little bit of damage as well. Rocket goes a little wide, Air Nado does as well. Milkman trying to get it around, but Carmine playing a really good defensive game here, trying to just keep the core control from getting started. But Rose Warp piercing shot into Somersault as well, and the power play dissolved with not really too much, but a shotgun will win the strike war in the end. And that's what happens if you're killing the Luna instead of Snake, because the entire first set you were killing Drakkar, and he wasn't able to do anything. The second he is allowed to live, Snake is immediately popping off.
Yeah, and he does have that 4 stacks of Orb Dancer. Soon to be 5, I imagine. As the nuke comes out, good little layering by Carmine and Fresh means that no barriers taken for the moment. But look at Snake go. He's ready to gobble. And he's got the orbs and with a flip to work with very soon. I imagine that he's probably just going to claim a double barrier. Oh, never mind.
Maybe a bit of a caster curse on that one. But Snake will at least get one. Piercing shot goes a little bit wide. Somersault, though, is really nice, and Tempo does claim, or does open the net there. The goal not scored quite yet. Strike shot, Ash Protection as well. Frightfully Fresh playing forward there into the Cratermaker. The rocket hits Carmine, so does the shotgun as well. A lot of damage onto the back line of the Rats, but Tempo Melon very healthy, still dribbling with the Somersault up to the top as well, and Tempo Melon saves the team by scoring the goal. No opportunity to kill.
Yeah, that's probably like, I think it's actually the first real like moment we've had where it's like, oh yeah, Dubu is found something. Like, Dubu has been able to play the game. And it's just in time, but it does still feel like HMG just has such a good draft in this game. So much damage off the Luna and the Drek, and this era to just throw Maelstroms down and buffer teammates. Like, it feels like a brutal game for the Rats to find.
Yeah, but a great core flip to Fortress does open the net, so there's a chance here. Never mind, as soon as they say something. HMG able to get a very long goal into that. Milkman not even using the core flip on that one. Takes a second set here, and Snake is the MVP this time. What will he get? It might be Ad Rush or Sparks or 1-2 Punch or Missile Prop.
Nah, it's just adrenaline rush. Like, it's just go ahead, lock it in. It's missile prop. Actually, I'm actually amazed. I'm thoroughly shocked that they don't just draft ad rush and play. Carmine will deny it, but the era, like, I mean, yeah, you didn't get ad rush, but like, HMG is still getting a lot here. You know, you have like the missile prop, which you're still very happy with. Your era is getting Mew, which is really, really, really good for whenever you're playing for like this heavy damage. And also just Demon Days era nados are really scary. You just gotta bully the goalie out of the yeah, I mean, the Monu nado is actually bigger than the entirety of the goal. Like,
Yep.
That's terrifying. And then your Luna got 1-2, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, forward Luna as well with 1-2 is insane. The dash strike just becomes so much more powerful with that. And of course, any damage, like a rocket into a dash that immediately deletes the Estelle, that also works with 1-2 punch. So I think the Luna's happy, even though the Atlas denied the spark. Really nicely played there by HMG on the draft. And I mean, Ariel's Drakkar is going to be doing so much damage as well. Gets a barrier as well. Molten Bolt goes a little bit wide, but you don't even really need that ability at this point. The shotgun's going to take it in, and Luna gets the secure on that one, just in case. Yeah, the Rose Warp was coming out from Carmine at the last second, as it is going to be scored. And HMG, again, really close to taking their final set, and even a game off of Rats, when I expected it to be a lot more one-sided, honestly.
This is a pretty close, or not close. It's a pretty pretty decisive HMG bloodbath at the moment. As Snake works on that first barrier, and he's not going to find it, but they will find a ton of damage and initially find that barrier. There's their second flip. Milkman with a third to come up if they would like. Right now, it's actually Josh taking off the field.
Yeah, and that is the power play here for the Rats. They also have the ad rush, so I don't know if they actually have the value on it. But the core flip comes out from Milkman, Molten Bolt as well. They try to get a creative angle there to the back, but it's not going to work. Crater Maker going to take out Carmine potentially. Snake running, trying to get the core flip, and at least the core flip is going to be claimed. Core flip from Tempo Melon, though, secures a barrier, and now it's an open goal. Aranota comes out, doesn't find too much, but barrier does go down. Shotgun comes out at the top side. Butch and Beam comes out as well. Tempo Melon very small, but enough to dribble. Goes down to the bottom side here, dribbles with the log. No. Carmine getting it forward with Crystal Thorn. Silver Forge comes out as well, but a little too short. Josh at the top here, losing a strike with there. Estelle, and off the Tofu Fortress. Tempo Melon, the big brain play, thinking 15 seconds ahead, just for the core to go all the way around and bounce into the goal.
Yeah, and they found a point. I gotta admit, it honestly does feel a little bit like the earlier point they found as well, where it wasn't like something that could be replicated too much. Right now, it seems like Dubu is like all in on special. Right? It feels like every time Tempo gets a special down, they manage to find something. No special needed this time to claim a double barrier, and I might just be yapping because, you know, Tempo Melon making the Dubu work even against all odds.
Yeah, I mean, the Tempo Melon lore is pretty insane with the Dubu forward. The Tower Fortress, not ideal on that one, but is still going to live. Dodges the Crater Maker because that might have just killed even from the other side of the field. Snake does open up the goal here. Carmine gets a great flip up to Tempo at the top with dash, gets the Dubu out of the way. Piercing Shot does get the double stun. Tempo Melon gets core flip killed by Milkman as the Rose Warp takes the Luna out of the equation and stalls the play for a little bit longer. Cosmic Expanse is well going to be used. Piercing Shot goes a little bit wide. Josh trying to set up a dash here, potentially. The core flip the Crater Maker used as well. Snake trying to get it down to the bottom of the shotgun, but will not find it. Great clears by Frightfully Fresh on this one. As the core goes for another strike at the top here. Dash comes through, does not find the core. Core flip on the Luna is still in play, but the Tofu Fortress is going to take the point for the Rats.
Tempo is just proving me wrong. Okay, I'm guys. I swear I'm not a Dubu hater. Okay, I'm just calling it how I see it. Dubu's getting beat to death, but finally, I guess just XP levels. I guess Dubu has just gotten to that point in the levels where he's got enough HP to just survive. Even against as much damage has come out, Carmine will find an ad rush proc off the help of Frightfully Fresh's projection, and with a 3v2 power play, it is looking awfully scary for HMG.
Yeah, Josh, though, is back in play. The barrier does go down. Tofu Fortress saves the Dubu. Great usage of the ultimate there into the Crater Maker. But the Piercing Shot claims a goal there. Tempo Melon just distracting up at the top side. And the Rats able to take a set off of HMG when it was looking like HMG were poised to just completely sweep the game.
Yeah, and there's not. Initially, I'm looking at this. I don't see too much that's super scary besides the Happy Star. I think if that falls to Era or Luna, it'll be really bad. But in the meantime, Estelle is going to pick up the Fire Up. If that can get some value, it'll be good. But against Luna Drek, I feel like they just like target you and like shut that down perma. Also, looking, Frightfully Fresh did get double spark. That is quite useful as well. And I think that's really the main two things to watch out for is this Fire Up. If it ever gets off, I think Demon Days is the map where it'll just dominate. And then, of course, this double spark on Atlas means he's going to be dishing out a little bit more damage, and he's going to be covering a lot more ground with that 10% speed he's got.
Yeah, I do also really like the Happy Star deny from Stake, preventing the Atlas from getting that, so you can keep your win con of getting these kills and rotating them around. Melon able to secure a double barrier as well. And one of the things with the Fire Up is you kind of need full energy bar, and that's not going to happen necessarily with all the damage. Carmine might just be forced to evade, but is trying to hold on to it for dear life.
Yeah, we'll see if that greed is the downfall, because of course we do have a flip to work with if we can get it going, but we also have no HP to work with. Tempo Melon trapped in the creation wall, unfortunately. Oh, that's just it. That's the Fire Up value. The flip might have been unnecessary, but you know what? Tempo Melon wanted to use it as well. And it's starting to look like maybe Rat Pack is here to maybe even contest the map.
I think that might have been the single most necessary flip we've ever seen, as I think that it was just necessary for no particular reason. Tempermelon, another double barrier, and yeah, Tempermelon maybe just warming up in the first bit of it, as it's just a beautiful play there from the forwards of the Rats, as they take the double barrier into the goal, and it's a 13-second point. I think maybe one of the fastest points we've had, even in the very quick games we had previously.
Yeah, and I haven't really been looking too much at this Dubu build, because, to be quite honest, I don't know what Dubu likes. But I imagine any brawler would be quite happy with Among Titans and Fighter Flight. There's just so much speed, especially for this Dubu who kind of just eats up everything already. I don't really care about the size loss that much. I mean, look at him. He might be tiny, but it doesn't matter whenever he's fast enough to cover everything that he needs to cover. And
yeah, and you know, the smaller hitbox for being able to be hit less is pretty nice as well. Usually doesn't go into play that much, but every now and then it will. Josh not able to win the strike at the bottom there, and those sound barriers very tricky. Snake trying to get the kill here with the missile prop value, but did not find it. The Ash Protection comes out. A lot of abilities used by the Rats and not really finding too much. So there's a lot on the table here for HMG to spin this around. A lot of resources in their hands right now, but nothing to actually do with it. The core flip going to be used, but the log is a great counter to that one right in the face of it. Crater Maker is going to whiff as well. Milkman trying to get the NATO dribble there, with Piercing Shot goes all the way around the top. Josh gets the pickup. Snake, though, does not get the shotgun into the goal. Ash Protection almost gets a barrier, but it is defended by Milkman pretty nicely. Somersault comes through. Core flip as well. Milkman gets the pick up there. Use the arrow speed as well. Rushing forward. Snake not able to get it through. The defense unlock from the Rats. The offense as well. They get one barrier. Not quite the second just yet, but Tempo Melon is on the case. Carmine as well on the top side here. Strike shot forward. Snake on the bottom here. Piercing Shot does get it through to the Drakkar, but it's not quite enough to get the full clear here. Molten Bolt, though, not finding purchase as Tempo Melon gets the clear in the end.
yeah, this overtime is kicked in with the 1-2 and all the power, and Frightfully Fresh is going to red speed it anyways off the team player. I think he might have the speed needed to just red speed off strike as well. Maybe not quite, but doesn't matter. Josh will find a goal and stop what was looking like a very, very scary, I feel like they were just kind of like bleeding out slowly.
Yeah, but that is going to be not a slow bleed out as the Luna gets taken down, but a double barrier for the side of HMG. Classic sacrifice the midfielder for purchase on the map here. As the core is going to do a full loop off of that core flip from Milkman, which is actually just a great way to buy a lot of time. Piercing Shot does not find the barrier. Josh gets a dribble with the rocket there as well. Dash on Tempermelon gets a little bit of damage, but Tempermelon doesn't care. Takes a barrier, takes almost another one there. Too fortunate not to find the value there. The Air NATO comes out. Crater Maker hits Carmine. No evade on that one available. Butching Beam slows down Tempermelon, gets the shrink as well, as Crystal Thorns does not find purchase. Snake with shotgun does not have the connection, unfortunately. Does strike it away from the Cosmic Expanse there, meaning if there's an opportunity here while that ability is on cooldown to score a goal, but it's not quite finding the angle is not quite found here by HMG. Milkman goes up to the top once again, piercing shot, Tempo Melon log as well with the dribble, and it's just so difficult to clear past this midfield line with the speakers on the sides, but Cratermaker forces the evade out of Frightfully Fresh, so there's not really much in the tank from this Atlas if you can just get it over there one last time, but the dash does not connect onto the core, and the core speed in overtime is so insane that it is not looking good for HMG.
It is not indeed, and they do need to find a way through, but against this Estelle Atlas, Estelle Atlas Dubu, it is brutal. You can't force through, you can't get around the Estelle. Josh trying to find a flip, it's going to go wide. HMG still have an offense for the moment, but Tempo Melon is probably going to put it into that soon with this core flip. And, oh, it's actually gone wide. Milkman, we'll save it for now.
Yeah, good passing play here, but the Tofu Fortress, great defense from Milkman on that one. The angle not perfectly hit in the corner means that the clear can happen. Butching Beam up at the top, the shotgun goes wide, but Tempo Melon finds a kill onto Luna. The payback for the earlier sets. Tempo Melon whiffing the strike for the fun of it, but will not be able to get it into the goal, unfortunately. A little bit too much style on that one, as a clear to neutral space is what they're attempting for the side of HMG to buy some time. Luna back on the field now. Airnoda covers the goal as well. Log goes way too far as well. Cratermaker forces the evade out of Carmine. Dash comes through as well. Up to the top of the Snake, but it's not through just yet. And Temple on somersault into the strike down to the bottom. Takes another set for the Rats.
They have managed to bring back what was looking like a decisive HMG sweep to a set 5. We'll see what Tempo Melon is rewarded with. And I honestly don't know what she wants. She's got a lot of options. Hovering the bulk up, which kind of makes sense. The HP is going to be really nice. It's actually going to be the peak performance. So this is the fastest Dubu alive ever. I am looking at the rapid fire on the Era, though. I think that is really, really, really hard to deal with as any brawler. I don't think Dubu's excluded, even though Dubu's not the traditional brawler. I think everybody generally hates being trucked. Like, it's really hard to play the game whenever Era hits you with the beam. On top of that, also, not HMG, sorry, Rat Packs did pick up the hot shot on Estelle. It feels like this is a really, really, really good track for the Rats.
Yeah, it definitely does. A lot of speed on the Dubu, a lot of core speed on the Estelle, and even some core speed. I mean, this Atlas does have 158 power just sitting around with a team player on top of it. So there is quite a bit of core speed there for the clears. And it really does feel like HMG kind of lost their win con. Early on, they were finding the kills, they were dominating the game, but then the health bars kind of scaled a little bit, and they're not quite able to get the focus they need. And Carmine is able to secure a goal just with the Crystal Thorns, when earlier it was such a solid defense. Now there's some cracks in HMG.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of the nerves coming in. You know, it is a toll to be up 2 sets, and then be up 2 sets and some points, and then, you know, start losing because the enemy team has come online. They'll try to pile the damage on the Carmine, but it's just not really there. No shotgun to be found quite yet. There's the Molten Bolt, and I think Carmine's out for now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Snake not quite finding the connections with these Molten Bolts and shotguns to really secure the game. There's been some connections on some things, but they're kind of half-hearted and haphazard, and they don't really get what they need. Corfub is really great in the face of the Astral Projection there, stalls it out as well in the face of the Cosmic Expanse. Snake not able to get the counter on the Crystal Thorns, but does get a lot of damage into Carmine here. Potential kill angle if they can just focus the Estelle, but Carmine is now playing back on the defense, and Frightfully Fresh is playing up with a great character rotation there from the Rats. Shotgun does get attacked, so there's a little bit less regen there, and Frightfully Fresh might be the next target here. But actually, it's going to be Luna going off the field. Temple with a great roll into flip there, as the Tofu Fortress does set it backwards a little bit. Buys a little bit of time, actually, for HMG, as Snake low on health, and does still have those orb stacks, didn't die, but is not really looking so healthy even there. Cratermaker actually buffs Tempo Melon, knocks Tempo Melon into the perfect position to win the strike war there. Unfortunate angle there from the knockback.
Yeah, and with no energy really on the board at all. This is probably the most, like, basic game of Omega Strike. Like, there's no, like, core flips to work with. We're looking at just, you got your strikes, and your abilities. And, you know, maybe a D-bait or 2 here and there. Tempo Melon taken off the field by Milkman's Maelstrom.
Milkman's Maelstrom. I love the alliteration on that one. Josh as well with the dash is able to get that. Carmine goes down as well. The Molten Bolt in the face of Frightfully Fresh through the pass back and forth here, but they hit right to the goalie. Butching Beam comes out as well. Tofu Fortress is actually enough to secure the clear for a little while. Maelstrom comes forth once again. The Air Neo putting in a little bit of value, but not too much, as Josh gets a rocket there, but not too much. The Great Rosal Crystal Thorns combo as well. Carmine gets a kill onto Snake, and Tempo waits it out and just goes to the top there. No one able to get there in time for the clear, and Rats with a reverse sweep in game 1.
Yeah, and it wasn't. It was looking a little scary in that last point. You know, Tempo Melon got taken off, and then also Carmine, I believe, got taken off shortly afterwards as well. And feels really bad because it's not like HMG like started like failing mechanically or anything like that. It's not like the kill comp didn't work. It's just like the character, like the tempo melon. Yes, tempo melon. The Dubu. The Dubu managed to like get those levels, and Dubu is very like killable early on, notably like 1 through 5 ish. But we saw around like level 6, we saw like Dubu just got to a point where he was too tanky to kill, and then on top of that, a lot of good value out of like the Celestial Intervention, even some little creative tofu fortresses to kind of say, hey, you're not killing me actually. Like, I know you like have me against the wall and I'm staggered, but what if I just built myself a little home? Because that's what Dubu does, I guess. I've never really seen it, but I guess he can do that.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo is kind of a genius on the Dubu forward. We've seen it pulled out a couple times now here, and it is always a treat to see. It's enabled very heavily by the team. Please do not go out and solo queue Dubu forward. It will not work well. First of all, you're not Tempo Melon, and also you need a really solid midfield goalie combo to feed you the core so that you can do things, because usually the Dubu is not as mobile, although if you build full speed, he is. But it really was just a case of HMG losing their win condition. They weren't able to lock down the kills onto the Dubu or the Atlas or the Stell. And I also feel like there's a little bit of panic in there as well, where when they started losing a little bit more, we didn't see as much of a focused kill pressure from the side of HMG, where they weren't able to just pick one target and lock them down and knock them out. They really started to kind of scatter their damage across the entire team. And suddenly we see, yeah, Carmine is super low, Tempo's super low, or, you know, maybe it's Carmine and Fresh. And there were a lot of times where there was 2 members of the Rats that were very low, but they weren't able to be killed because they split up the resources. They didn't get the cooldowns, and then they wasted all their resources and weren't able to actually get the defense. So great patience from the side of the Rats there to kind of wait out the early stages and then come back right when they needed to, having the mental to keep on going there and kind of just shake up their opponents there. I think it was really well played by the Rats. Very dicey, very close. Was still a reverse sweep. And I'm looking forward what we have in the next game, which should be a Gates of Obscura game 2. So a little bit different from Demon Dice. Still some kill angles in the corner, but not quite to the same level of bloodshed that we saw in this one.
Yeah, and I think this is a map that if you're HMG, you're really, really scared to go to. I'm going to be honest. Tempo Melon and Carmine are portal savants. Like, those guys do terrible, super evil things with the portal sometimes. And sometimes Fresh even gets involved whenever he remembers that he can, in fact, like, leave the net. This is a map that I would not be wanting to go into Rat. I wouldn't be wanting to go into Rat Pack anyways, right? But into Rat Pack Gates, I feel like that is a map they are really, really good at. And we'll see if HMG can fight back in a way, but it's not looking good initially, especially on this start, as the Rats managed to draft themselves a Feeny Estelle on what is a Stinger Reptile start.
Yep. I think the Rats might even just take Stinger, ignore the Reptile Remedy, and just go full damage, because in order for Reptile Remedy to work, you do have to touch the core. So if you just get knocked back too far and knocked out of the play entirely, it can only help you so much. So we will see what they get on the final pickup. It is, of course, a little bit of fight back there. HMG locking in an Asher and a Vice. That could be Asher forward or goalie. Same for the Vice, could be forward or goalie. We will see as the final picks come into this one, but definitely still looking to be a lot of damage on this one.
Yeah, and I'm a little scared for the Asher. I know that previously she's been really hard to kill. However, that is an Asher forward. Okay, so yeah, Asher has been previously hard to kill, but she's had all of her damage and all of her knockback resist removed. Now on a Stinger start, she can opt into the Reptile, and I imagine she probably will. because I mean, there's a world that Snake goes like Stinger, but she's not the best Stinger applier really at all. And if you take the Stinger, you're probably just going to get beat to death. Like, you're going to get beat to death anyways. And Reptile might not end up making a difference in terms of like the healing value, but just having that extra 300 HP or whatever it is going to be really, really good. But Fini Estelle, that's such a strong damage backline.
Yep. And with the almost certainly Dubu forward here, I mean, it could be Dubu goalie, but this is the Rats. Frightfully Fresh as Fini or Frightfully Fini and Tempo on the Dubu. It's some of the signature picks there. And of course, we already saw Carmine on the Estelle as well. So HMG versus kind of the Rats at their strongest. This is like peak Rat behavior right here. And so, yeah, and it is absolutely Frightfully Fresh on the Fini, Tempo Melon on the Dubu, Carmine on the Estelle. So it's going to be a rough one for HMG. We saw earlier HMG taking an early lead. We saw the reverse sweep happen. What that also means is that even if HMG is winning early on this one, in the face of this damage backline that we already talked about, even if they are able to win early, there's still going to be that just kind of needling voice in the back of their heads of like, well, yeah, but what if they reverse sweep? And that is not going to be good for their mental. So it is, though, kind of a very even start. The core gets passed around through the portals once again, and not really too much purchases found just yet.
You say that, but Snake and Josh are looking to take both berries, and with a flip, maybe one more. Oh, unfortunate shot means it's not going to go Melon. Tries to find something, and will find one. H&G looking like they're still pretty comfortable with the barrier up.
Yep, some portal play from Carmine, also going through the portal himself. They're rose warping as well. A lot of teleporting from this Estelle. But Tempo Melon very low on health, almost dead, but not quite just yet. Big finish comes out as well. Frightfully Fini in the back line there. Carmine dribbling, almost has the core flip. Use the Crystal Thorns, use the core flip as well. The somersault log kill, I believe that was, as... No, wait. Wait, no.
Yeah,
Tempo's dead. Milkman is like, I thought Milkman died there, but no, Tempo Melon gets the goal from the grave?
No, that was a barrier beam goal, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. I get it. You saw the goal explosion. You saw the goal go in. It only makes sense to assume that somebody on blue side got knocked out, but you'd be wrong. Happens to the best of us. No worries. HMG already down 2 barriers, and it is looking really, really, really scary. Down 2 goals as well. I could say whatever, but I do want to mention nobody in this game has opted into the Stinger start. It's actually 6 reptiles. I don't know if that's I don't know if they like hand shook in the lobby. They were like, hey, let's not, let's have a nice, peaceful, in quotation, games of Omega Strikers. We won't do any of the Stinger start activities, but it's not here.
It might just be that whoever takes Stinger is the one that gets targeted for the kills because they're not as tanky. Also, great kill there found by Fresh with the kill flip there. Mako core flip, not going to be quite as valuable, but at least does get a clear. As Josh gets a great play to the portal there, takes a lot of damage, but is still alive. Rose Warp is going to get the tag to prevent the Vice from regenerating here. Somersault onto the Asher is not a kill, gets very close to the edge though. Misdirection from the backline Fini there. The secondary from Mako is a lot of value on this Asher forward, getting her so far from side to side there. As Carmine on the back line for Tempo, trying to get the core forward in a perfect angle, but it's not quite found. Snare drums almost working against Mako, but just get a great clear in the end. The somersault there into strike, actually defended by the great primary there. Finally, though, Tempo does get a strike war win of all things to end it in the face of all the abilities. As the log comes through, the power chord as well, I think hitting it backwards a little bit too. As Tempo Melon low on health has a core flip, is you can just get the core forward to Tempo Melon before Tempo Melon dies, then this is a goal. But of course, that is not going to be necessarily too easy. Josh low on health, but high in spirit, all the way in the face of the enemies. Core flip from the Dubu, not even necessary though, as Tempo Melon gets a roll for style on Milkman. As the goal is scored, the set is secured, and Rats really just running away with 4 sets in a row.
Tempo Melon just plays like such a rat. I like it, living up to the name. Estelle's got her options, probably rapid fire if I had to guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Dubu, Yeah, you have to take the extra special, but Tempo Melon is just going to speed scale again. There's the peak performance we saw last game. Unfortunately, Among Titans is gone. And why not give your Feeny an ad rush? Why not? Like, she's already like, they haven't found a lot of kills yet. A rapid fire will find some probably. You know, the adrenaline rush. Even if you don't get any kills, it is 1 second. Just a really, really good draft for the Rat Pack.
Yeah, we also see Frightfully Fresh with a little bit of Fini tech there on Goo specifically. If the core spawns in the middle, you kind of just knock it to the right a couple times, use the strike shot and the ultimate, and actually gets pretty... Temple getting the value. Should have gone the adrenaline rush, I'm telling you. But unfortunately, it is not going to be the ad rush value, but it is going to still be a kill. Tofu Fortress is going to have a bit of a Dubu moment on that one as it goes through, but still secures the barrier in the end anyways. The Rat Pack's not one to be swayed by that one as the goal is scored in very short order.
And this is I gotta be honest, it's looking really rough. Like there is scaling, like HMG, like Mako, Vice, Asher, right? They do scale, but like I don't really know what Vice really wants to do with this comp. Like you're not gonna kill. Like Asher isn't gonna kill. Like Mako is dishing out some damage, but Tempo Melon just stands there, like does not care. Some people have been taken off the field. Ultimately, doesn't matter too much at the moment, but I say that immediately HMG fires back. Oh, the Scoopy
is going to be the somersault coming through as well. Carmine, Crystal Thorns in the bottom here, Rosewarp as well. Thunderstrike comes out, misdirection to tag Snake, but pass splitter forward is really nice value there. Thunderstrike comes, or the Supernova comes out as well. Snake gets passed on the bottom here, but the triple take from Fini. The power cord forces out the core flip, goes all the way through the portal, and that is some of this rat portal tactics you were talking about earlier. Experts at going through the holes in the walls and coming out as the Crystal Thorns countering the core flip, Tempo Melon getting the final strike on it, but the rats are just everywhere. They're in the walls, they're coming out of the walls, and it's just a nightmare for HMG.
They're chewing the wires inside the mech. It's, somebody, please call pest control. It's brutal. Tons of damage being piled onto Tempo Melon, but like surprisingly, Tempo Melon just ate like 9 abilities and like is half HP. Like granted, a little bit of an orb, you know, but even still, before the orb, he was like 40%. He just ate a full Supernova and finally taken off, but it took like 2 rotations of everybody.
Yep. Dubu is now just a few seconds off. Barrier is going to go down with a lot of help, and Snare Drums comes out as well as a really good pickup there by Mako, but the defense from the Rats, the perfect layering of strikes, means the Barrier is going to fall, but it's going to take a lot more and a little bit more time as well, as the core flip countered by a Log again. Tempo just so good at that ability usage, especially versus the core flip. We've seen it time and time again. Tempo in the corner again with Tofu Fortress. This time, no Dubu Particle Accelerator shenanigans, but the Supernova does get a bit of damage and a clear in the end. Supernova, or sorry, the Ensnare Drums is going to augment the Supernova clear as well. Tempo Melon gets a little bit of damage, but also takes a ton of damage there as the big finish sends it backwards to the Asher, but also Asher passes to the Fini. So we're all good. It's pass in the end. As Josh gets a dribble on the bottom here, interrupted by the triple take as well. Josh trying to get power cord value, actually forced out the core flip there from Frightfully Fresh, who was a little bit scared, a bit frightful even, you might say, as the Somersault gets a barrier, though. Tempo Melon in front of the goal, not a recipe for success for HMG, as the core flip was also available on the Dubu, but the portal play actually goes a little bit awry there, as Asher just keeps getting the intercepts. Finally, the Crystal Thorns gets it, core flip in front of the face, Tofu Fortress also gets the kill on top, and Tempo Melon is just farming.
Yeah, and I mean, what will Tempo Melon get this time? We'll see. Options upon options. I imagine, just based off what I've seen, normally I'd say like Orb Dancer or Missile Prop. However, I have a feeling it's just going to be Fight or Flight. Oh, it's actually Fire Up. I'm sorry. I have no idea. Tempo Melon is an enigma. Like, just does not... I maybe a deny from the Vice, because she is Catalyst. I'm not really sure. The rest of this, though, Carmine does have heavy impact. His build is coming along quite nicely. Fini also picking up that Monumentalist is quite good, especially on this map where you drop the big finish on the barrier, and sometimes you get one, if not two. Both barriers sometimes. On a good day, on a bad day, you still get one.
Yeah, but so far no barriers being taken just yet. Snake taken low on health and maybe taken out, not quite yet. Good positioning to the corner. as some portal play happens to farm up some Reptile Remedy stacks there. Supernova comes out as well and does a little bit of damage, but we didn't get too much done in the end. Crystal Thorns actually gets a bit of a tag as well. Triple take knocks Snake to the back, but there's an orb to pick up there, so Snake's going to be pretty healthy before too long. And Syndrome goes a little wide. Big Finish actually gets an own bear, unfortunately. Somersault is a little bit delayed as well, and the team's actually falling apart just a little bit as the barrier is not taken by Tempo Melon there. And the triple take in the face of the Pass Spitter, Rose Roar backwards, piercing shot forwards, Tempo Melon with the Tofu Fortress down to the bottom there, but just cleared completely around portal play. Crystal Thorns into the Tempo Melon strike is nice. Supernova comes out and actually secures the barrier, does the side of the Rats as Tempo Melon farms up a flip off of the dribbling there. And the flip countered by another flip from Fresh. It was a great flip from Josh, but it was just perfectly from Frightfully Fresh, who sends it down to Carmine, and Carmine piercing shot frame perfect onto Milkman, who greeted the core flip just a second too long, and Rats are just running away.
Yeah, with Tempo Melon flip to work with as well, Milkman does have his to kind of respond, and Snake's coming up on one. However, those are a little less scarier than the Dubu with flip, I believe. Somehow, Frightfully Fresh manages to just defend with a Pass Splitter in his face and an Asher behind it. That does mean that Rat Pack are very, very comfortable right now. If they can find another clear, and they do.
Clear through the portal. Of course, this portal play, we've seen it time and time again. You were talking about it even from the very beginning. I mean, they are rats. So they have an affinity for the cheese, and this is about the cheesiest use of the portals I might have ever seen. As keeping the core speed from that redirect through the portal is absolutely insane. I just want to add as well, as Thunderstrike does get a little bit of purchase here in the midfield there, gives some cover in the face of these portal shenanigans. The evade is forced out of Carmine as well from Snake. That's a nice pickup there, but the barrier does not go down. It's Frightfully Fresh on this Finny. Just plays like a wall goalie, even though Finny has really no wall abilities.
Yeah, it is looking quite defensive in nature, I gotta say. The stuff happening. This is looking really bad for Milkman. There's the Tofu Fortress. The Plinko is on his side as well. There is nothing Milkman can do at all as Rat Packs take us to what is possibly the last point of the series.
Possibly indeed. It could be an opportunity for a full reverse sweep here from the side of HMG. Don't count them out just yet. They've shown a lot of good moments here as well. But they just don't quite have this last little bit. There we go, though. The barrier beam into kill flip from Snake is what they could need to secure this game. But the defense, again, from the Rats, even the Big Finish, though, countered by a Supernova. But now Tempo Melon back on the field here. No purchase gained at all in the face of this power play. The clear comes through as well. Back pass into double barrier. Carmine playing for the other team there for a second. Does happen. I think wanted to go for a creative angle there. Piercing shot, trying to get the pass to Frightfully Fresh, as there's some happy gaming from Carmine right now.
Oh, the Rat Packs are feeling themselves. They are. I mean, at this point, there is nothing HMG can do. Rat Pack is shooting Estelle beams and back passing into Asher as Tempo Melon finds whatever Tempo Melon. Like, they're in too high of spirits. I'm sure they'll close it out in a moment, but for the time being, they are trying to find something, and who knows, if they group around too much, HMG just may find some footing.
Yeah, Supernova gets a little bit more damage into Tempo, but an orb will fix that problem. Snare Drum's not able to keep the Dubu away from the orb. He's too large and too hungry to avoid munching on it. So the Thunderstrike comes out, but does not count as a flip from Frightfully Fresh. The Big Finish comes out as well. Tempo up in the top corner here. Power Chord sends it backwards. Carmine with the flip in front of the barrier is able to get a great angle to get one, and does dodge the dash punch from the Asher Tofu Fortress behind a core flip as well to get another barrier, as Josh takes a lot of damage. The goal is open. Rats poised to run away with this last game. Piercing shot does not get the kill onto the Mako, though. Supernova sends it backwards. Tempo gets the pick up into the corner, but the clear is kind of complete. Interrupted by a triple take there. Somersault goes a little bit wide, so does the Thunderstrike, as the strike shot through the portal, dribble from Tempo Melon, but also dribble from Milkman, as the Crystal Thorn sends it forward once again. Tempo Melon munching orbs in the middle of the map. They're not in position to actually secure the dribble from the log. The core flip from Snake, back pass as well, and the flip redirect countered by a wonderful strike from Frightfully Fresh. Somersault into dribble, not able to be successful either, as the Tofu Fortress does not get the connection either, but the strike will. That was so close for so long, but the Rats, in the end, after a little bit of happy gaming, do manage to successfully take a 2-0 sweep from HMG. And HMG now has to hope that Bozo does not win in their next match in order to actually make the playoffs. But Rats secure seed 1.
Yeah, and they might have taken a little bit of a celebratory point as well. This one felt better than the last series, I gotta say. But it also did feel like Rat Pack were just here and they were ready to do their thing. I gotta say we gotta ban gates against these guys. Okay, we cannot be going into gates. Like, it's whether or not what they're doing is, whether you think the portal shenanigans are inting, trolling, stalling. I don't care. Okay, the point is they're a little bit too good at it, and we gotta take them off their home turf. I think if we have, future, if any playoff teams are watching, get them off gates because they're a little bit too good at it.
Yep. You also don't understand, it's not trolling, it is just the way that they play, because the Reptile Remedy just enables them to pass infinitely and get infinite health so they can't be killed, and it's actually just a kill comp counter. And the rats are just so big brain that there's nothing we can do about it. So good play from both teams on this one, Rats and HMG. But we will still, I believe, have one more game. I believe it's going to be Bomba versus the Bozo Bunch on this one. So stay tuned, but we will cut to a bit of break first.
Welcome back to Omega Strikers, nasl Omega Strikers. It is me, Fudgy Waffles, known caster, known player, still do both very often too. That's the biggest part. I'm here with Ian Z Yoshi, and tell us about the stakes in this match.
I made too many stakes. Sorry, you put me in a weird mood. We are
Too
present
smart.
with the last match of the North American Strikers League Season 7, a regular season. It is going to be Bozo Bunch versus Bombardiers. Big stakes on the line. Massive stakes. We're talking like the really expensive ones.
Way too
For
many
Bomba, nothing.
stakes.
Just doesn't matter. Win or lose, they're secured. Their seed is safe. I believe they're 4th. They're in a good spot.
Yeah,
Bozo
yeah.
Bunch, they're fighting to make playoffs. If they win, they are in. And if they don't, they get sent to the three-way tiebreaker hell between them, HMG, and Polar, which it would
Which
be
is
next
messed
week and
up,
would be
man.
really ugly.
Because they are 3-6. They would be. This would be the first time a 3-6 team makes nasl. And for reference, last season, whatever team got last place. I mean, who knows who got last place? Probably like not too bad of a team though. Like they went 3-6 last season and got last place. You know how insane is that? That now that record might be good enough for playoffs. But we're heading in. It's an Among Us start. So already goal going in, but like it's really surprising. I mean, okay, I was about to say it's surprising to see Vice being picked, but I mean it's Merchant. But like on the Among Us start, you'd think that the speed like might be a little bit too dangerous. But like I mean, what else are we gonna pick, man? I don't actually know what Merchant's been up to on his other picks. Maybe you can inform me on that.
It's a Vice Luna world out here, and we're all just living in it. And we have seen Merchant play the Kai a few times, but obviously Grimella taking the pick, and known for picking Kai on Oni Village. It's going to be taken out right there. Quite unfortunate, but obviously I think that's a Grimella on Kai on Oni Village is a recipe for success, and he's going to have to do a lot to get through this Estelle Asher, which we saw in some prior games. Been seeing a lot. It's just a great forward duo. They have a lot of stuffing power. Obviously, the Estelle, especially being able to support the Asher from afar, is going to be a big deal. And if Stealth Rock here can get any speed to keep up with the Kai, then it should just be a Bombardier sweep. They're going to have... Like, the one advantage that Kai has is that he's fast. He's very, very fast. And so if that advantage is taken away, what do you even have?
Yeah, good big flip to beat the ult, stalls it out all the way, waits the whole distance. 3Z Breezy, someone who I was just playing Rocket League with right before, didn't know this match was about to happen, thought we were still on match 3, but as soon as it ended, was like, oh wait, I gotta go. I gotta go actually like, start drafting and stuff. So came in time and is already taking the second barrier. It could be a 3-0 start. Luke is moving up, but Stealth Rock, known goalie, backs up to cover for Luke. But here's the flip. You kind of really need to flip here to take 2, but instead are going to dime up 3Z Breezy, who's going to score it afterwards. Like, I have a few problems with that flip, but we're going into draft.
Yeah, just a difficult spot where that flip was, both barriers up. Obviously, if that was to get one barrier, it'd be a lot more justifiable. Still pretty scary. Obviously, it went in. So at the end of the day, it went in. But 2 barriers makes it really tough to be flipping right in the middle and getting any tangible value, especially because of how it bounced. But Dropletto being able to pick up bulk up. Been seeing a lot of damage come out on both the Bozo Bunch forwards, which is a sentence I've been saying for years now. But bulk up is going to be helping that out a lot. Grimella also picking up Spark of Agility. That's going to be nice. But I think big thing, Stealth Rock picked up a Dash Awakening. Not speed like I was talking about, but that's still mobility. That's still a lot of coverage on the map. It's still going to be a big threat. And Luke picked up a Dash Awakening, which is speed. That is that is the speed that I was talking about. So going to be very, very threatening. And just Estelle, Asher, both characters that don't have any haste. Getting that speed is going to be very nice, and that's going to be Grimella taken out by 3Z Breezy. Something we didn't mention, a little bit of a Sundubu showdown, if you will. The former slot of 3Z Breezy and shapeshifting picking up the mantle while Grimilla has moved to the Boza bunch. Wouldn't call it a team kill. They're on different teams now, but you know, these players have played together, storied history, very familiar with each other, and right now it's looking like the Sundubu synergy is still kept alive and well in the Bombardiers.
Yeah, and you know, known Sundubu striker Yoshi on the cast, knows people very well. I will literally be at Gramilla's house, staying there for a Pokemon regional next week. So also very familiar with these players and close friends with them all. But already losing both barriers, and this is just the problem that when you have, like, they took team player, which usually I'm such a team player fan. I think this awakening is so broken. But Streezy Breezy is going to have this like flip here, flips it, it goes up to flip it, which usually seems wrong, but sends it right across. Like, gets through 2 flips. Merchant burns it as well. It's going to be kind of rough going into the next point, Ian.
Yeah, very, very risky flip, but obviously, if it succeeds, it will pay out very, very large, and it did. And the payout was right there. Got Merchant's flip, obviously got the goal. Dropletto has a flip. Might be able to get something done. Might run back last set, but it's looking really difficult for Boza Bunch to get any sort of footing. The defense is just not there. The barriers are always down, and obviously, Luke on this Mako pick. That's a defensive pick. We're sitting here. We are going to be holding that barrier down. It's going to take a lot to break through, especially when 3Z walks back. Then you just have an Asher on defense as well. It's hard to call it like a great reason to pick Asher Brawler, because obviously you want your Asher to go sit on the enemy goalie, but it has a lot of value on that triple defense when you need it. So just really tough to break through this team right now.
Yeah, like you're saying, besides just like the questionable, like maybe, I mean, it's not questionable once Merchant, but the Vice on Oni Village being general like rough thing, it's just like the rest of the comp also I don't really think like is enough to justify it. Like until we see KOs coming out, we might see a damage increase, but 3Z Breezy dashes in and just wins the strike war off that. Merchant, it's a tough one to win with that timing, where the core being a little bit in front, like because 3Z will still have strike and is able to, if you get too close, then you can get stunned by the breakthrough, which is scary. But if you get too far, then 3Z can just strike it in a different direction after the breakthrough hits the core, which is a really interesting interaction. But Merchant not able to find the solution in time, which would probably be run up evade strike, which is like really hard in the moment. But a little annoying small things about Asher that make Asher annoying to play against when like spots like that. It looks like just like a bad mistake from Merchant, but it's actually like pretty hard in my opinion. My humble opinion.
Goalie player speaking. Yeah, no, I agree. It's really tough. A lot of situations where you have to evade strike or walk up. In this case, both. Just E. But draft went through. We saw Luke pick up rapid fire, stealth rock rockin', the heavy impact. That's tough because, like you were saying, some damage on Boza Bunch would be nice to try and get a little bit more value out of the Vice pick. Just get like some sort of win condition form, and it is a great win condition into these like super heavy core control oriented comps where you have the Mako, Estelle and Asher. Like any team can do a little bit of KOing, but this is definitely a hit the ball and just stomp on the barriers kind of comp. Seeing heavy impact not go to them is tough. We do have one Stagger Awakening plus Tempo Swing Dropletto and a big KO coming out for Boza Bunch. Big goal on the barrage there too. So not all bad. You know, things starting to look up. We've got a little bit of motion on the Boza Bunch, a little bit of signs of life. Down 2 sets, but not quite out. There is still opportunities to make something happen here.
Oh yeah, maybe we're not finding damage, but we're finding the KOs, and if they can keep finding KOs, that'll work pretty well. Now here, so there's it's an interesting flip because so you might, and I'm gonna try and defend this. I'm going to try and defend this flip.
No, you've got it.
It's because so you might think like, okay, why did we flip this? Save one barrier when we have 2 barriers up. When we're going to okay, double flip. Oh!
Just stop talking, man. Put the mic down.
Yeah, screw that flip, man. It was bad. I don't care. Maybe low-key I was gonna justify it, but I don't care. Nah, it was bad. We would have
much
before, bro. Just abandon that barrier. Go save your other one, man, or you're gonna get that happen to you. The lack of evades just leads to an insane like ult from Merchant to get like, the KOs and the gold. Just need a double flip. Luckily, Merchant flipping first there, I think. It probably doesn't matter that much who gets that flip, but it makes the clip look better that Merchant got the flip off. You know what I mean? Like, since he gets to hit it instead of the other person, you know?
Yeah, we're looking at the most important parts in this life or death playoffs or no situation here. Priorities are set, and 3Z with the flip, not going to be using it, but getting the second barrier. That's going to be looking pretty nice for Bomba here, while Grimella trying to keep control of the core is doing it. Merchant able to get in, get a little bit of action on the offense, but not able to get this barrier. And again, I think that last point they were able to get barriers early, but that's just going to be, he's just going to rip it. You know,
What do we do?
Like, not even
Okay.
not even step into the goal box, just
3Z
let it
literally
rock.
sends all cooldowns. They're all 3 cooldowns on the bottom side, and then we just hit it to him with flip on the other. I mean, there's no range. The top was just clear. If we hit up into the wall, we're fine. All good. All good. Okay. I shouldn't. I shouldn't talk like that. I shouldn't talk like that. But a pretty big. In summary, you know, I think a pretty significant area that's already leading, like, the momentum seems to be carried into the next set, as we have both barriers down already. Merchant has his flip. We'll probably use it, but won't get the chance to, even if he wanted to, although that was already pretty rough with the breakthrough coming through if the piercing shot didn't hit him as well from Stealth Rock. But on the bright side, they do have an energy advantage, like 3 flips coming up, but Stealth Rock and Luke also right up there with them.
Yeah, I think despite Bomba having the momentum, being able to score a couple points, they do have, Bozo Bunch has all these flips, which is really, really nice. That is exactly how you want to walk
Triple
into a
flip setup,
5
that's one.
situation.
Bang! And the
Not even going to need him.
finishes it off. Yeah, drop Leto. Yeah, just like they have a bunch of flips. Merchant, as mentioned earlier, has that Chrono boost to get in there as well, too, to get that flip active as well. And I think, honestly, a very big part of this forward pressure increasing is the Vice getting that Dash Awakening. I think really, like, turns the game, like, it is a game-changing awakening for Vice to get that first Dash Awakening.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And now picking up Hotshot on that first pick, gonna have a lot of core speed. And hey, core speed on Oni Village. Where have I heard this before? It's pretty good and team player. Like, can be hitting the ball pretty fast, which is going to be really nice into the Estelle and the Asher, who are both characters. Like, Asher is a big melee freak. You can just hit the ball around her. Who cares? And Estelle, her best tool for catching the ball is usually primary, which you have to time. You have to be very particular. Boom. No, I'm not even going to talk about Mako.
Yeah,
It's dead.
A little Giga Blast action from Grimella. Just, I think, not the first Giga KO this game, if I remember correctly, but like is also going to convert with the barrage to take that next barrier with no Mako to kind of defend against that barrage. Does have an answer with the secondary normally, but in this case will not. But here's the offensive pressure, and not even going to need anything more than that final strike from Drop Leto to put that one in. But power play capitalized on very quickly, and what the thing about getting those KOs with one ability is that you have all the other ones to get that power play.
Yep. Very, very well done. And I think that they were able to capitalize, like you said, off that power play really well. I hit tab and noticed that Grimella has picked up a Spark of Agility and Peak Performance. I looked at the speed number, and it was 847. That's another 2 barriers. You want to talk about capitalization? A little bit of a miscommunication there. Who cares? 2 flips. That's going in. We have a game on our hands. Bozo Bunches is alive and well, roaring back to take us to a set 5, 1 point away right now.
That's what Drop Leto, one of my favorite, if not like top 2 or 3 brawler to play with. Because this guy, he wins in Strike Wars, man. He waits. He just waits and then down to strike and then strikes after, or at the very least waits a bit longer than other brawlers will. But Luke is going to take that second barrier. Is not going to let this game go easily. 3Z going to get the KO onto Merchant and should have a point here, but it's not going to go in until the final strike of 3Z Breezy comes through. All the hardest Strike Wars won just for the final strike to end up pushing it through. A little bit too far forward positioning from the 2 forwards in the net.
Yep, I think on the Bozo Bunch side, the barriers went down in a bit of an unfortunate manner. And, you know, you're up 2 points. Like, obviously, you have to close it out. You can't just get 2 points and then not be a closer. It's very important. But able to get that flip out, threaten Stealth Rock a lot, able to get 1 barrier drop, has this flip as well. He's going quite fast. I believe picked up Orb Dancer, who's dancing on the field. Stealth Rock still low, is just looking for any safe spot to hang out on the field while Drop is trying to get this orb. Gets the KO, gets some more speed off that orb dancer, gets the barrier, still has his flip. Both barriers go down for Bozo Bunch, and it's a little scary now, but they have the power play, they have the flip, they just need to play it slow, and this should be a Bozo Bunch point, a set 5 Bonanza. We just have to see it happen.
Should be, but there's both blinks from Dropletto going away, which is going to buy a little bit of time for Pamba to get something. And this is a terrible flip, but it's not, because Vice Merchant is right there. I was about to flame the flip, but it was perfect. That's the synergy from the team. They know Merchant's going to be there. Merchant playing with his Vice so much, understands how much forward pressure Merchant brings. Flipping in the corner, usually so bad, usually so scary, but the sudden pass being opened, the sudden opportunities being granted just by having this player on your team it's pretty sick.
Yeah, just so much value, and like you said, hey, that's the Dash Awakening at work. No way Merchant could get that far forward without it. Able to jump in, it's such a threat. Real life jump scare is just a Vice in your net all of a sudden, and now we're at set 5. Dropletto picking up extra special, one of Zentarro's best awakenings, especially when you're playing this more core control oriented, or just on these open maps, Zentarro, where you're not going for kills all the time. It's such an important tool to control the ball. Just having it more often is great. Though we are doing a lot of damage, Luke looking a little low, is going to be taken out, and all of a sudden, like, Bozo Bunch took... Frankly, I will not beat around the bush. Just got annihilated, like, smeared into the paint on those first 2 sets. Roaring back to life, bringing it back. Scaling team here has lost both barriers, but
yeah, actually on the back foot right now, 3Z has an open shot and is going to take it. And this is here's the problem, is that even they put so much damage out, even KOing the goalie. Like, really, it seems so strong, but if you use all your cooldowns on that, like, you need to be really, really solid in your strike wars and in your ball movement afterwards. But this honestly, I think they just gotta start, like, losing the first barrier. But what? Why? What? No shot that worked, but all good. A little bit scared of kind of confrontation, and then ends up trying to cross clear into an uncross clearable angle and then get punished for it immediately. And now the punish is going to come through as well, as Grimella gets that final score to get it through and bring it back to 1-1.
Yeah, that was a much cleaner point. Like you said, just they got the power play, but were unable to get that second barrier, which is even on maps that aren't Oni Village, just so important. And that last point, though, got a lot of damage, was able to get the barriers. Don't ask what happened, but able to get a ton of value off of it, and that's much more what we're looking for, us Bozo Bunch fans. Not biased, but, you know, one of these teams is fighting for their playoffs chance. It's going to be very exciting to see what they can do. I did not see whose map pick this was, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bozo Bunch picked Oni Village, you know.
Yeah.
And they're looking good on it now. Again, Merchant is able to apply so much pressure with this secondary, just jumping in. Another flip pass, but Luke is just holding this barrier down. It seems like Bomba has let a few slip through, but is being much more conscious about it.
Yeah, the damage stacking. Luke now, no evade, no stagger. Dropletto still has a flip. It would be pretty... Oh, Merchant, Patfinger's the ult, maybe? I don't know. Not having that might be a problem, but it's not if the KO comes through. Dropletto gets it, and a good pass from Merchant. The hot shot going to add a little boost there to help Dropletto win that strike war and score that one. And 2-1, and despite the damage increase has been huge for examples like that. Luke already getting KO'd twice in this set, but the speed difference from things like Josh Grimella's styles having Catalyst push fire up and just like multiple speed awakenings is coming so big here. Grimella about to get flipped once again. As I flipped, I'm like at least twice, I believe, this set already, and is about to get a third one down. And once that comes in, like, notice how fast Drop gets, and if Merchant's up ahead, like, bang, right there. Speed didn't actually matter, but it's still a point matters. Both barriers open. Stealth Rock not going to win the interaction. Grimella's going to get double KO'd, but there's still one man left. And if you want one more man to get through, it would be Merchant, but now it's no cooldowns on Merchant. There should be no way to get this one out, and it will be just checkmated by an easy barrier beam from 3Z Breezy. Set 5.5.
Yep, devious flip to get the double KO right there. Incredible value. And that's going to be putting Bomba back in the running, back to match point. They've been here before. Flip burned from Luke right there. That's going to be very significant and has no energy, is a vulnerable target for all the damage Boza Bunch can put out and can't evade clear anything on these barriers. They might go down as long as Merchant can hold this barrier. I like Boza Bunch's chances. We see Grimella has core flip, is going to be trotting that fire up, is going to be surviving so far. Is very scary, but that's one barrier. Do I hear two? Not quite, but Boza Bunch, they have the ball control. The Grimella is still alive, and that's all that matters for them right now.
Barriers down is going to have Barrage here to try to just throw all the cooldowns out to the sun while you're still alive, but the flip will take him out once again. Drop back passing it with the ult to Merchant, but Merchant using the secondary feels really scared to use cooldowns here when you're in a reverse power play situation to use it offensively when you don't even have both barriers down. But there's the primary going to be used to buy time for Josh to come back up. But it's a really scary spot, but a great clear from Merchant is going to keep it alive. Merchant covering the down, passes to drop Leto, has the overtime team player now. Finally can maybe get value from this awakening with that overtime play. This core speed's going to come fast, has the flip now for defense, but Stealth Rock using that blink, it means it's going to be gone. Going to be forced to use flip already though, but in the entourage of abilities is not going to be enough to score past Luke. Just going to strike that one away. Now looking for that team player play once again, but passes it to himself. No extra speed from that one, it's not going to matter. Drop Leto is going to get that one going, and the safe play, just using your ult. There's a lot of pressure coming on Estelle, very scary character on this open net. But Grimella almost has flip again, which is going to be huge for the chances for Bozo Bunch. But the pass to 3Z Breezy from Stealth Rock is going to put it in and take down set one.
Yep, that's Bomba taking this first game here in what turned out to be a much closer game than I think people were anticipating from the beginning. Wow, I'm out of breath. I'm nervous. I'm invested in this match very much.
You might have a mistake. You might have 4 letters next to your username in investing in slot cord.
Yeah, the stakes are high here, but in the end, Bomba was able to seal the deal at the very end. I do think that at the end of the day, the defense on Oni Village was just a little too shaky, and Luke, on the Mako pick, is able to hold the barrier, and that's going to be a lot more valuable. It did get very close. Very close. Both barriers were down in that set 5.5, but in the end, I also think that Bomba's comp is much better at closing out points than Boza Bunch, so very, very close match right there. But
yeah, another way to look at the game too, though, is if you look at the goals, it was 12 goals to 8, despite it being set 5.5, meaning that there was quite overall more pressure coming from the side of Bomba throughout the series. At the end of the day, that's not what wins the game. Like, the points are what you need to get to win the game. The sets are what you need to get to win the game. But if we're just looking at this from a pure like time like on offense perspective, it really felt like Bomba had a bit of a lead until like they were able to match that Mako speed and able to put some of the justify their damage, like part of the comp with damage pressure and stuff like that.
yeah, but we are going to be revving up for game 2 pretty soon. I'm looking at the map draft right now, and we're going to Night Market. This was Bozo's pick, which means that Bomba selected Oni Village for game 1. Really ambitious. Like me personally, if I'm on any team going against Grimella, I'm thinking, how confident are we really feeling on Oni Village? But obviously, they were feeling very confident. So Night Market coming out here. Again, Bozo pick. Going to see if they can win on their map. It's going to be heavy impact Monu start. Is interesting. I think there's a lot you can do with that start. Obviously, heavy impact eyeballs emoji. It's one of those awakenings. You know, lets you get away with damage, especially on Night Market. We saw Bozo was able to put out a lot of damage on Oni Village, which I guess putting out the damage is hard, but getting the KOs on Oni Village a little bit more difficult than a map like Night Market. We're gonna have to see. Obviously, they might be looking for the Vice. Bomba might be looking to deny the Vice. They're gonna have first pick, I believe, on this map, as it's not their map pick. So we'll have to see if they They want to deny the Vice. Probably be seeing the Luna come out, and it doesn't benefit from me these awakenings, but
yeah, dude, the heavy
still good
impact,
pick.
the heavy
heavy
impact on the
impact.
ult, and maybe you go Rune Luna, get the Rune Luna going, get the heavy impact on the ult. You have the Monumentalist, or I mean, you might straight up, I don't know, but Runes like to go anyway. Sometimes they'd be like, I like heavy impact for some reason. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know if Josh still even picks. Josh Gramella plays Rune anymore, or I'm a little behind. I'm a little behind on the times, guys. I watch, I do actually watch VODs with Rob to help out RTF. Rob might be the best coach of the season behind me, but like you know,
Right.
and maybe Ian, maybe you got a chance. Maybe you got a chance. Maybe you're top 2. Just maybe.
Maybe in some world. Maybe but draft's coming through. We see a big Zentaro ban from Bomba. They did not like it. They were not rocking with the Zen. And I think that makes sense. It was a big threat. I think Dropletto on the Zen is able to get a lot done. A very, very explosive character. And I think that we were seeing a lot of that value last game. Makes sense that they would ban it. I'm thinking about what these teams might want to draft, and I'm thinking about Bomba's draft last match, and I think they could just lock in the same 3 characters, go triple heavy impact, and have a big smile on their face, which I think sounds great, and I think is a big threat for Bozo Bunch. So we'll have to see if they want to deny that, or if they're okay playing into that, if they have a different strategy that could counter it.
Yeah. Night Market, known even through multiple iterations of Bozo to be a Bozo liked map.
Mm-hmm.
Has the corner lore for Dropletto. And now with Merchant is a map where like you can kind of keep the core in narrow spots that are like more defendable, where you can the barrier is not as hard to defend, basically, so you can justify playing the eject goalie for that reason, where like instead if your barrier is too open, you need like size or speed or like creations to help block that barrier. Like that's kind of why these open maps are hard for those characters, usually because it's like you might think like, oh, open map, like, because if anything, like open map, that there's more space for the ranged guys to cover, but it's really just what happens to be is that on those maps the barriers are just like kind of big, which just ends up being a problem. I did want to bring up is that you might think, oh, this match has no stakes for Bomba. Like, why are they even trying to win? Aren't 3Z and Gramella friends? Why doesn't he just throw the game? It doesn't. But what you really have to consider here is the all-pro voting. Like the only and everyone, there's a ton of recency bias at the end. We all know this. So it's really important that you do well in your last few games. So really, if they want a shot at getting some of them up there on that list, now is the time. Now is the time.
Okay, so the links were made incorrectly. Bomba is Bozo and Bozo is Bomba in this draft.
Okay, so the names are backwards on the draft right now. So that means I don't even do they hear you? Sorry. Yeah. So what does that entail? Bozo, so Bomba banned Zentaro, Bozo banned Dubu. Bomba picked now. Bozo pick X Octavia. Bomba pick Juliet and are trying to figure out their last pick and are going to just lock in the Mako and have a very solid comp of those 3 characters on it. Mako now on Monumentalist start and Heavy Impact start. Oh, plus just Juliet sounds really good. Like that sounds really good on this spot. On the other hand, I've heard some big things about Octavia. I've heard Octavia's been terrorizing the queues with the new primary, but I'm I'm a little sus. I'm a little sus when I see but this is a better map for Vice. It is a heavy impact start for Vice. And really good prep from from Bozo to not be worried and like take the Vice on the 1-2. Because you might think here like, oh, Vice, like this is a great start for Vice, like Merchant, like it's heavy impact start, it's the map we want it on, and like if Merchant has to pick something else, it'll be significantly worse. Like Luna would be really bad if these Awakenings. So what they do instead is they just kind of leave. They don't pick the Vice because they don't think or know that their opponents won't pick it. So cool little strategy there. Leave them basically get to pick their first two and get Vice for free at the end, because they just don't think or know that their opponents will not pick it, or maybe they're fine if their opponent's picking it. Maybe they have other plans I don't know about. But that's after, as someone who's played with Grimella for multiple seasons, it's cool draft strategies that I can imagine they came up with or were prepared for going into this game. It's Ian? Is Ian with me? Ian! I don't know if I'm alone.
Hey, I had my mic muted for some reason. My bad. My fault. I was doing a whole lot of yapping.
Yeah, I was like, man, this. I just should be DC'd or something. But we're back. We're in.
No, my fault. But I do want to say I'm concerned about this Octavia on heavy impact start, and I think that Bomba obviously has a great heavy impact comp. And I also agree 100% with what you were just talking about, not taking the Vice early, not getting scared, because like, reasonably speaking, have we seen Shape on Vice midfield all season? Maybe once, but I can't think of a time. And then look at Luke, man. This guy's gone full Mako mode. Every goal he has a phase, and unfortunately, it's right now for Luke picking the Mako and getting it done. But obviously, great picks on heavy impact start. And other thing to note is Dropletto X, famous Dropletto X.
Yeah, like
is gonna be pretty big. It's like
it feels wrong. It just totally feels wrong to see Merchant and Dropletto just on their signature picks on a map where they're both like good, but like somehow through that I still think I prefer Bomba's comp. So it's hard, but I truly don't know how the power of Octavia right now. I'm just personally not a knower. I'm personally unaware. It's going to be way more than I imagined it to be, but both of them playing keep away from each other. No, neither of them really want to take the core up, but it's fine because they have time to prep up this. And now Stealth Rock is facing low HP, so Dropletto having not really any good way to finish other than that ult, and the heal's going to come through before that can really happen. But kind of an awkward flip there. Hits your ult as well, but maybe it was on purpose so that you can kind of beat the Dorito chip guaranteed. But finally that first barrier going down, the 3Z Breezy. But first barrier on this map, not the hard one, and there's the dash punch to take the second one. You really need help as Vice to win those interactions when you don't have evade. Even if you have evade, just not enough space. But chance for Dropletto, I think there might have been a shot there, but it was really hard to find if so, and not able to get there. Same there, Josh is going to opt to pass back instead of going for the shot. Luke, no strike shot, important thing to notice. So the open net is scary, but 3Z Breezy just going to flip it in the corner. Only has one option to shoot it at Merchant. There was pressure on Merchant there, but not reacting quite in time, and that one's going to go in.
Yep, boom. And you brought up all the damage coming out onto Stealth Rock, and I think looking at these comps a little bit closer, I was talking about the heavy impact, but really show me on this anatomically correct all where the damage is on Bomba's comp. It's all 3Z, and it's really just for getting better dash punches, or I guess that ult right there where, hey, my bad. So my fault.
Why are they
a lot
all
of damage
dead?
is coming out.
Yeah, why are they all dead? Yo.
But I think that obviously Bozo has a much more consistent damage. Like X puts out damage way more consistently than Juliet, and Vice is usually a complete damage bot. And now the tables have turned. Dropletto still a little low. I believe still staggered. I don't know if that's a stagger bug or not. Nope, it's not. But Stealth Rock is staggered and is going to be having to do what he can, get that orb, etc. It just seems like Bomba, they have very high burst damage potential, and that's going to be something that they can play into. It's kind of comes with the Juliet, you know, comes with your Xbox, but until they can capitalize on it,
your Xbox.
like Bozo has more consistent damage out the box, and it can only go up. It's just going to be scary to defend with this Vice here. It's going to take a lot, but we're also having some big plays from Merchant right there. Boom. You know, my fault. Sometimes you got to mention that the Vice defensively is not very good. So Merchant can show the world why the Vice offensively is exceptional. And that's going to be it right there. Another point for the Bozo bunch. I was going to talk about the Set 1X, but we all know that story. And and we're seeing a different story right now real quick. Bomba is not wanting to take this one easily.
Well, don't let him in the corner. Don't let drop in the corner. Well, they got the flip out, which is important. Josh is going to keep the speed up, notably not infinite, but really close on that strike board there. A lot of damage going through, but they are punishing Dropletto for being inside of 3 different people. Has the flip coming up soon, but will have to burn to evade now. Getting this flip's going to be a little bit, or getting this orb's going to be a little bit too hard, so it's just going to retreat to try to heal up. It's a little scary to do this, but it does, if it works out, when you're able to dodge the 3 Breeze's abilities for a second time. But there's the dash punch gone, which does mean there's very few cooldowns left to score with, and Josh getting that KO is going to even it up and give them time. And great evade takes out not only an ulti, but a punch. So just tons of time bought here. Dropletto awake, and now the power play is going to last for just a few seconds, but all the cooldowns up for Dropletto here if they can get an opportunity, but Stealth Rock is not going to be able to find the way through. Grimella finds a nice clear angle, is able to cover the longer distance, but the question is, no, speed not kept up, but Dropletto able to ult to reach that one and find it anyway. Flip going to have to be used, but the box out from Dropletto to put that in. Just really good front to back play from Bozo Bunch.
From the back, looking exceptional. Like you said, Dropletto boxing out Luke right there. I believe also got the strike reset at the end of the X Maximus, which, you know, rare second strike reset mentioned, but that obviously got them the goal. So very, very big. That's going to be an aerials for Merchant. Once again, let's talk about Vice with Dash Awakenings. What if you were Mako holding speed and all of a sudden Thunderstruck? And now your life sucks. Now your life, and that's Merchant trades like a, I think 16 or 17 second cooldown now to a 20. It's always gonna be up. You, like, good luck pressing that speed. We'll have to see. But until then, other notable things. Recovery drone on Grimella, very, very big. Again, one revive every set.
Everyone gets one. That's what they say.
Everyone gets one.
Everyone gets one.
And as Octavia, it could be very important. Spark of Strength on drop now has 139 power. It's big. Another spark on 3Z Breezy, Spark of Agility. So it's going to be a battle for the last spark here. I mean, what's going to happen is someone else is going to deny it, and then there's just going to be 3 people walking around with 1 spark. But hey, sparks are cool. Epic sparks. Anyway, some KOs coming out. A couple brawlers shot dead in the streets.
Little trade.
Man has fallen in the river in the night market. Sorry, I gave it my best, but we could be better. But that's flipped down for Grimella,
that one.
and
No, man, that was good, man. That was good. I like that one.
Thanks.
Oh,
Someone's
goodbye.
gotta.
Oh, when Dropletto says "Get down, Mr. President," I don't know if that actually really saved Grimella, but it kind of looked like it did. So I'll pretend it did. But the dash punch is already up, and then is gonna end up in the bear being gone. Merchant, like low-key, like thought the strike wasn't gonna reach, and then like regret flips, but had already cleared it. So just kind of awkward there, but understandable. You know, we've all been there. But let's see if that's going to get punished. It's not so far if Dropletto going to be able to get the barrier. Is Stein, but like who's going to find a finish? Like Great evade to survive the Dorito ship, but the split from 3Z Breezy into the runaway while everyone's staring at 3Z. Grimella uses it to score it with a little bit of... I was making a Blue Lock reference, but I don't think people will get it. All right, yeah. But good shot from Grimella.
This guy reads the Blue Lock manga. Anyway,
yes,
yeah.
that's the problem. Yeah. Manga reader, by the way.
I like to read. Anyway, great plays from the Boza bunch there. I really do appreciate Dropletto spending his entire time staggered in the enemy net. That's where you want to be as brawler, and that's where you want to be if you're staggered, so that you're not drawing more aggro on your own barrier. And so very
water one! No,
Merchant
no.
has evaporated like a glass left out
Dorito chip.
in the summer heat. It's gonna be leaving. Oh, brawler in the net. We all know how that goes, and that's gonna be a swift point from Bomba. I guess swift 35 seconds on night market, but just well, everyone gets one. You know what they say. So
I guess that's Merchant's one, Eden, right there. But this is a good offensive top ball kickoff. They keep getting these, by the way, doing a really good job of moving the ball behind the net and through the middle, like to find the side that has less pressure and then attacking from there. But unfortunately for the first barrier, he tends to not be that big of a deal on this map. But here's Merchant's ult, putting a lot of pressure on, and barrier not going to fall. Probably not. It's really hard to find that shot when like the Vice goes forward to like figure out how you need to bounce it, what the geometry is, and make it something that's to make it so it's unreachable for Vice. But Merchant secondary and primary now down. Ult was used earlier, so this is an opportunity to score, but just looks like the cooldowns are out, and when Grimella and Dropletto are in the net helping, it's just going to be that much harder. But the speed is up, the flip is online, a lot of cooldowns down, so Drop is relatively safe here, I think, when it comes to dying, but not going to get that barrier. Good strike layering is going to make it too hard, and now it's an opportunity for Dropletto to be KO'd.
Yep, Dropletto looking low. Has actually been doing a great job at preventing 3Z's attempts at KOing him. We saw he used the ult to stop the dash punch and was able to zone 3Z away. We saw Bellringer come out against the fiery flurry there. I think we've been seeing some very, very high level brawler survival techniques coming out from Drop, which I really appreciate. Mentioned earlier, but Boza Bunch, famously a very KOable team, and I believe someone tracked the KO stats, and some Boza Bunch fellas are pretty high up there. So, you know, having the tech to stay alive is going to be very nice. Not getting KO'd there. The save's coming out. Boza Bunch still looking good. Every cooldown in the book burned by 3Z Breezy, and now it's going to be a little bit of a slow point as Boza gets the second barrier.
Just I mean,
give them
not free.
give them enough time, and they will be getting the barriers. And that kind of seems like the name of the game. Flip burned. Very, very important flip, but now Drop has his own. If he can get into position, if he can get something done, we could see a Boza Bunch point to pull ahead in this set. But no, that's going to be flip burned on
bouncing,
defense. And that's going to be Merchant jumping in!
Bubblegum bouncer goal! Bubblegum bouncer goal! For Merchant.
The famous night market angle being capitalized so beautifully by Merchant. And again, like, welcome to the Merchant show. You're gonna wanna pick something up from the gift shop on your way out, because this guy is just I want to say selling. It fulfills what I'm saying, but that actually means something bad, and I'm saying he's doing really good.
What he's selling, I want to buy.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Good goal. Barrier from Josh, but the KO for Dropletto is not going to go through. That is a little bit of evade to survive too. Is getting in the corner, getting the cooldowns out is also just so important. Like, really make them use as many cooldowns as possible to KO you, and they might just give up eventually. Merchant, really awkward chain lightning interaction there, gets it around him, but they still have a really good shot of a goal here, but just closed up by that second goalie in Stealth Rock shape shifting. But there's the blocks out, and then there's a shot, but we're going to hit it right at the two people when they don't have strike shot. Grimella, what are you doing? But the shot is actually going to be stopped by Merchant instead. It might have gone in, probably not, but like still like a little questionable. A little back pass action into the stun. Really well played from Bomba to get that goal in the end.
Yep, and now we're revving up for a 0.5. Merchant and Drop both close to a flip. And not a whole lot of energy at all for Bomba here. I do think throughout this whole series, I've been very impressed with the Boza Bunch, mostly impressed with the Boza Bunch flips. And I've been less impressed with Bomba, who I think have just been having to burn a lot of energy against all this hit stun and damage. But here, Dropletto has the flip. Grimella is taken low, does not have the recovery drone anymore. Dropletto does not have the flip anymore.
Bang!
Merchant does gets both barriers. That's what I'm talking about. And now all of a sudden, Boza Bunch on this 0.5, they have the offense. They just need to coordinate it, because right now I think that they're really struggling to get into position, especially with dying, coughing midfield. But if they can get, they're just one good push away from getting it.
Yeah, Josh having used the abilities to box out here, but if using that Vade on the 3Z ult is actually like super worth, in my opinion, because that just being gone as a scoring tool is, even though the KOs come through, like now there's just so much less pressure, it is now like possible to save. 3Z probably has to punch up now, but Merchant is going to get it out. Punch comes out, but not is in a way that helps them score. Dash now with no punch isn't going to be enough. Dropletto, kind of scary just for him to be able to shoot at all, honestly. So they're just going to go the other direction, try to put damage onto him. But again, once again, ult and punch out for no KO, meaning now it's an opportunity for Bozo. But Merchant in the front has a possible shot, but the double goalie is just covering too much space. They're going to need some help. They're going to need Dropletto or Josh in there, but there's the dash punch finally used offensively to get the barrier. And the flip in the corner doesn't do anything! What are you flipping? We've been playing this game for 8 years! You should know not to flip there! Dribble down the middle, ult down the side! What are we doing? Just stop. Don't stupid. You'll be old as Merchant. He's a good player. But Merchant now is going to be the next one to have flip. And if he can get a secondary up in front, maybe he can use that to score. Here's the flip. It can go to Dropletto, and the strike force going to go to Stealth Rock. He's going to flip it just in time. Josh a little low. Doesn't want the ball. But it's going to be passed back in such a way that Merchant can't find a way to throw it away before 3Z Breezy can dash punch that one into the goal.
I feel like this game has taken 8 years off my life. It's so back and forth, but that's going to be one big goal for Bomba, evening out this game 1-1. And there's that last spark. It's going to be 3Z who is closer than Drop to picking it up. We'll have to see if Merchant denies it. Probably just doesn't want to, though. Yeah, Rapid Fire is such a good pick. There's so many good picks on the board. Not even taking the spark. It's going to be denied by Luke. And hey, welcome to the Spark world.
I mean, who cares, man? Who even cares, man? Like,
honestly, it forced Drop onto Berserker, which I think is actually going to be exceptional for him this game, as we've been with how we've been seeing the game play out. But you know, we'll see. They traded Luke picking up sparks and restricting Dropletto's options. Again, I think Berserker's good to get 3Z explosive entrance, and I think that will pay out very well, because we've been seeing a lot of dash punches that are just barely missing. But that's one big boom onto Luke right there. The 3v2 coming out for a moment now, power play, and yep, just funneling it in there. Teams just, it used to be for a little bit on my welcome to, it's like the Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob at the campfire gif. People used to be able to defend really well when their goalies died, but it's like, especially with these melee goalies, if they die, everything falls apart. It's just curtains. There's so much of the defense, and if you don't have them anymore, like, what are we gonna do? And obviously, Boza Bunch getting a big KO, almost another. Going to be capitalizing on that very well. KO does come out. There's that explosive entrance right there, and now Boza Bunch has to defend against this power play right now.
All right, good clears. Good clears to stall for time. 1 second on X is going to be in a good spot to defend. Kind of sends it in a good spot for 3Z, but 3Z, you know, doesn't hug the wall because, you know, brawlers. But I don't mean it. You know, hardest roll, by the way. Hardest roll, by the way. Dash punch again from 3Z Breezy, getting back-to-back ones with that explosive entrance plus heavy impact. Is just adding quite a bit of damage and quite a bit of range. Flip here, he's going to get that guaranteed barrier. Well played from 3Z Breezy, but now Merchant is going to win the strike war. There's Aura Luke into striking, and there's the recovery drone coming off for Grimella. But again, like, when that happens, that means your opponent is using cooldowns on it, so you have less pressure on defense and on offense, just like from missing those cooldowns. So if they can make use of that here and score, but not quite able to find the shot. Luke probably had flip anyway, but great pass. Looked pretty great, but not going to be enough. Oh, explosive, almost stealing that goal away. But now this is looking like a good offensive opportunity, but a great way to find it around. Octavia ult been very solid overall. Just feels like a really good ability, but just not like finding the goal value, you know. But Dropletto just gonna straight up bring it in, and Luke's gonna get a little nervous. It would have been tough either way. I do think there was a clear angle if Luke just let Stealth Rock run up and strike it, but in the spot like that, it's quite difficult when there's an opponent running straight towards the ball, and for you to know exactly what angle is gonna fly. Like, yeah, it's a little tough. It's a little tough.
Yeah, I believe we in the biz call that a little bit of a Mako moment with the secondary there, but that's going to be a big flip from 3Z to get both barriers. We did see him drop his entire kit onto Rumela, only took half the stagger, so that's going to be a lot of tools down, but Dash obviously back. Still not getting anything though, and right now the defense is looking really tough for Bozo, which I think is the name of the game, as this team is just so offensively oriented, but still alive, still holding on, up 2 points in the set, so obviously you don't want to play around with momentum, but if Bomba's going to take this point, which they do,
yeah, but
they're still up pretty comfortably.
Yeah, miss pass leads to the kind of really hard to deal situation. But yeah, like as you're saying, like offensive-minded team and defensive-minded comp, but Merchant continuously having to use these ultimates defensively, not finding like big damage, not finding like barriers with them, but instead just having to use them on defense over and over again. And now it's going to lose both barriers without even having that ult, either as an option or just not able to use it in time. But now it's really important that they get Bubble Berry here fast in order to keep this on an even pace. But instead, it's going to be Dropletto being staggered, but not many cooldowns. I don't know if 3Z has ult here or not. Might have to just burn the flip here from Dropletto just to survive or try to get some amount of value of it, but gets unstaggered. 3Z ult does come out, but we both use both flips just to evade, basically, which is kind of funny. But there's the dash punch, we get the KO, and Monumentalist coming in huge for Stealth Rock.
Yeah, difficult point for Bozo there. Well done by Bomba, who after the great flip episode is going to be having a big energy lead here. Luke with the flip, Stealth Rock coming up on one. 3Z not having one, but is going to be getting both barriers anyway. So here, it's looking like that momentum was the difference maker, as that's a 10-second point, a huge collapse, and a big Bomba point right there.
Yeah, the flip, the dash punch to clear it away from 3Z Breezy allows Stealth Rock to dig into into Bozo Bunch to grab that point. And now first pick of the litter is going to be 3Z with Adrenaline Rush. Been getting tons of KOs, so they really need to not let these KOs happen from now on, because it's just over. It's just over.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care how many times they nerf this Adrenaline Rush Awakening. If you get a KO, you should get the point. That's what it makes it. It's such a powerful awakening for that reason alone, that you just now have a win condition. Like, if you get get KO, you go score. It should be how it works. I mean, hopefully I'm not proven wrong, but we'll see.
No, I 100% agree. 3Z has been doing really, really well with the KOs, putting on the damage. Again, I was wrong. I was talking some like, oh, well, they're only heavy impact. They're only good damage, heavy impact. Shut up. Right. Nice, man. The damage is coming out. The KOs are coming through, and I agree. Like, even if a Adren Rush was you only get speed, no CD reduction, I'm still first picking it. That's awesome. Get a KO, and then you are that fast. Like, come on now.
Yeah, they don't tell you about the Mako damage, by the way. They don't tell you about the Mako damage, but
they don't. It's true.
Yeah, Droppo was currently getting beat up, kind of fighting Mako, but here's the ult and kind of like lay down damage, but we're really just like trying to score at this point. It really just doesn't feel like damage is an option with how much core control that Bomba currently possesses. The flip is going to get the KO, and the punch is going to, despite getting hit during the cast, reach the ball, and the Boudreaux is going to be taken out from Gravella, and another Monumentalist secondary is going to finish it off. And just a really, really, really valuable point for Bomba already. Not only just getting a KO, but getting that recovery drone, making Josh another option to be dash punched for Adrenaline Rush.
Yep. and 2 points away from winning the series here. Dash punch, like you mentioned, coming out, burning the flip right there. Really, really dangerous situation. Bozo has a lot of control right here, but I think what we've been seeing all game, been talking a lot about how 3Z's playing, and obviously, again, getting these dash punches, has the adrenaline rush, is going to be worth watching out. I think Stealth Rock with this Monu now, brave of me to say, but the Monu now has been performing exceptionally. And I think Grimella in general has been struggling to beat its control, because in a lot of situations where Grimella has the ball,
Punchy ankle.
it just creeps out of his hands. That being said, they got the barriers really early at that point, and I think that's all that really matters for Bozo Bunch here. I think they will eventually, if they can, it's gonna sound dumb, but if they can hold on to their barriers and then take their barriers first,
they just gotta do that.
Yeah,
again.
like
yeah.
then they're gonna be good. Yeah, just do that again.
Yeah, just do that again.
I think when they take the barriers first, it puts a lot of pressure onto Bomba, which is going to make this a much closer game as Bozo is.
I don't know, Ian. Maybe just do that again. Maybe they should just do that again.
Just do that again. They are sweeping with the momentum right now. A turn of the tables. And, again, vested interest in this match. That's what I like to see. Is going to be, they're going to have to close it. We saw last game, they were unable to close it at the very end. I've been talking a lot about how 3Z and Stealth Rock have been doing great at holding on, but it doesn't matter because they just did that 3 times in a row.
Yeah, what just happened? Yeah, what just happened?
They just kept doing it.
Hey guys, I'm back from my break. Whoa, what the? We're talking about how Bozo was struggling. What just happened?
What happened here?
All right. I see extra special. I don't know. Surely it's extra special, right? Yeah. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good.
Yep.
Peak performance.
I'm looking at.
Yeah,
if 1-2 punch falls to drop, his game might be over. I think that sounds exceptional, and obviously it's a great deny, but it's also a phenomenal X Awakening. So I think that is a real turntabler. Again, we got one of those, like, in the teacup ride where you have to spin the thing. It's one of those, and we're spinning it.
Yeah, we got all the impacts hit harder though. Look at that.
Yeah, we did see Built Different come out for 3Z. That's going to be pretty now. Like, Stealth Rock has to sit back, has to play the defense. 3Z goes, gets a great explosive dash punch to get the barriers, and now Bomba has a little bit more breathing room. Stealth Rock's able to walk up, but that's going to be a big dash punch from Dropletto there. And I don't know if this team can get it done without Stealth Rock or without Luke. We've been seeing KOs come out on both of them.
Flips.
Stealth Rock back, but 2 flips burned.
Well,
it is going in though, so
sure.
I hate to see that second flip, but if it's in, it's in. All of a sudden, Bozo 2 points away from bringing us to a game 3. Suddenly, things don't look so Bomba favored anymore.
And even with the flip being burned, it still has been energy advantage with Merchant's flip online. And I believe. Never mind. I was gonna look up. I was looking up Fire Up, but no, that doesn't matter. But Dropletto gonna survive that one. I do think the dash got the second hit. I don't even know if that's real or not. Like, everything's fake, man. Don't listen to a Mega Strikers place. I don't know what they're talking about. But the big damage is gonna end up falling on Dropletto despite all of the pressure from the Merchant's ult. Not gonna just end up working, and now a lot of cooldowns used, but the clear does come out through the use of all of them, and now Merchant's gonna help keep it up a little bit longer, which is exactly how their defensive strategy really is supposed to go. And now Dropletto's back online, and they're in the corner. They are in the corner. It's out of the corner. But
well,
it's in the corner. It's in the corner. They've gotten the barrier, and it's wide open for Dropletto. Great passing play. A little bit of an overcommit to the top with no one really there, putting the pressure on. A good little pull out from Bozo Bunch to get out of their the other opponent's goal zone to find space to find that goal. Because again, Luke does not have strike shot. Not that it would have been available there likely anyway, but it just means that you can get a lot more open shots just on the net. So they should keep watching out for those.
Yep. We've been seeing Bozo has scored, I believe, 5 points in a row, is now 1 point away from winning. The first 4, I think the recipe for success was that they just got the barriers early. But that's a big KO onto Stealth Rock again. The Bozo Bunch brought their boots, and that's 1 barrier. 2 flips for Bomba here.
Wise man
but that's another
KO!
KO!
A wise man once said, why does Bozo have all of their best characters? And right now, it's Merchant is going to drop into pain, but it's going to go all the way back and barely miss their own barrier. Not able to flit off in time either. And now this power play is actually might go in the other direction as the primary is going to actually own barrier. Merchant still has this flip though. Could opt to use it right now to get this barrier. Does, but ult and barrier can now commit it. They don't have that much to score, but 3Z gonna also commit a bunch of things on the offense. Droplow has that 1-2 punch we were talking about earlier. Huge scoring boost for the team. The speed of this core is so fast. Merchant is just slinging it.
Whoa there.
Okay. Nice shot from Gramella. Honestly, that was quite the shot. If we can really showing off why that team player is so powerful and how you're able to use that speed to get around the goalie. So now Merchant though is going to have the ult, sets it up. Honestly, I wish we just seen the strike there. I don't think the ult was necessary, but it could still end up a barrier. Very narrow miss from Gramella. But now the dash punch is going to come through. No evade's going to come out from Merchant in time. And now it's a lot of pressure. 3Z's going to probably flip this in the corner again and strike it right at the goalie or something. But you never know. You never know. It might be something a little bit better. Stealth Rock is covering. Good Doritos shift to cover it. Back past the loop to find the out clear. Really smart and scary. So honestly, a little scary spot for Merchant, but it's gonna be fine. Josh kind of panicking a little bit, using the thing, and there's the corner flip we've been waiting for. That is absolutely why do we even try?
8 years,
Why do we
man.
pretend we want to win? Why do we do flips like this? But Dropletto with the good defense to keep it back down. Merchant gonna keep it through. No dash now, but a good pass to 3Z Breezy. Gonna do the run up into a nice shot. Really nice play from the forward duo to put this to a yet another set 5.5.
Yep, and we're seeing it again. Bozo Bunch is just struggling to close out this game. Looking at their energy bars though, always important to watch throughout the set. They have the energy advantage big time here. And really, if they can just get these barriers, that's one big KO. That's great use of the flip. That's one barrier. They have the offense. They have the power play. This is their opportunity. 3Z looking to stall, doing everything he can. But right now, 3Z on a breakaway might be able to get another barrier. Looking for a flip, just dribbling it up right now. It's looking scary. It's all rides on this. Bozo Bunch's playoffs chances right here. The flip though burned, and now Gramella coming up on one. Merchant has one.
They're in the corner. The flip comes out, but used a little early. 3Z's dash punch is able to catch it in time, but now there's the ult. Once again, extra special helping out quite a bit, but Dropletto is getting KO'd. We have a ton of speed here, though. The flip's not going to be able to contain Gramella. Gramella is really able to keep it in here forever, but like it's a question of can Merchant get involved somehow in this offense? But there's the recovery drone coming in huge right now in order to just not only, like again, once again, dash punch now gone for a little bit of time. Merchant has the flip. They both sides really kind of want to attack from the top, but it's just so scary because they both don't want to defend from the same side of the barrier. So who's gonna like really want to take that risk? And right now, Merchant is feeling a little ballsy. You know, has that secondary, like wants to just throw it up. Dropletto gonna die, but like honestly greeted a little bit. But Josh has this insane speed right now. Still has the ult. Is able to stall for quite a bit of time. Luke is good win on the primary. And Merchant still has flip to stall this out just a little bit more, but not even going to need it because get some good dribbles from Gramella. Dropletto now back online. Should have some cooldowns up. Used both of them immediately, but we could still have the ult. It's probably going to be what he's looking for here. Really good spacing up on purpose, but box out from 3Z on both of them to get that through. But Merchant not even going to need the flip to put it in. Dropletto's strike reset does not come out quite in time. Merchant has that team player in overtime plus the flip. It's really scary. Dropletto not able to cover it across though. Let's see where the speed goes. It's going to go down, but we don't trust each other enough and not going to cover it down quite in time. A great shot from Stealth Rock is going to finish this one off 2-0. Gramella looks into 3Z's eyes and says, after all this time, and 3Z says, oh, hell no. Puts that in.
Crazy ending to a crazy series, but that is going to be Bomba taking it 2-0 right there. 33-minute game, 33 and a half. Wow, again, just back-to-back set 5.5 bangers, but in the end, I think that Bomba just had a better comp for closing out points, and I think they were just better at sealing the deal. So we saw Bozo Bunch on a crazy 5-point streak to bring it back from the brink, but in the end, just not quite able to do it. And that means that welcome to hell, everyone. welcome to, I said this was the end of the regular season. That was a joke. I lied to you for my own personal benefit, for my sick kicks, because we have tiebreakers now. And so if those a bunch were able to win, they would just be in. Slam dunk. Instead, we are going to have more nasl next week to decide who is going to be the last player or the last team in playoffs here between HMG, Polar Cortex, and Bozo Bunch. Each of those teams have a win against each other. They are all 3-6 now ending the season. We will be having a 3-6 team creeping into playoffs here, like you said.
This messed up.
Last season, 10th place.
10th
was
place, by
clocking
the
in
way.
3-6.
10th place, 3-6 last season, by the way. 10th. Yeah.
So,
yeah. Yeah.
It's not over yet. Hey, who likes nasl? Who wants more?
More nasl.
There's nobody on this planet who has plans that would really benefit from having all 6 playoffs teams decided today. So, isn't that great? So we get the regular season to keep going, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that goes next week, because we got no more nasl today.
Dude, I'm supposed to be doing at a Pokemon regional next week with Gramella. What's gonna happen? Are they gonna? Are the games on Saturday? What? I hope.
I have a vested interest in keeping that Saturday open. So
okay, all right. Maybe we'll see a different day. Hopefully,
we'll figure it out.
We can all work it out. But also, but yeah, on some final notes on the game. Kind of interesting. Opposite of the first game, where Bozo has more points, but lost. So as opposed to had 4 less points and then won, which means though probably good chances for them doing this well against a playoff team, playing against other 3-6 teams. So hopefully the full roster gets their chance to shine and the tiebreakers. But is there anything else you want to say, Ian?
I'm so tired. That series was so long. I was really, again, just did not want to see tiebreakers happen. Would make my life a lot easier if that didn't happen. But the Breezy Breezy 10 KOs, Monu now, a little bit of Mako action, is going to be doing nothing, literally nothing for Bomba. Hey, you saw that game. You all pro voters, eyeballs emoji. You know what to do. In the meantime, Bozo Bunch has successfully, temporarily been gatekept from playoffs. On the other hand, HMG, very happy. Their playoffs chances back. If Bozo Bunch won, they would just... Would that be a tiebreaker? I think...
Or none. If it's 1-1, that's whoever wins. So because it's exactly 3 and they've all beat each other once, they have to... There's a tiebreaker. If one of them had beat the other 2, there would be no tiebreaker. But because there's a 3-way Ouroboros type of situation, they will all have to play one more time.
Yeah. So, and to conclude, I'm living in a nightmare that will never end, and I'm gonna wake up in a cold sweat tonight. So, hey, we got a post show though. Hey, stay tuned. I think
stay tuned for the post
show.
Stay
tuned for the post
show.
Yippee!
The post show. Stay tuned.
We'll be right back. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Yippee!
Bye. 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 Bye.
9.0 Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass is wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everyone. I'm still a floating head, not in my normal spot, and we've done it. Woohoo! Regular season is almost over. Unfortunately, it's not. For the first time ever, we have three-way tie. Last season, we saw two teams play their tiebreakers, and it was Cinema, and so now the nasl scriptwriters were like, you know what would be cool? What if we had a three-way tie and just make it real scrappy for the last spot? So that's pretty cool. I'm excited to see that. A lot of historic moments, actually. It'll be the first time where a 3-6 makes it. Also the first time that there's two 8-1 teams, and the first time that a rookie team or a new team was straight up first seed. Calm was the closest. They got second seed tied for first. So that's pretty cool. So since Carmine's here, Carmine, in 30 seconds, I want you to talk about how your experience with Rat Pack has been different, because you haven't really been on a team that's found the success. This is going to be your first time in playoffs over your
Yeah.
3 or 4 seasons. So talk to me about that.
Honestly, after a certain point in my career, I like in OS, I didn't really think playoffs was like something I could really attain for nasl without like a lot of like luck. So this has definitely been like awesome. I kind of just I knew that something was different when I was like playing with Tempa Melon, like trying out with her and some other goalies. So picking up fresh was like I don't know, it was just sealing the deal, you know. So it's been a great ride, right? I've been having a lot of fun with these two. I think that's why we've been doing so well, low key.
Nice. W. And then 3Z, obviously, this is a new team for you. Never teamed with Luke, and then Shape going into midfield was a big question mark. So now that we're on the far end of this season, I want to hear about how you're feeling going into playoffs this time around. You're obviously no stranger to playoffs, and I know you're hungry for the nasl chip after the land win. So how do you feel about going into playoffs this season versus your past seasons?
I definitely feel more confident. I think, not to like make excuses, but I think in the past my mental health hasn't been great. It's been a large factor as to why my team hasn't done well in playoffs some seasons. So I think I'm doing a lot better in that regard, which is great. Um, so and I'm also really confident in my teammates. I think this is the second season in a row where I've teamed with a rookie midfielder. I guess in this case it's a role swap, and they're being talked about as like an MVP or top one, top three in their position. So I'm really happy that I'm able to kind of play in a way that enables my midfielder and lets them kind of perform at a high level. And I think that's exactly what shape Mr. Stealth Rock has been doing this season. He's been playing like an absolute freak beast, like just crazy competitor. Every week he shows up and he brings 110% of 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 what he's got. Sorry, I'm like a little out of it. I'm sick and I just like lost so much energy playing that series. It probably took like 10 years off my life. And then Luke as well. That guy's a giga beast. He's got a little whimsy, which I appreciate. He's got that young blood energy. He's got that dog in him too. So fresh off that second place at Denver. So I'm doing a lot of yapping, but yeah, I'm excited about playoffs. I think we didn't show what we had in the regular season against boys, obviously because we had subs, and then Rat Pack because of a little week one shenanigans. So I think we're ready to face those teams again in playoffs.
W. For people who don't know, for the knowers, let's just be clear. The matchup is definitely going to be Rat Pack versus Bomba and Sad Boys versus Demon Time. Like, we're under no illusion. I mean, technically they haven't chosen, but let me just tell you what's going to happen, okay? Maybe for fun they'll mix it up, but I just want, if you're at home listening, like, that will be the round ones. Like, let's be clear. Not up to me, up to the Rat Pack, but that's what I'm imagining to happen. So, last but not least, before we move down to the losers bracket teams, I have Demon Time. I have Huss as a captain. First time that he's teamed with Gumi outside of a LAN. And obviously one of the veterans, one of the only people that's played every season alongside me and 3Z. There's less and less of us actually as the seasons go on. So I like that we're still holding it down. And I want you to talk about what it's been like with such a stylistic switch up to teaming with Gumi, moving on from Barcode over the last couple seasons. What's that been like for you and Jianzu and how have you guys found your success this season?
I won't lie, like we've looked really good sometimes, or most times, I guess. You know, we won 6 games, but those 3 losses just showed like we can like be inconsistent. But with Gumi, like that guy kind of just makes like offense really easy. It's kind of a trade-off because like you know how he is when he plays like hyper aggro. You can leave gaps.
You know how he is.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
played him
feel
a
like
couple times.
in our series versus EKC today, it kind of just showed like a lot of the points we looked really dominant and we were just like getting a lot of kills and stuff. And I think they scored on us when we had like a power play on them like 3 times just because like they found a gap past us and like that's just what we had to live with when we run like hyper offense like that. But like I haven't really been able to like get so many kills in a season before, man. Like this is like all kind of new to me. Like I feel like King Von right now on the KOs, dude. Like just killing everyone. I think the only one who's like out of the brawlers that has had more kills than me is like the devil himself, NXZD.
NX.
The KO like Lord Overlord. So yeah, like it just goes to show like yeah, with Barcode we had like it's like 2 opposite ends of a spectrum. Barcode's gonna hold it down for us and like give me so many chances to score, and I'll be like one of the top scorers. But with Gumi, I'll be like a top scorer and killer because he'll enable my offense better, even though like we get scored on more. So yeah, that's kind of just the 2 ends of the spectrum. Just offense versus defense.
Hey, I very much get that. Trust me, there's no one else that understands the way of the offense more. As I say, hey, the barriers exist for me to take strike wars at the midfield. Okay,
That's facts.
I'm not there to defend the Bears. The Bears are there to play goalie for me until they're done. Okay, so Vaughn, Savoys had a great season. Obviously fraudulent as all hell, and everyone. There's a reason why they lost to you, and in playoffs you'll be exposed. Is there anything you're hoping to get out of the season at this point? Considering you're just cooked at this point. Yeah, thank you, me. I think the thing that I'm looking forward to most is I think that unfortunately a lot of people are going to look at our team and see that we're like really strong as 3, and it's going to detract from like the recognition people will get on my team. But I really want to shout out my brawler. I think that guy has absolutely crushed the league this season. Like Champ Ocean, by the way. Like, let's be clear. Zen, Rasmus, Julie, X, Drek, Juno, Zentaro, Rasmus. I think I said Rasmus twice. Like he plays like a whole bunch of stuff and he's really effective on all of it. He's scored the most goals this season. He looks like a beast. So I wanted to shout him out because I think he's had a really good season, and I think it's really easy when you're on a team with assumed top like backline to just be like, oh yeah, like anyone can do that, and that's just not true. So I wanted to shout out my brawler because I really think that guy has had a legacy season. Really, really impressive. I think one of the best brawler seasons of all time. And I think he's really fundamentally like fleshed out his game in a way that I think in the past was not present. So I wanted to say that about him. Okay, last but not least, Coach Rob on RTF. Obviously, the boys took it home. We're locked into playoffs. Hungry Boys finally here. Talk to me, Robert. What do we have to say?
You know, we're running a great organization here at Return to Form. I'm really proud of the work we've done. Our scouting department, top tier. Our players, best in the league when they're not messing up. And I'm just glad that we got it done today. I'm glad we didn't have to go to tiebreakers. We're in playoffs, and I just want to take this moment to shout them out, all of them. They've been a wonderful team to work with, and I'm excited to see what we can do, make some noise in the losers bracket. Thank you.
Couldn't have said better myself. And knowers know sometimes the best chance you have to win is in the losers bracket. Sources say that some teams have won the whole thing from the losers bracket, so we will
Many
see
people
if
are
that's the
saying it.
case. That's fact. We're all saying this, Rob. So with that being said, the one last thing I want to talk about is I want everyone to discuss which team that they think is going to emerge from the bloodbath of tiebreakers between HMG, Polar Cortex, and Bozo Bunch, which I think is an incredibly hard choice to make. And I'm not going to answer it first, which is why it's so hard. So I'm going to return to Ratman Rob because he and I are soulmates in terms of our nasl takes. So what he says, I'll probably end up agreeing with. So Rob, who's making it out and filling out our 6th spot this season?
You know, it's tough to say. This last week has really shown all these teams, I think they all lost. So you can take a lot from that. If I had to pick a team, like me personally, I'm probably giving it to Polar. And it's not because they took a game off of us. It's because they took a game off of us in like a grueling fashion. That's the kind of game that winners win. When you're just in the mud, set 5, every point feels like you're fighting for your life. And that's why I think Polar Cortex is going to come out on top. I think they're the only team to take a game today, right?
I think you're right, actually.
Exactly.
Hey, enough said. All right, we're going to turn it over to, we'll just go in reverse order. So we'll go to Huss. Huss, who's making it out of those 3 teams?
It's tough, dude. Like, if I had to really pick, I think I just had to say HMG because they beat me in regular season, and like I know how good they can be. But man, the other 2 teams, like the series I just watched, like Bozo was like so close, man. It's just heartbreaking because just losing 2 set 5.5s back to back, it's just like it's really crushing. So depending on how they come out from that, if they wanna take that to motivate them to go into the tiebreakers and push them to actually make it. Bozo Bunch is definitely a team that can find a way to just make playoffs every season. So depending on how they react to the loss today, I think they're capable of doing it. And then Polar, I've scrimmed them a few times, and they just look really good. The way they've improved, just to highlight their brawler, named Chaotic, is just. We've all seen him, how he's improved this season. I think we all have him on our ballot for most improved, probably. Like that team is definitely capable of taking it too. But HMG has a brawler as well who's just like one of the best to touch the game. Just to glaze my boy Snake a bit, yeah, like he just went crazy on my team in the regular season, and I kind of just had to back HMG to make it out of that.
All right, W. 3Z, let's hear your take.
Well, there's some speculation on whether Gromala will be able to make it for tiebreakers. Because I think Bozo Bunch today played the best they've ever played all season. I think Drop has had some really good performances the last few weeks. So I think Bozo's momentum is like really good. Merchant also played like a crazy beast today, especially that last game. So I would be excited to watch Bozo. Obviously Gromala is like the heart and soul of that team, so if he's not there, then a little more dubious as to how they'll perform. So I'll say Bozo. And then if Gromala's not there, I'll give it to HMG, I guess. I don't really know about Polar and HMG. The thing with Polar is they keep shooting themselves in the foot. Like the last 2 weeks, game 3, they've kind of messed up their draft. But Aiden today said, "Fool me once, fool me twice," and they won't be fooling him thrice. So we'll see if they can correct their drafting mistakes. In the tiebreaker.
W.
Yeah.
Carmine?
Let's see. Easy Polar Cortex sweep. Definitely not
W.
because they're the only team out of the 3 to take a game off of us, but like, I mean, Zoro and A are always very consistent. Obviously, great defense from them. Name Chaotic scaling with each loss under his belt. I think he's ready to take the leap into playoffs. So that's all I have here. Polar sweep.
Question: didn't Bozo Bunch beat you on Gates of Obscura? Oh, I just saw chat as well.
We don't talk about that loss, so like it's
oh,
like
okay. Yeah, the agenda must be maintained.
Yeah, we don't talk about it. So
I
it
understand what
didn't
you mean. I understand what you mean, bro. Holy cheesy. I know what you mean. All right, last but not least, it's me. Honestly, I have no idea. Rob, what did you say?
Polar.
Nah, Polar griefed their brains out by not betting Kazan. I literally told them what to do in pre-show. Another common week where I tell a team what to do in pre-show and they don't pay attention and then they lose, by the way, chatting. I'm going to actually go with Bozo because I think Drop Leto is so sexy as a brawler.
Dude,
and
he was so crazy sexy today. It was unreal.
And I am biased, and I went Denver with that guy, and I want to see him in playoffs. God, I love his brawler. It's so dreamy. I love that fucking guy's brawler playstyle. It's awesome.
He's such a
And
bastard.
then, not to mention his teammates. I am a fan of both of them. Except for when Merchant is on Rasmus. No Snow. So other than that, I love those guys. And those games were cinema. I said it in Twitch chat, but I was so happy that that was the last game of the day. Those games were the last day because I got to the end of the day and I just got to watch an absolute treat with like smart plays from all 6 players and like really intense moments and highlights. And I was just like, dude, yes, like the hashtag why we play. So I'm gonna give it to Bozo just to mix it up. But it's legit too hard. Anyone one of those can win. So I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. Before we go, shout out to EKC and Dog Slayers 3. W. No winless teams in nasl is always a win in my book, and I think every single player on those teams had like a nice highlight moment. I will say the 2-7, 1-8. Like I feel like if one set goes differently, or two, those teams are in playoff contention. So that's pretty cool. And before we go, 2 announcements. One, if you're eligible for All Pro voting, those will get sent out eventually. It'll be all players and then some staff. And then also, Dropletto has his own for fun side content he's doing for NASA, which I think he just linked and has been announced in announcements. I think anyone can fill that out, and it's not just for NASA, it's just for anything. So if you want to help him out with that, he'd love help with that as well. It's more of like all pro, but for everyone. So it's a nice way to celebrate our community. With that being said, this is the almost end of the regular season. We got a little tiebreakers in store for you next week. And then tune in to playoffs in 2 weeks to watch the top 6 teams in North America attempt for the Season 7 chip. My name's Vaughn, produced obviously by Saya MF Duck. And this has been the North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 9. This will be the last regular season post show. So thanks for sticking around, and I will see you all later. Goodbye.